feel like my route as a pro player has been pretty steady, I'd say. I started all the way back playing some tier 3 tournaments with my team last year. I qualified to Challengers and from Challengers to Ascension. And this year I decided to come to NA Challengers, which its level is higher than the challengers from my own region. So I feel like if I would describe my route as a pro player, I would say it's like steady, taking each step at a time, and hopefully this year I get to Ascension again and get to close it out and win it all. It was kind of like a reality shock. AMB last year, they handed our to us.
Big part, the spike, nose root, injuries.
It's not something that I was expecting, because in Brazil, honestly, I believe we were the better team in our region. That made me a little bit overconfident when coming to Ascension. And when we came to play against teams like AMB, whose level was so high, it was something like, what should we have done in order to beat this guys? Normally when we lose in our own region, we would like know what happened. When we played against AMB, I felt like, what should I have done better? Because I don't know. And then it's something like clicked on me. It's like, oh, you can actually get a lot better than you are now. In the beginning, it was kind of hard. I was not playing well. AMB has been very welcoming, and the transition has been really easy for me. And towards the end of the first stage, I got to get back on my feet. I feel like stage 2 is going to be much better for me. Personally, to win it all, no? Win stage 2, win the next tournaments, and go to Ascension and get AMB the 3rd participation, and honestly get them the win and get them to Ascend.
Just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it, because I feel ready for what's to come, and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance, and I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is. You feeling that thrill of, you know, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, you know, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, you know, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO, you know.
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, you know, messing up or being a little bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match, and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
I grew a lot for sure. At the very start, I mean, I played like a ridiculously high sense and I tried to aim like 10s and copy his highlights. But over the years, I got way better, way smarter too. Like I actually understand the game. I can understand win conditions and lose conditions and like, you know, how to win a game. And I guess like a lot of contribution was having Bonker on OXG and just like being on a team with those experienced players, like definitely helped me a lot. Like it made me actually understand the game. And even then there's so much that I still need to get better at. So I'm very happy with, you know, my progress, and I just got to keep continuing and riding that wave up. The adaptation, I mean, the adaptation, slowly but surely, we're figuring it out. I think we're taking steps forward and we know our problems and what needs to be like fixed. So I think our split one definitely helped us learn a lot. Our progress should get faster very soon. Initially, I just created a Discord server and I invited a bunch of people who I thought were good and I wanted to trial them and see how they fit in a team. I did some scrim trials where it was just like I picked a set 5, including me. I also had coaches watch. I did like the little EG method where we did like a 5v5 of like 10 trials. I learned a good amount of like from the players from those trials too. So that was pretty nice. And once I had my core, we started talking about, you know, who we wanted to move forward with, and by process of like elimination we figured out who we wanted to play with for the season. Well, if I wanted to speak very like optimistically, I want to win an international. If there's a world where that's possible, where, you know, I could win an international, I'd win an international. I guess technically that counts, but we can't even play Ascension. But I guess for tier 2, if I were to stay in tier 2, just to win. You know, if we won playoffs, because we can't qualify for Ascension, I would be happy with that.
Perfect day would be any day in which I'm like winning a match. I think that's plenty good. Yes. If I'm losing, that day is not fun.
I personally just like really like movies. I personally like listen to music. I love spending time with my girlfriend. So like anything that like is generally like relaxing or like decompressing in a way. Because like I said before, like my life for day to day is very like go or like fast paced or like upbeat. And so it's like the perfect day, I guess, is the one where it's like I can relax and like decompress in a way. And I put all those 3 things in one and it'd be a great day.
Perfect day would just be where nothing really happens. You just chill at home, read a book, go on your phone, have dinner ready. That kind of just a very ordinary kind of day. Nothing too special.
I'd say hopefully not too much responsibility, but enjoying my time with my friends, family, and being able to relax, kind of reset, get to do the things I love, whether that's like playing VALORANT with my teammates or just fully relaxing outside, no contact or something. Yeah, and then just spending time with loved ones.
Perfect day for me would be waking up with my dog next to me, looking at me like I need to walk him. So would wake up, walk my dog, go right to practice, a little bit of exercise before, and then go walk with Charlie. Come back, play some practice, win all of them because we're a bunch of scrimmers, and then go to the gym, stream, and go to sleep. Perfect day.
For me, it's like just sleeping in, like a nice little Saturday or Sunday, just sleep in, wake up and just, you know, I like 1 or 2, go get some food with the fam and just like kind of just chill. I'm a very chill guy. I love to chill with my family and, you know, just love to be on Discord with my friends. So kind of just like a super smooth sailing day would be a perfect day for me.
takes his position. And TSM won't allow Chet Pets to get by. The cutoff, the timing.
It's 3 players holding up the top of B site.
Oh, the ace. TSM locking it down as best as they can with what they have left. It's only 3 of Chet Pets, but Mora makes it happen. Win an important one and allows the res onto Sim, but not expecting Victor to still be up here.
Where the 2 duelists are waiting. Tens first blind, good for 3. There's
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. Every day we say it's crazy, and it's not going to change with maybe the craziest bracket you've ever seen. Some fun gameplay, and I cannot wait to dive in. Sieradon, Ash, and Dan on the desk. Dan, you were locked out yesterday for the end of the show. I see you got back in.
Why do you have to bring it up again? I'm trying to just ignore that happened completely. I was locked out for like an hour. I made it back in like 30 minutes after the broadcast ended, but it was fine. I got to watch the game just outside, just sitting on the floor outside my door, and I think it was an experience, so it's all good.
Just getting some fresh air, touching some grass, and locked outside
really.
Your house.
Not really.
Yeah, Dan, I try. Ash, how's it been? We're chugging along here in the playoffs. It's been a lot of fun. I'm glad to see you back.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back for today. Yesterday did not go how I expected. The fact that were both like 2-0 matches, but much like Dan, it felt like watching that Winthrop match yesterday up against Ambrosia. I wasn't obviously working the broadcast, but I felt like that Squidward meme where he's like inside his house and watching SpongeBob and Patrick outside with all the chaos that is going on, and it's definitely interesting to see how that ended up panning out.
At least in the meme, you got to be inside your house, unlike Dan. I'm sorry, Dan. That's the last time I'll
Fair
bring it up. If you missed out on yesterday's games, it was definitely a banger of a day. We have a couple of the top moments yesterday for you to be up to speed on how things went down. Check it out.
Out screens, now takes a safer position further back. Watching that flank too is moves, and he's going to encounter Glyph very soon, while the other 4 of Ambrosia in push from the front. And this is Winthrop on their last life. It all depends on moves, the alley, the counter-stratting, the Gecko pocket pick, and it's all over. Ambrosia is on his last leg and tries to get healed by Borth. Don't even have time for that to kick in, TSM. It's now or never, and it's YFP already on match point, and TSM fumble 13-10. So that's the only advantage TSM have. They're on the high ground. Oh, the full ping. Oh, YFP can just watch this sail by. Don't choke this now. Sim falls, crumbling under the pressure. He's resurrected. It's all bait, and it's all YFP. Glyph.
Lower bracket matches yesterday. 2 teams eliminated. Ash, TSM Winthrop University, 2 powerhouses just gone, just like that. Thanos snapped out of here.
I think that's the crazy thing, right? As you look back at stage 1, Winthrop were the last remaining team within that top 4 placement. And now the fact that we're heading into a top 4 within that upper bracket and lower bracket today with completely different names from what we saw during the first stage, missing that SRB, that M88, now Chet's Pets, Winthrop, and Cubert. And that just says so much about how things have shaken up. And I feel like that's very almost like representative of how this stage has gone with all of the upsets that we've seen happen during Swiss and into the beginning of playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like towards the beginning and in that stage 1 in playoffs, what we saw was those teams that were favorites, those names that we know better from the past couple of years of M80, Shopify, the players that are in those rosters as well, kind of proving that they're consistently good, that they're still winning those trophies. But when it comes down to the stage 2, is very different. It's the evolution that we've seen for all the teams here that we see in the top 4. I think it's hard for anyone to have predicted these to be the top 4. Maybe Envy you put, because it is the second time that they make it in the first place coming from the Swiss stage, but they still were not able to get those results in stage 1. So maybe that's the only team that you think, yeah, it's a potential for the top 4, but everybody else has been absolutely a surprise here.
Envy, the last favorite, in my opinion, to be taking it all in 3 names that I wouldn't have anticipated, but have so wholeheartedly deserved the spot, seeing that glow up within the stage. I am so excited. So Envy Burger Boys we'll get to see later on to see who's going to be the first team into the grand finals. But first, it's going to be this lower round 3 between YFP and Ambrosia. And Ambrosia that have had this Cinderella run going up against a YFP, Dan, that have really turned up. This is a new version of what we've seen so far.
It's an Ambrosia that we mentioned towards the beginning. They were playing promotion relegation. They made it. They got promoted, but then they changed their roster. And ever since, they've been going on a run. I feel like ever since they added it and they went into that first match against M80, they were able to beat them. We started kind of noticing that it was not just an M80 that was looking bad and an Ambrosia that had a lucky day. It was an Ambrosia that had been making those improvements, and the players have been mentioning it during those interviews. They went into that M80 match after having maybe 1 week of practice, and winning that gave them a lot of confidence for what was the rest of the Swiss stage. And then coming into playoffs, they have turned into one of my favorite teams. The growth that every single one of these players has had has been insane. And I mean, you can kind of tell the same story for YFP, but it does have more names that we've recognized from the past, both in tier 1 and tier 2.
And those are names we'll get to talk about in a moment because they're definitely the more recognizable ones. But we need to make sure everyone is familiar with this Ambrosia squad, because even if these are names that do not come to mind or memory, they really should at this point. What Ambrosia have been able to showcase throughout this playoffs run, Ash, has been nothing short of impressive. The step up from these players, that should be a team that we should be recognizing more often.
Absolutely. I think you look towards Satellite. This is a Duelist player that we've talked about consistently whenever Ambrosia is playing on stream, and just his ability to be such an aggressive tip of the spear for this squad. And then you have Shondex, who almost like the opposite look, right, in that Sentinel, and his consistency in being that anchor and lurking presence to be able to close out these rounds. And I feel like that we've seen also the evolution of the calling coming out from Glyph, seeing all of these pieces come together with Welly and Acreon on that supporting back line to set Satellite up for those duels.
In the top 10 players that we have right now in playoffs, there's only 2 players that are part of the same team, and that is both Satellite and Shondex for Ambrosia. Everybody else just has maybe 1 representative in that top 10, and I feel like that's just that really tells the story of how good in general Shondex has been doing on the Sentinel role, but as well how good Satellite has been. I think he has the best opening kills that we've seen in general in playoffs, not only this one, but I feel like throughout the year. It's been really, really cool to see, really impressive to have a new player kind of come up and fight for that spot of who is the best duelist that we have in Challengers.
And I love that Satellite gets to add his name there, and he's been so much fun to watch. I think you even called out as one of your favorite players to be watching yesterday. And it's so true. I think this Ambrosia squad has just been so much fun to watch for a variety of reasons. And we talked about 2 namely people. You're talking about that top 10 list. Want to talk first about Shondex, because we'll get to talking about Satellite in a second here. Don't worry. But Shondex and the impact throughout the playoffs, I think off memory, I'm thinking of all the players. I don't think a single player has glowed up as much as Shondex did. The impact that he's been able to have the team, not just for a one-off game either here, Ash, but the consistency of this top-level Sentinel gameplay has been a treat to spectate.
Yeah, the fact that he's just, like you said, leveled up and then maintained this kind of performance throughout playoffs so far. And I feel like you look back at yesterday's matchup up against Winthrop and how they were really taking Winthrop the distance. It was a very close match. They take it to that overtime over on Icebox, but it really came down to Shondex having a lot of opportunities to just find that ability to hard anchor on his sights and thread the needle on some of those lurks as well, and even catching off a lot of those rotations that Winthrop were heading up against. Because you look at him versus Moobs, that was a head-to-head we were so excited to see, with Moobs' ability to also be like one of the best sentinels within this, and he was able to outperform Moobs by far in that series. When you were looking at that head-to-head, shutting him down consistently, going like plus 12 against him, like 15-3 on those picks. It says so much about how he was able to perform his role.
The thing about Shandex too is that he's really sneaky when it comes down to the way that he's playing. Again, he is the third best player that we have right now. But on top of that, you're watching the game, you're watching him. Oh, he's strong holding the side. He catches one, he catches two. You kind of zone out a little bit and you look and he's like, how does he have 20 kills already? And he's always doing this. He's been doing this for the entirety of playoffs. It's really impressive. And I think my one question that I had is how he was going to be performing on that Killjoy when we got to see that map of Icebox. And he did insane. He did the exact same thing that he's been doing on the Cypher throughout. So it's just one of those players to watch, and one of those players that if you're not noticing, he's still always doing something and having massive impact on the map.
At one point he was like 16-3. Like we were just like chatting and it was like, wait a second, how many kills does Shandex have? This is crazy. And that's just a normal occurrence for him, which is nuts. But the other player, of course, that we wanted to talk about, also kind of teased it a little bit, but talking about Satellite. Because when you're talking about the best players that we've gotten to see in playoffs so far, Satellite has been right there. What Satellite's been able to do for a while is really nice. And I mean, Dan, you're talking about one of the favorites to watch. Why is that?
Just the way that he gets these openings, I don't get it. I don't understand. On that last match that they played just yesterday, it was 15 first kills. And then in that one before against Chatspets, that first round in the lower bracket, he got 18 first kills. And that one was even more impressive because he was 18-6. So he ended up plus 12 on those openings. But it's something that you see kind of as it's happening. But I think in general, the way that the team is able to set him up for success to find these openings, it's so cool. And when he has to do it by himself, like this round specifically, like this map of Sunset specifically, is even better. The team was really struggling here. It seems like Winthrop were going to take the lead. It seems like they were going to close it out. And you start to see Satellite playing by himself, going for that swing from mid and catching 1 and 2 players and kind of turning things around that way. The power that this guy has to make sure that the match is always winnable is something that we saw throughout yesterday. And I feel like for today, it's just bound to happen once again.
He looked so obnoxious to play up against yesterday when Winthrop, are trying to close out to take to a map 3. Because Satellite seemed like he was absolutely everywhere. No matter where Winthrop was peaking in that later half of the game, Satellite was there. He repositions, he gets a second kill, and I'm just like, man, like, I feel frustrated for Winthrop watching this because Satellite is always there and is always getting that kill. So definitely going to be a difficult one for YFP in that regard. But this YFP is a different YFP than we've gotten to see throughout the regular season. This YFP, this is a team that has so much talent on the squad, and that energy they've been able to bring to playoffs has been unlike something else. And I think it's a YFP, Ash. If they keep that energy, this is a YFP that could make it to the grand finals and take that upset over Envy. I actually truly believe it.
That is what the question was, I think, at the beginning of this stage, was when they were going to be able to find that consistency. Because you look at this storied roster and there are a lot of expectations on the shoulders of these players with the amount of experience that they have. And individually, we've known how gifted they are. And it was all about having that come together. And into playoffs, it seems like they did find that groove. They managed to even in that 0-2 up against Envy, they took Lotus the distance into that overtime. There was a world where we could have seen that third map, and then we're able to take out the very favored teams within TSM, within Qbert Academy. And that TSM matchup, even though they ended up being both 13-10 wins, there was so much momentum, it felt like, on the side of YFP on those attacking halves. I'm really going to be curious to see them lock down the defense, though, heading into today, because that is where we've seen them struggle, I think, a little bit more with some of those gaps. And looking forward to seeing YFP start things off hot.
What I like the most about YFP is that they're actually willing to take risks compared to other teams. It comes down to what maps they're going for. We talked about yesterday, they were picking Split, a map that TSM has always been good at, especially recently. They were playing this little weird composition and it was working out really well. And there was a very clear read on YFP and how they wanted to play this against TSM. You saw how they got, what, 5-6 rounds in a row right at the beginning. And it was just understanding how those brawl fights towards mid were going to work. They're going to be doing this the more that we advance into playoffs. I mean, they're already in that top 4. And I know for sure that they're prepared to see what the other side is going to be doing today.
Yeah, that was something that B-Dog talked about, was that confidence and that, hey, a team isn't going to beat them twice. They're going to be able to take down these Titans that had taken them down throughout that regular season play. And I want to talk about B-Dog first, because B-Dog was the newest addition to this roster. It's been a little bit now, but we've obviously gotten to see a lot of the skill that B-Dog has had, right? And then it was like, okay, like, where's the energy? Where's everything else? And it was really nice because, Dan, we got to see that in yesterday's matches. We got to see B-Dog and what he was more capable of. And I love to see him have that energy. Even in like one of these 1v2 clutches he had, you could see it on the player cams. He's screaming. I love the energy. That's what I need.
That is exactly what we wanted to see for him, especially because of what we know of B-Dog, right? In the past when he was playing for MAD, how good he was for that team, how flexible he was for that team. And then coming into this one, there was a period of kind of struggling a little bit. And I got to be completely honest, I feel like he's still getting comfortable with the squad. It takes a long time for him to do so, especially with a player that can be so flexible. Yeah, you can be really flexible, but you're definitely more comfortable in some roles than others. So it feels like, to me, he's been going through that process, especially when you see something like that deadlock on Split, things that you don't see very often. You don't have a lot of VODs to watch to kind of figure out the way that you need to be playing it, but he's slowly but surely finding himself, and that's what we want to see. B-Dog has been one of the best players that we've had in Challengers for, what, 3 years now, and we want to see him at the very top once again.
Yeah, and him being that Swiss Army knife is what also opens up those opportunities, like those risks that Dan was talking about as well, not just with those map picks, but with the compositions that they're pulling out too, and how they have this opportunity to really, I think, catch a lot of their opponents off guards with some like maybe secret pocket picks when it comes to those comps, where they can really just kind of make it a lot harder for them to look to ante, a lot harder to prepare up against the YFP.
And the other person we want to talk about going on for today has been somebody, the main duelist of the team. And when we were talking about duelists that are fun to watch, it's the top of my list for sure. And talk about Penny and the impact that we got to see yesterday too. Ascent was a lot more of a team effort, you know, still very strong performance. But man, that split in particular, like Dan, oh my gosh, it seemed like he could do no wrong at some point.
By the way, if you guys missed that map, it was a 13-10 for YFP, but Penny got 32 kills, 32 and 32 and 14, and 11 of those were opening picks. It's insane to me, and I mentioned it yesterday because I was talking about Sim is kind of the guy that can take over these series, these maps, but Penny was doing that, and he played it so well. I kind of brought it up early on, the way that he was having a very clear understanding on how those brawl fights for Seam, Rico, and Seven were going to work towards mid, or Vora as well, and he was just playing it by himself, finding an opening, disrupting that setup that they wanted to go on that attack, and he's constantly doing little things like that, and it was just impossible to deal with it. I feel like I always hear players kind of talk to each other like, what do you do when a guy is just getting everything, like everything is working out? Just there's kind of not much that you can do. It was an insane performance for Penny yesterday.
It's one of those things too, like what can you really do when all of a sudden the raise on the opposing end is dropping 32, Ash? And I think that Penny is going to be somebody, especially when we're looking at the two duelists, that I'm so intrigued about, because if we get another performance like that split, that's going to be dangerous. But when we've also highlighted a Sentinel that's so strong on the opposing end, like that'll be fun.
Yeah, I think that's going to be what the interesting interaction is how Shondex is going to look to shut Penny down in a lot of those engagements, especially when you're looking towards the fact that YFP have been leaning into a raised pick on a couple of these maps, like on the Haven, where it's not super common to see a raise on Haven these days, and leaning into that fade composition. We'll have to see what maps end up coming out, but there is going to be a lot of pressure, I think, on Shondex and his ratty anchor type of play style to be able to slow down the tempo that Penny's going to be taking these rounds at.
The Shondex versus Penny head-to-head is the one I'm most intrigued about. But the one that we have officially for the broadcast is between the two duelists that have been able to make such a big impact in the series and what they're going to be able to deliver for today. Because Penny, when you're talking about that split, that was such a high performance. To see that a lot of these stats are actually pretty similar, so that consistency that Satellite has here, Ash, I think that is really important and something that should be really fun to spectate in today's match.
Yeah, this head-to-head is going to be super fun, especially because aside from the meta picks in the Yoru and the Neon, for this stage during playoffs at least, it's been that battle between like the Raze versus the Jet here as well. So very different looks. At the fact that with the Jet, you have a little bit more of that Jet get out of jail free card with the potential disengage for that tailwind. And then for Penny, it's going to be a little bit more reliant on some of the utility coming out from Jake and coming out from Stellar to actually save him in some of those situations, depending on which maps we end up seeing these two go face to face on. But I'm super excited to see how these battles end up going. I think that Satellite is a player that can go toe-to-toe with Penny in these scrappy situations, and it's crazy that we haven't seen them face off against each other before.
I don't want to simplify it, but I do feel like it might just come down to who's getting these openings more, because we talked about it for both of them. We talked about what Penny was doing in that map of Split specifically, and we talked about Satellite and how good he's looking in this lower bracket to get those openings and to get the numbers advantage early on for that team. So I feel like it might just be very reliant on that, but we absolutely have some of the best duelists in this matchup alone, and it's just players at this point that you actually see moving towards the grand final. Obviously only one can make it through, but with the way that both of them have been looking, with the way that the improvement that they've had, and also how good they look in their rosters, it kind of makes sense for both of them to be at the very top when it comes to getting those kills, setting up the team for success, and making sure that they're able to close out those rounds when needed.
Two very talented teams, but only one can be moving on. So let's start to talk about the series at hand and talk about the map picks and bans going on for today. Going into it, right away, it's going to be Ambrosia picking up that Haven, and that one is going to be really fun to watch between these team dances, specifically too when we were talking about those duelists and those sentinels.
Hear me out. I see the vision. You might go into this map of Haven thinking, what is Ambrosia doing? They actually lost the last time. It hasn't been that great in the past 3 times that they played it. They changed the composition every single time. But I feel like they had some great ideas coming into it. When they played it most recently, it was a little bit of a struggle. They started with a pretty big disadvantage. It was 5-0 that they were down, and they were just kind of running it out towards A side. But after you see a timeout, they start to play around the map a lot better. I think there's some things that you can punish here, and I think there's also that possibility to see some compositional changes here instead of the Neon bringing something new. But no matter what, I think they have a very good understanding on how they wanted to play around this map, and also how they want to play against this double duelist, or maybe a Raze on the other side that Ash was saying we might be seeing.
I hope that we get to see the Raze, because Raze has always been one of my favorite agents to watch. I love the explosiveness. Penny on the Raze, oh my gosh, please, every single day. But the agents are ready, so we can go ahead and jump right into the series at hand. Starting out on Haven, Ambrosia's pick. You're talking about the ideas that they have too light. Time to see the agents, anything switch up. Going into this, it's going to be, okay, a Jet v Jet. And if my eyes don't deceive me, Ash, I think we got a mirror composition here.
Yeah, it is a mirror comp and a full switch up from YFP. They had that double wall comp with that Vice and the Sage. Last time we saw them on Haven, did not work out well up against Envy. And I think that you look at these comps, and it's more of these teams now leaning into comfort picks for them. This is a very vanilla take on Haven, but when we've seen them kind of struggling a little bit trying to play into that meta, we're going back to the basics here for both Ambrosia and especially for YFP, considering all of the changes that they've made compositionally and all the experimenting. I'm liking what I'm seeing, and I'm really excited to see Satellite and Penny go toe-to-toe on these Jet picks.
I really like how they keep it simple too, right? They had Stellar playing that Fade, just going back to that Soba that we're used to seeing a little bit more, and just also going back to the basics of this map. Instead of having that Vice, having Thief on the Cypher, it seems that it makes much more sense for both of these teams, and that slight change for Ambrosia, I feel like it's gonna help set the map for what they were trying to do last time that they lost this map. They were trying to go for that A-long fight that was not really working out because they had that Neon run short every single time. So now with the Jet, you know exactly how it's going to be played out, that Jet v Jet duel on that A side more often than not, and just setting both of the teams up for that mirror match where I want to give the advantage to Ambrosia. We didn't show predictions, but whatever.
Dan's like, I gotta make sure that people know that I put it all on Ambrosia.
Yeah.
We can re-hit the predictions after this first map. No switching though, depending on how this one turns out. But it's time to head into Haven. A mirror composition, 2 talented teams. Only one can advance forward through this lower bracket. It's time to head into the match and over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Sierra and Go. Great to be back here in the commentary booth for some challenges. Uber here with Wyatt. And Wyatt, it's interesting to see how teams are sort of, I guess, just reacting to the monumental fall-off of Teo after the changes that he suffered. No Yoru here, for YFP, especially on this map, where it feels like we're going back to brass tacks in terms of these Jets-over bridge comps.
This is the reject modernity, embrace tradition matchup. We've gone back to just good old, reliable, honest to God Valorant, Mitch. None of that Vice Sage that YFP were running because, well, probably just wasn't that good. They lost to NV, even though they picked the map. They only got 5 rounds. I'm not going to lie. I was hoping to see it again against a different team, but I understand why they want to just go back to the default stuff. This is a team that have been playing together with some mix of these players for what feels like ages at this point. They're going to have the chemistry with something standard like this for sure.
I feel like that might just be what they're trying to lean into a little more here, as Penny's already about an early foray down towards sewers. And Ambrosia getting a little exploratory there. There's an extra player drawn across onto this side of the map. Penny's doing a lot of work to rattle the cage here. And there's an Al drone simultaneously making its slow way down towards the seaside.
Ambrosia want to try and re-clear sewer on that A side as Shondex gets the tag from the camera. Going to double face back towards C. Don't spot a thing. And that's actually going to give Ambrosia the inclination to leave C. The A is actually going to be where things are finishing. But at the moment, YFP are taking their sweet time.
This is after an Aldrone was spotted coming towards the seaside for Ambrosia, but wasn't enough to convince them that there'd actually be a play to that part of the map. And they've made the right choice here. Eventually, the rest of YFP going to link up now with Penny, who hasn't made any noise outside of that first engagement at the start of the round, but they've seen something they don't like, Wyatt. It's a big swing away from the A side now, as C is very much secured. As you can see, B-Dog's playing up there by logs, and that's where YFP are going to end.
This is a bizarre situation. It doesn't look like Ambrosia will be in a position to flood and take advantage of the fact that time has gotten so low. They've only got 2 players here and 1 shock dart to get some damage. Okay, cool. But they really overread the situation stacking A and have got themselves in an awkward 4 versus 5 retake.
Starting to inch towards Garage now. This seems very standard here for Ambrosia, but they're just going to have to throw down with YFP at a player advantage. Very much entrenched on the C side, and there's a late re-hit over towards Garage that threatens to punish any player that tries to take that map control on the defender side. Here's the triple jump into the smoke. Stella hardly blinks there. Well, he has to try and make his way through, and it's not to be. An interesting commitment of resources by Ambrosia over towards that A side.
I got your back.
It's just on the fact that Shondex got that cam tag and then they double swing long. They don't see anything. Penny had gotten that presence on A. Surely they're hitting over on that side of the map. Let's go run over there. And it just didn't end up happening. YFP were able to contact him to see. And they closed things out with a nice little micro play towards the end. There was that entry. But yeah, in this moment, the dark cover comes down. And just before it did, there was a flash sent out by B-Dog. They double stack in here together. Some good fundamental play to kick things off.
Oh, well, maybe not expecting there to be such fast contact over towards the A side of the map. He's a little ahead of the game and the only player for Ambrosia on that side of the map. And of course, B-Dog is able to sing out with the Outlaw. Now, it's virtually elementary. At this point, Ambrosia might even just be priced into trying to die to the spike. It's an attempt to retake one of the hardest sites in the game to retake with nothing but the 1 sheriff for Satellite. The deck is stacked against them.
Trying to see if they want to beat the timing to get in, but they can't. The dark cover does go down, and a bit of spam connects on to Shondex. Penny hunting for more, wants to get as many kills as he can with that stinger.
Trying to get on orbs at this point. Ambrosia know it. They know that there's no point really attempting to make a play for this, so they'll back off of it. And we liked their last outing on this map, right? Ambrosia took on Burger Boys not so long ago with that neon composition in the upper quarters. Now, they fell in that series, but definitely gave a great account of themselves. I think for YFP, the story of just their stage 2 in general wide is kind of wild, considering they really limped into playoffs at 4-3, right? I think they pick up that W at the last possible opportunity to qualify. Now with the quality on this roster, the fact that they've stepped onto a VCT America stage and won there, it's kind of wild what this team's been able to achieve just as a unit.
And because of that, it was so surprising to me that their stage 1 was very lackluster, finishing in 9th through 11th place. That is just not a placement that you see these experienced, tenured players finishing in. This stage seems a lot more like themselves, honestly, and bringing in B-Dog after his departure from M80 has certainly helped. And he brings even more chemistry with these guys as well, just the ex-Turtle Troop players together, etc. But here's the chance for Ambrosia to get on the board with their first buy round.
Trying to get a catch there of the fault line, a very hasty teleport out though by Glyph, and not a moment too soon as the hail of bullets starts coming through the masonry. This is actually drawn Ambrosia. Look how far forward they're drawn on the seaside. They might actually try and re-clear Garage with 3. That would give away a huge amount of information were they to do that, so they try and be quiet about it. B-Dog not punished there, despite having the incorrect crosshair placement, pardon me. It's Satellite expecting to be tested in a moment. He's not half wrong. Dark cover comes up, he'll tuck here by the doorway. YFP are not committed by any stretch of the imagination. This is an interesting encounter now as Welly deals with Thief, and there was the additional player of Stella not in a position to trade.
No, not using anything to try to get back into long either, just hoping that that space could be garnered via a contact push. There was no drone, no flash. Here's Penny into the site. Satellite still tucked in that corner. Rapid trade from Jake, backs off, stays alive.
At one point, at some point, Stella's util has to be used to try and allow YFP to make an informed decision about how they push it, but they're contacting everything. Stella has a pocket full of util. Simply wants to walk up over onto that A site, see what there is to be found. And that's probably the 3rd consecutive time this round that a YFP player has done that same thing. Just less excusable maybe when an initiator is doing it. Time is short now. Welly just finds the timing of his own to emerge from the smoke, and B-Dog gets a lackadaisical effort there at the end of the round.
Going for a miracle. That outlaw was destined to fail in that little round 3, if we're being honest. Everybody had full armor on the Ambrosia side. Was lucky to even find one player that got tagged up a little bit. It was a pretty solid buy, all things considered, for a bonus round from YFP, but just kind of haphazard take of space, or rather an attempt to take the space. They didn't get it. Just no util behind it. Some pretty free kills for Ambrosia to win that crucial anti-bonus.
Off the rip here. Satellite wants to push straight over towards the A side of the map. Very, very deep. And the smoke started to play off that, so Penny is definitely going to be forced off this particular extremity. This is going to free things up a little bit more for Ambrosia. That brings the breach and the omen back over towards the C side of the map. They're going to have to be quick about it because YFP are responding rapidly by trying to hit this C site. Jondek shows himself. Not really, just kind of gives away his position, and it's all Penny needs to take him down, trying to clear the trap wire. Now YFP are in a position to nip at the heels. Acrian's trying to make his way around, but that cyber cage makes things a little bit uncomfortable for Satellite. And in a player advantage, make it even, YFP get the plant.
Oh, but now there's some garage control taken from Acrid. Well, actually not taken. A concern now even on a flank coming through that B side, but it's all of the YFP players stacked up on the site. They want to play crossfires. Double stun is perfect.
That goes Satellite walking up. Big ping on the side. They see so much. 2 YFP players, neither of them interested in shooting the recon apparently. And Ambrosia end up making a retake where they were initially in a 3 versus 4 scenario. YFP, after getting shoved off the A side, had a great little ping pong towards C, and they were quick about it. Got a plant down, and then were just taken apart.
It seemed like there was a push that came through garage a little bit too early, perhaps from B-Dog wanting to flank. Was caught out by Acrian. I think maybe that recon came in just at the last moment before the stun actually expired, so they weren't able to break it, but regardless, the stun was placed perfectly, recon placed perfectly. Excellent retake, has YFP economically on the back foot. A lot of stingers to maybe attempt to go for a rush, fight close quarters somewhere like garage.
Glyph here could always TP out should he need to. Dangerous fight to take there against the Stingers. Glyph does escape. Goes low. Trapwire still with them laid up there. Eventually they're cleared out, and once more YFP know they need to close the gap. They need to get up on this C site. And it's a brave decision for Shondex to anchor here against all of these stingers. And now he's shown himself. Aftershot's going to force him out of position. It's getting a little uncomfortable for the Cypher. And Stella's able to pick him up. Acreon found that Aftershock kill on B-Dog. And Ambrosia lost 3 in this round. A round that really would have liked for it to have been a bit more cost-effective. Jake lit on the side. Here's Stella now from C-Long. That is ridiculous stuff for YFP. A classic Challengers stinger buy. Something that Ambrosia just can't deny.
They lose the first player as well. Penny couldn't even convert that first kill. The aim was a little rough from Glyph. He escapes. But it's after that, Shondex getting in backside off the double cage. I liked that decision. They are able to maintain all of that backside control, but where were the teammates? Who was coming in to help? They just weren't flooding in fast enough to support.
Smoked off backside, which is, again, understandable, but kept at bay by the looks of things by that util. Ambrosia at least give themselves the anchor ability there with a better weapon, but it's just not enough.
Maybe that was Glyph dying through the smoke because he was weak, but the other guys, I don't know. It just seemed like that they were a little bit slow trying to get into backside. I think Shondex played that perfectly fine, but it was unfortunately hung out to dry. And it's gotten YFP in a great economic position now. They can force Ambrosia onto an eco. This is a round worth 2 if they can win it.
Already pretty deep penetration towards the seaside. Shondex not playing that part of the map, but Satellite just peers in. That is massive. Cloud bursts himself away. Backside gets smoked anyway by YFP as they just want to get this plant down, but it's a bit uncomfortable. Penny has a Blade Storm and Stinger, so he'll probably play close here towards the backside, and B-Dog's in such an important position. Well, he's able to trade out, but took a bunch of damage in that exchange, and Jake is ready to handle him. Penny's Blade Storm finally gets some value for him, and now Ambrosia are kind of corralled into the middle part of the map. That snappy shooting from Jake, and Shondex can't get into the site early, has to allow for the plant to go down. Now the Guardian has to salvage things here for Ambrosia.
YFP team are on multiple different angles, can swing at any given moment. Shondex knows that this situation is cooked, and Jake even wants to just steal this Guardian away, and it looks like he will do so successfully. Going to ignore the AWP, thinks about it, but just wants to stick to the rifles. I really like how YFP played that post plant. They were down a player, so they tried to take the timings, catch off Ambrosia, and it was really off of B-Dog in this position. He takes that fight, he gets traded out, sure, but then at the same time, when this chaos is happening towards Garage, Penny took advantage, pushed through spawn, caught out Satellite, got rid of the AWPer, and then you have Jake finding a lovely 2-piece, sitting at a cool 9-3 early in the game. Really well played. YFP looking hot
here
so
now for
far.
YFP. Acreon has one himself. Slow around here for YFP. They're obviously anticipating a bit of an awkward buy for Ambrosia. They don't really know what that's going to consist of, so more of a default approach to the round. That's a garage smoke. And Satellite thinks he has a gap in this kind of setup. The other B-Dog looking his direction here, pretty low, but timing might not be there, excuse me. Thief also can't activate here. In mid-window, the smoke by Glyph that sort of allows Satellite to slink away means that that's an unanswered kill.
YFP are going to try to get some space towards A long in the meantime. Smoke down for Heaven. Paranoia comes through. This is so divided. The spike is actually getting into the site on A. They've got 2 players on C right now, going through the C site, and they're going to drag everyone away to teleport to C. This is a mental call from YFP. Shondex, that is a crucial kill, however.
Spike planted.
Yeah, especially now with Penny, who has to just use his legs to get across the map. Can't just TP to A, to seed rather. And he'll set up for that C long position. But you got to believe it's Stella, who's in a crucial spot. Neural theft, little bit of an issue now for YFP. There's nothing really special to give away. Rolling Thunder comes in. They know where the defenders are, and they're going to come for it. Stella's able to deal with a Satellite. Somehow able to avoid the Rolling Thunder, as it seems. He's found himself 3. Glyph spotted out, tucked in the corner. That's all the info Jake needed. But it's just a wealth of plays for Ambrosia. Shondex finding that pick just as YFP get the plant down really paves the way for the retake.
He absolutely saved Ambrosia on this round. What a pick to find to get them into the 5-on-3. Bear in mind, he was one of the only players that had a real weapon. Most of those Ambrosia players had pistols. A 5-on-4 though, that would have been very tough to deal with. But catching out Thief, having the neural theft, Excellent stuff. What an attempt from Stella. And the shot on the satellite midair looked so sick. But it just ultimately does not matter. Already a couple half-buy, sort of thrifty rounds won by either side.
I said Rolling Thunder also committed to supplement the thrifty round there for Ambrosia. End up getting top dollar for it. That is beautiful stuff from Welly. Just off the rip, Jake taken down by the Hunter's Fury. Penny knows he needs to activate here. Does he know there's a player in the corner? Satellite, I think he missed the op shot. Over to the shorty now, but Penny knows all too well that he's waiting for him. Acreon finds the timing, and okay, Satellite had the op in hand. Apparently, Penny not able to get the better of him. Didn't have a way either to get out of that spot. He was fully committed to
so brutal. Oh my god, that is dastardly. Not the cam check the second Thief walks through. Oh my god, that is so tough, man. That is, I mean, if we go to the Shondex cam and there's a fist-sized hole through his monitor, do not be surprised. That's so tough, man.
They've got 140s too. Just a hair's breadth away from being taken down. This timing is pretty spectacular from Thief. Some sound is going to be made here, and he's making his way back through Garage. I just don't think Ambrosia can account for that wrap coming through, and they have no information about the site setup. Stellar Trades goes down. Remember, it's only 10 health here for Thief, but Acreon has no idea where he is. Thief really just gets everything he wants in that round. An important clutch here as both teams are still fighting to stabilize. YFP get out, another in front.
What a timing for Thief to take that little peek as well. The second it gets tapped, jiggles out, instant headshot. He is sharp with the aim. Really always has been. That's one of the best aspects of him as a player. But frankly, that round comes down to that timing. It genuinely does. That is beyond brutal, and it's got Ambrosia now on an eco.
YFP still haven't really found a use case for that Rolling Thunder. I think this is the third consecutive round they've held onto it. And they got, once again, this is the anti-eco protocol, right, for YFP. Play it slow. Try and L-drone check these corners into C, but Penny's actually pretty close behind it, and he has already snuck in.
Yeah, avoids that paranoia. Good recon as well.
Okay, we are tailwinding forward in the direction of Shondex. Penny wants to try and cloudburst his way through. Acreon spotted him. Oh, that is clean. Just as Glyph tries to swing on him, he is handled. And it's up to the two sheriffs, Welly and Satellite, with it all to do, coming from very different directions, and a cheeky little omen smoke there towards Garage side. God, for the bank, this would be unbelievably good for YFP at this point in the game. 6 attack rounds to their name. Potentially a flawless round just to make the buys for the rest of the half easier. That will be tough for Ambrosia to come back from.
I love how Penny plays that situation. It's so excellent. He gets that snap kill onto Shondex. It's obvious for the player's backside that he knew were there if he swings from the left side of default, so he tries to go forward, is able to dodge the util, get in the cloud burst. The rest of the team are scaling up while he's causing a distraction there.
Okay, Phantoms just spraying away. Satellite knows he's not really got a whole lot to do here except try to play for a singular exit. Again, anything he can do to try and keep this YFP economy remotely honest, especially with Stella, Jake, and Thief not in rebuy situations. It turns out to be the former that gets brought down. So one gun taken away, but YFP, outside of that, feeling pretty good with both their initiator ultimates ready to launch.
There have been so many rounds now for YFP that they've been able to just walk all the way up C long and into C, that they're continuing to try to exploit that. I look at the position that Penny is able to just walk into off the drone. No one's swinging into him. Not contested until he gets all the way up here. Oh, the movement there is so good.
So they're trying to play off contact, but I think it's just like a unlucky. It's like a sound cue that the defenders at C are trying to play off of. I don't know if the Cypher Cam is getting value there because they're not seeing Penny just like straight up walk onto the site.
They might also be hoping that he'll continue to contact push all the way through like YFP have been before. So maybe they're trying to exploit that, seeing if they'll over push and walk into the player that's holding back default.
Well, they have two default, one back side. Like it's very heavily stacked, but they're purely playing off sound cues. But when you have those like brazen and a little bit abnormal walk up there from Penny, then you know, he gets in for free. But there's an owl drone, right, that YFP are looking to play off of, and that's obviously giving Ambrosia plenty of sound. They do paranoia off that cue, but I mean, Penny is so far forward. He's not affected by the paranoia whatsoever. And Shondex is not ready. Like, he walks past default and has to, like, make a reticle adjustment to try and fight.
So, like, pushed up, but just punished straight away, and YFP are content to now give up A main after finding that advantage. It looks like they just want to speed over to that C side of the map. They've obviously felt the presence of multiple Ambrosia players. They think they can get here for free, but Ambrosia want to flood in.
He's trying to respond here. Just as the smoke blooms, he's able to bring Penny down. Now the Hunter's Fury come out. Looks like there's not really been a whole lot that's been able to be found off that. Akrian, though, while he tries to rotate, is caught midway through by B-Dog, who has that dirty little off angle. And is keeping the breach off of C entirely. But YFP are not convinced. They're not yet committed. They also have not gone through garage, right? There's still a trap wire in there, so they've not cleared that. This would not be remotely a split. And Glyph's in a good spot just to take a kill and fall off this position.
Welly being pushed up over there in A long is allowing Ambrosia to mostly play towards the proper side of the map now, but actually Shondex feels like he, I don't know, needs to run away. Glyph needs to get one and get out here. Oh my god.
How about zero?
That's, yeah, zero, not ideal. Less ideal than one.
And again, like they just don't have current information. Look at the camera set up. It's for that sort of B wrap. That's something that we never really saw B-Dog commit to. He was just holding a passive line, never really walked into that cam's area of influence whatsoever. Now Willie has to give himself up here, or at least give away the game. And he's the one with the util that could light this side up, at least for some sort of retake. He's got to push past that. Good fault line. Great catch on towards Thief. B-Dog's able to trade out, though, now tucked in the corner. A 2 versus 2. Jake's healthy, though. Clears that bolt. And then gets eyes. Now we know his cubby's been taken up there by Welly. B-Dog just whipped around on that one. Not sure he finds a headshot. And that's that for Akrian. He's going to have to walk away. Ambrosia really try and signal strength at the start of this round with that push into A lobby wire. And unfortunately, their fortunes never really favor them.
Now their economy is back to a really tough spot. This is out of their own timeout. And now they're going to have to eco on the second last round of the half. I think they began to overthink that situation when YFP went for the noise cut. Welly was pushed up all the way in A main. Wasn't taking any contact whatsoever. But they still felt that there was going to be a rotation from YFP elsewhere. That, you know, they had good eyes on B.
That goes there.
YFP are really throwing them for a loop on this attack side. I like the way that they're calling this.
7 rounds here. And, you know, I was a bit critical of them back in, like, round 4 for not using any of that util, right? Like, the Sova was, like, face-checking A side. And realizing now that YFP are trying to actually play ahead of a lot of that util and not give anything away. They don't want to even out-drone sometimes, so they don't give away their presence. And you see how it kind of works out in some occasions where you end up with these timings that the defenders are just not prepared for. But the rounds always start slow. There's always a default-esque approaches. In the previous round, we saw Ambrosia try and play aggressive on this part of the map, so Penny is a little conditioned to that.
YFP are content to just use this operator to try and find a pick over towards A long. There's this double stack from Ambrosia, but they're waiting for YFP to move forward. Oh my god, 2 shots connecting. That is crazy. B-Dog is in trouble. Has to back off temporarily.
Again, another noise cut from YFP. This always keeps Ambrosia guessing. Look at the insert over towards mid. They've got Thief set up here at B. B-Dog is deliberating now whether it's commit to A, try and flood with this breach util, or head elsewhere. Because that aforementioned util's a little bit skinny at the moment, they're going to opt to head over towards the B side of the map, the only really undefended site. It's Satellite's timing pushing out of garage could be a problem for them, but there's no longer range weapon for Satellite to make use of.
10 seconds left.
Check this. He might go and give Satellite, though, the kind of engagement he's looking for. If he commits and instead no plays mid-window, this is a much better answer to what Satellite is trying to do in this round. YFP with 3, trying to play this post plant. Important fight for Glyph to win here. Make no mistake, Stella, though, just far too solid.
Oh, and B-Dog is wrapped around towards garage as well. Stun is nice to keep Ambrosia at bay. Looks like he wants to swing back sight. Risky play.
Spot from mid window here, Wyatt. Not good for Shondex. Oh, he's lit anyway. Thief has a trap wire on the site. And YFP in the 3 versus 4 are able to put together, they make a great call. There's players that are coming to A. Just as B-Dog is deciding whether they're going to commit to that site or not, they make the right call. And man, the wind's just blowing in their direction on this attack side.
These guys are never running into stacked sites. They're getting free plants or plants that are just damn near free on every single round that they've been able to get into the site. That was a little risky from B-Dog on the swing, but he goes 1 for 1, all good. Just feeling confident in that round.
Get out of my way.
Final attempt on the full buy for Ambrosia to get to 4.
Money's good, man. YFP building up pretty good economy this whole half so far, so they get everything they want in this round 12. And Glyph again wins a fight here on A long. TP's away, not going to give Jake an option. Jake probably hears or realizes this, so he says, right, well, there's a chance to insert or at least set up a hit on this site. Penny has an op in hand. And now there's a bit of a smoke in the way and a bit awkward timing. Anchors here for Ambrosia. Keep your eyes on them. Glyph turned anti-flash, caught out by the knives, and Penny's going to hit the site quickly. Cloudburst thrown down, but Welly was never truly a threat to him. His teammate B-Dog handles him quite easily. And there's a bit of a glimpse there for Satellite as he crosses past Link. He'll now know that YFP are deeply entrenched, and this is a tough situation for even the best teams to fight out of. John Lex is going to be a little bit late here. And Ambrosia are going to set up now just to try and flood for this retake with a player disadvantage.
There's a rolling thunder as well for B-Dog. This should be as good as done. It's just even going to cause so much delay.
Okay, cosmetic stun or not? Might be. Satellite's able to drop out of heaven now on a 3 versus 3, but Jake's tucked and Penny is there. What a first half here for YFP. They really have a read on Ambrosia with some off timings and just playing in a way that kind of breaks the conditioning of the defenders. Ambrosia struggled to come up with the answers.
The noise cuts were really booming them. I was going to point out at the beginning of that round, pretty big miscommunication from YFP. Glyph gets to this kill. Look at Stellar. Does he have any teammates to swing? Hell no. He goes down alone, but they cut noise, take all this free space. Penny is up close, has the op and the Blade Storm. They just pop that Paranoia Breach Flash at the same time, get right into the site, and Ambrosia are none the wiser to just how close up they already were at the choke points. It was a really solid half from YFP, some great calling.
And now, of course, heading into the second. Ambrosia here, like some bright spots for them, I feel. Glyph at A long was able to find a couple of rounds, string together kills, especially that double with the Sheriff. Was a good look, and it gave Ambrosia a good shot. Was also been pretty good alongside Shondex with some of those seaside anchors and retake attempts. It's a slow start here for Ambrosia. They are basically just canvassing this A lobby area. Stella might give them what they're looking for here in time. Has already made use of that recon. And here come Ambrosia just backing off this part of the map.
Of course, it was YFP who were able to win the pistol round on the first half of this game. Ambrosia would love to even that up as they're quietly drifting back towards the mid and C side of the map. Looking like they want to go into this C split. They're going to have to deal with the Cypher utility backside if that is their end game.
I mean, Stella's going to walk out on this eventually. He has to go and try and see what is up. This is glacial pace here for Ambrosia. I mean, Stella, he hears it all now.
He knows, he's aware the rotations are coming. Thief is going to feel a lot of pressure back site, but Jake should be there to assist. 25 seconds on the clock. Ambrosia, they need to go now.
Trips here are going to cut people off if they try and play towards log. Oh, Thief very hard by that as he tries to get away from that aftershock. Jake's still here on the side. Big Paranoia gives him a free kill, but Glit's going to be there to trade it out as now he hits the backside himself.
10 seconds
Recon thrown out, nobody pinged by it. Satellite trying to play ahead. Penny able to deal with him. Here comes the plant now in the dying seconds of the round. No chance to interrupt this, but it's all going to be down to B-Dog in a 1 versus 2, and it's short-lived. Eventually, Ambrosia decides to send it to C, and even with that info that Stella gets, it's not quite enough for YFP to be there in time.
Yeah, they do a great job forcing Thief out into the open. He didn't have a cage for that right side of default site from his perspective. So he just eats that aftershock, has to run out in the open. Shot down, Glyph instant trade onto Jake, who would have had to have been the hero then in that instance for YFP. Can't be. That was well done from Ambrosia. They were in a really tough spot with YFP getting all that info off Stellar's push up into lobby, but they make the best of the situation.
Forced out of A-Long is Stellar because of that recon. But it's a very light hold for YFP on that A side of the map. To compensate, YFP push out for info here at C. And B-Dog is going to have himself that orb there. So YFP convert their two-player position here and don't take any damage. Surely this is going to get you thinking about the A side of the map, though, if you're Ambrosia. And Stellar kind of knows it. Happy to give it up and be forced to play for retake.
All right, plant going to go down. It's all classics for YFP, so we'll see if they can do any damage here. Ambrosia, of course, looking to get the cleanest win they can here, get a nice bonus round going, get some momentum started on their attack side to try and make a run at this game, make the comeback a reality.
Dog has a crack at it. Stellar's up there in heaven, but YFP are not really invested in giving away any more ult orbs by the looks of things. They're already able to get one for themselves this round with that push up C, and that seems like it's enough for them. B-Dog was hoping for more. They're really playing for as early a rolling thunder as is humanly possible. Big flip behind the box. This, though, does expose Acme to some degree of risk. He's happy to take that, apparently, as the Marshal will be handed over, but YFP don't want that. They'll hit the site, they'll perish to the blast, and we'll get on with their lives.
All things considered, not too bad for Ambrosia. Shondeck's going to have to buy up. Just had the ghost into that one, but they've got a real opportunity to get back into the game now. This is, of course, an elimination game in the lower bracket. I mean, we're looking at the top 4 teams here, and it just couldn't be any more different from the top 4 of stage 1. It is pretty crazy. You got Ambrosia, Burger Boys, YFP. None of them were at this point earlier in the year. Ambrosia making a few roster moves into stage 2, and they have completely paid off.
Yeah, we sort of wondered how they'd bounce back after Screwface sort of departs the roster. And look like they had a decent little, you know, bit of chemistry to work with. But then, of course, they were in promo relegation, had to sort of fight to stay in challenges after that middling or pretty average stage 1. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. These teams are really developed. Good to see the death out of this region. B-Dog there finds himself a trade. The bonus round here for Ambrosia. YFP have just sort of been able to pick them apart as they gain some progress here across the map. Penny has no good reason to show himself here.
Have some honest death match over on B. What a shot from Shondex. Now, hold on. All of a sudden, this round is so winnable for Ambrosia. They can convert this bonus. Akrian still has a solid amount of utility, but lit up. He is spammed down. Shock threats coming through from Welly to get someone off the spike.
That's the perfect answer to the Guardian play. That little double swing. Stella's able to find 2 in the end of the round. As far as bonuses are concerned, Ambrosia not too unhappy. They get a plant. They take 3 guns away from YFP. B-Dog, though, might be eyeing off a Rolling Thunder this round just to keep that momentum going. They might require them, though, to play a bit aggressive towards this A side.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really one of the simplest rounds of Valorant you'll see. I'm not going to lie. B-Dog just kind of holding the angle back on. Someone walks into B, kills them. Another person walks into B, kills them. And then because he killed them, he gets traded. It's just very by the numbers Valorant.
Oh, we talked about it coming in. These compositions were very salt of the earth, honest day's work, punch in, punch out Valorant with our breach Sova compositions.
Taken out.
And the move off of the weird raised look that we saw YFP on previously. Here it is, knocking on A's door. That into the side already. Cyber Cage here, obscuring Thief from view, and he takes the timing. It's perfect. Traded out, but still got his Bucky value. Make no mistake. Stellar and Jake know they're going to get busy now as these dark covers expire. Oh, Jake! God, the wind really is blowing in YFP's direction in so many of these situations. The timing could have been perfect. It was just a millimeter off. And here goes Satellite now going to work on the defenders. B-Dog's able to find an extremely long range. What?
No.
What is this thing doing, bro?
Don't die to fall damage. Oh, okay. All right. Well, okay. I thought he was about to jump out and die to fall damage. I'm not going to lie. Which, well, he should have just let him do that because I think that was about to happen. Regardless,
how do you even get 2 consecutive bullets to hit someone with a stinger at that range? I would love to know.
You can't be letting B-Dog get that kill when you're on the long orb. Come on, bruh. You can't be letting that happen. Can we 0.25x speed that one? YFP not committing to the buy, by the way. They just, you know, use what they can. Get that rolling thunder off.
Got a bucket, got a stinger. Between the bucket and stinger, that's 3 kills. That's gaming.
Now recognizing the economic situation, Penny is gone for this outlaw. Has a couple targets that he can one-shot.
Yeah, reasonable enough call. I mean, Penny not really in a position to get much more than this, so.
Is pretty low on money. Here comes the rolling thunder from the attacking side. Penny would love to get out of here, but that is not going to happen. Love this position from Stellar, though. 1 for 1, but he's going to need a lot of help. Ambrosia are going to want to swarm onto him.
So dependable from this spot Stellar is. Looks like they're actually just trying to pretend he's not there. Smoke got thrown down by Jake to try and help Stellar out, and it works, but eventually Shondex is going to come at him from behind. Again, Stellar, like, he gets moving at just the right time. Welly, though, was ready for that push up, and look, it's a tough part of the map to retake at the best of times. Ambrosia here, though, that's really backbreaking for YFP. That's the kind of round they gamble on to get themselves decent weapons back. B-Dog, with that rolling thunder, eventually that gets expended. And the fact that Ambrosia win that, just with the thunder of their own, they get the outlaw picked up. It's been an uncomfortable money situation for YFP in general. So now they've got a game plan for round 19.
You can see on attack that Satellite is really starting to heat up now, feeling himself, having opportunities to actually take the fight to the opposition, not just being put in some awkward retakes like he was on defense, not really getting too many opportunities. Now he's just creating opportunities. Like when they get into that A site there, he pushes that extra step, takes the fight into spawn, gets another kill. Starting to take over the game here on attack. I mean, they're still down by 3 rounds. It is 7-10, but feels like they're right back in it. They are right on the cusp of tying this up.
It definitely feels like we've just... that's a round that's worth 2. That previous
that
one
moment there from Satellite, where he just gets another.
And Stella has a really good just sense about when to make the push up out of sewer, especially with Shondex wrapping around to try and clean him up. But Welly doesn't really have anywhere else to look instead of at sewer, so he's just holding that line. Let's get with the program, though. Round 18, 3 rounds in it, but it's a bit deceptive, folks, because Ambrosia have really built ahead of steam. They have the momentum, economically looking really good. Conversely, YFP are still going to go with the stinger buy for Stella. Again, if he wants to play around sewers, it sort of makes sense, but he'll have to decide where to put himself on his A side of the map. Is the lone YFP player present there?
B-Dog wants to try and find a timing, just jiggling out of garage, feels confident enough to walk down mid. Cam hasn't spotted him. Glyph hasn't spotted him either, but what can you really do with the ghost that time? He does have to break the cam. B-Dog does have to run, and it looks like Ambrosia want to hit the gas into C.
Sunlight touches down, spotted out by Penny, but not much he can do about it. Here's that Hunter's Fury now. Feet trying to dance among it, but Welly's found a connection. And this is Ambrosia just making sure that they are absolutely pitch perfect in a round where YFP have been looking very dangerous on this map. They don't quite know where Stellar is, and Stinger Gaming is about to reign supreme, get the guy his kill. All things considered, though, it's clean enough for Ambrosia's liking. It's a 2-round game. They've got a lot to work with weapon-wise.
You hate to be running into the team that's catching all this momentum on a comeback, economy out of control, on attack. Your back is going to begin to feel like it's up against the wall. This is Ambrosia on a 5-1 run after the side swap. Penny hoping that picking up the operator is going to be an answer to the YFP woes on defense. We'll see how they try to set up around that weapon.
What a devastating roll. Hunter's Fury. All too easy for Satellite to find the player stuck in the corner after being lit. So, defense side up here on the A side of the map, not out of the ordinary. But a smoke that actually kind of shuts that strategy down entirely, and also just hides what Ambrosia are doing on the A side of the map. So, unfortunate for YFP.
YFP have given up so much of the map that Stellar has to drone reclear B all the way from the A side link. Look at the position of YFP right now. They are as passive as it gets. Stellar, what a connection on the Satellite, though. That's mental. Well, now they can play as passive as they like. Time for a 5-on-4 retake. Just sit and spawn, why don't you?
He's not in the same postcode as Ambrosia, and look the way he's playing. If he doesn't have information about what's happening at B or A suicide, he just plays back into his spawn. Unreal game sense. I mean, and that statement only reinforced by the Hunter's Fury finding a tag straight away and turning that into a kill. The play was outside of Garage, for God's sake. Speaking of Garage, that's where the action is now. Pitter-patter, little feet. As Ambrosia trying to decide here if they hit C. Look at this trap-wise. It's very awkward actually set up for a flood out of this part of the map. Could definitely play off this, but Thief in the corner as his trap's turned off, as he himself is put down. And when the rubber hits the road, it's Ambrosia that have the better quality.
That is a triple stack up from YFP denied. Can B-Dog find a way back into the site right now? He catches Welly, but the swing is good with a crouch, and Petty doesn't even get an opportunity to fire a shot with that operator that he was waiting to purchase out of the YFP timeout. Ambrosia are absolutely back in this game. Look at the state of their money right now. It is out of control. YFP will never have the opportunity to get an anti-eco round.
If you run this round back 10 times, I think 7 or 8 times, you don't get a result that looks like this. There's a triple stack for YFP on that C side of the map with 2 trap wires. One of them set up to deny the flood, but somehow Thief is just in the perfect spot to be picked up by Satellite, and all that gets turned off.
He just swings out alone in that moment from Logs. There isn't a trade for him. So disastrous. YFP were fully in control, had the opening kill, had the read on the site that was going to be hit. They need to keep their heads in the game now. They know that, again, despite, sure, at this point it's only 1 round, but they've been in the lead, but it is now squandered. This should be an Ambrosia round win. It should be 10-10. They know that they're down economically. And they've lost all the momentum.
Do I check this? Yeah, it's tough to go for this spot. Jake's going to get his one, but that is it. And it came at the cost of losing Thief on the site. Which again means any utility you have deployed is now useless. You're probably not swinging off that, though, if you have traps, in fairness. Good fault line, catching onto the planter, but neural theft here is going to make it a bit easier for Ambrosia. No surprises now for the attack side team. They've evened up the game, and their economy is utterly maxed out.
You could see Satellite just flowing with confidence there. Acreon would have loved to have gotten another one of those kills instead of him, but will be happy to win the round. He was tossed that spike, finds one of the final 3 YFP players, and is now just 1 orb away from a Rolling Thunder. And that is a win con that Ambrosia could play to here, try and collect an early orb. And this round could be worth 2 if they win it. And that Rolling Thunder would be the best ult in play if they can find him that orb.
Stella backed off. Again, this is pretty standard stuff. This sort of somewhat shallow smoke from Ambrosia denies the op play or the presence of that Sova. Stella has been incredible this game, but Ambrosia playing in such a way as to really deny that early round info gain that Sova wants to sort of embark on. And they are covered this A site. This is not what YFP wants. Why? This is disastrous for them. Having to go for a full retake on the A site in the Hail Mary round where they actually have money to work with. And their ultimates, honestly, not the most compelling in terms of solving this particular problem. Rolling Thunder comes out from Ambrosia here, slowing YFP up further.
I mean, hell, at this point, do you even consider saving? There's barely any time left. Stunned again. Jake does find one. Do they try to commit? They might just all die to the spike even at this point, man.
I mean, they've got to go. They've got to be looking for something. I think at this point,
they just can't.
Hey, in for a penny, in for a pound. You're still playing up by Heavenside here. B-Dog's able to find one. It's down to Acreon in hell.
What's another death?
And only just, YFP. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, they commit to it, Wyatt. And they probably knew it was done, but it took them so long to get their ducks in a row on Heaven.
They were close, but you could just feel that they were going to be so cooked by the time at the end. Because that Rolling Thunder came in, because then on the attempt to get in after the Rolling Thunder, they're stunned yet again by the hell position. I love that from Glyph, getting that cheeky teleport to get the man advantage and then fall away. Fair attempt considering how little time they had, but that has put YFP right on the edge of this loss. Ambrosia have taken full control of this game. They're on an 8-1 run since the side swap.
Might have been the right call to save there. All they've done is try and keep Ambrosia honest money-wise, but they have so much of it. They really don't suffer as a result of losing all their rifles in that previous round. Okay, Petty! Straight through the smoke, apparently with a Blade Storm. YFP though end up getting traded evenly, but Snell's better timing here, and the stinger goes to work. And he doesn't give Ambrosia an opportunity to exchange frags there. But Akrian might be good for a spray here. Never expects the second. And that's a spike loose. How does Drake gain this to his advantage? Glyph does have ultimate. And he'll be snapping up that spike in a moment.
Just goes right back into B. Jake thinks he's gonna teleport to A. What is happening, man? The double
He's gonna
from
gamble.
the shadows.
It's just a gamble. He knows that's going to happen,
gambling.
right?
Yep. Image of the guy mining diamonds. Keep gambling.
Oh, no. That's a heartbreak, folks. YFP, 2 very close rounds. Two rounds where realistically they could have won, if not for a couple of seconds, one way or the other. But Drake has no choice here but to make a bit of a gamble to one of the extremity sites. Glyph, though, I mean, he's played Knifey Spoony before, Wyatt. He just stays at B. That's
and he gets
extremely
two
based.
Blade Storm kills blind. But that's why YFP also ripping their ults into that. They use the Blade Storm and they use the Rolling Thunder. I'm not mad at them for doing it. Penny got that first kill. Let's go for this round win. But things devolve towards the end. There's too many individual fights. Thief is going to regret going for that peak, dying in the 3v2. Things tragically collapse, and now YFP have none of those big resources left to actually expend on their full buy round. Not one ultimate to their name. Welly has the Hunter's Fury. It's just looking tough. Ambrosia want to get into this C site.
All right, there is that Hunter's Fury now. You can see you heading towards the back part of Garage. Thief's already gotten onto the side, though, but again, somehow on the move. Satellite seems to be more accurate. B-Dog is down to 45 here. Shock Dart is going to miss, and it's an outro for the attack side going to clear out Garage. They're going to know. And Jake is set up there, looking to make his push. It's a good timing here for Penny. This one gets a little bit closer. The money, though, for Ambrosia is fine. They're going to plan in this round. They're still looking okay for the next. It's YFP need to hold on with everything they've got. Akrian wants to make this costly for them if the defenders are going to have a defuse, but even that's not guaranteed. It could be the map here and now. It's up to Penny. They've already lost all but one of their rifles. Still disastrous for YFP. Akrian mows them down for 4. Ambrosia, it's a 9-3 halftime score, and they surge back into the lead. Shell-shocking their opponents. I mean, if I'm YFP, I have head in hands right now.
It was an insane clutch. That was an insane run on the side swap. That was 10-1 for Ambrosia once they got onto attack. Satellite, once he got into the game, could start taking the fight to YFP, was incredible. Just didn't have those opportunities on defense. YFP, their macro calling was great when they were on attack. But on defense, it was like they were just getting hit by a sledgehammer every round. They couldn't shut down Satellite at any moment, and to lose to a clutch of that fashion is crazy. Akrian was so sharp. That second to last little quick peek towards spawn was lovely. What a comeback from Ambrosia on their map pick. It looked like they were down and out. Looked like YFP were going to steal it away in dominant fashion.
Yeah, that's going to hurt YFP. They definitely got undone by their own hand on 1 or 2 occasions. A lively map, though. A close one indeed. More of this series still to come. That was Ambrosia's map pick, but don't forget, this is an elimination game. Loser is out of Challengers playoffs. Winner advances to the lower finals. Don't go too far. More to come.
I don't really know. I don't really have that many skills. I guess I know how to dress sometimes. I'm like okay at dressing. I can dress myself. Yeah, you got the fit, you know, the fashion. You already know. You already know.
I have really high emotional intelligence, so I think that definitely like helps both out of game and in game a lot. Managing like team aspects and being able to be a leader in team environments, as well as just everyday life, managing emotions and dealing with conflict really well. Yeah, I think that's a really big skill of mine that I value a lot, and it has helped me immensely in both real life and in the game.
I don't even know. I mean, I've put my time into this game so much and like gaming so much, so I'm a very positive guy, a positive beacon, I guess, but that's it. I don't think I have any other skills, really. I'm pretty funny. That's enough.
My biggest skill outside the game is probably just work ethic. Like everything that I've done when it comes to like school or when it comes to like working or whatever, I have a very like streamlined mindset where it's not like what is the product of it, but the process. Really trying to like find joy and appreciate like the work that's like put in. I always try to have a mindset that's like continually looking towards like improving or getting better at whatever I feel like I'm lacking in.
I don't know. I feel like my major in marketing, like I've always been like a very talkative guy. So I'd say like going towards like business and marketing, I would say that's one of my biggest skills. Just, you know, being a very talkative and someone that can, you know, just get along with a lot of people.
Up the top of B site. Oh, the ace! What they have left? Only 3 of just but 4 makes it happen.
Where the two duelists are waiting. 10's first blind. Good for 3. There's
First map in the series, elimination match. Going into this was map pick coming out from the side of Ambrosia. YFP, they take an early lead, but unable to hold it. Ambrosia to take it in the end. That was such a crazy beginning to the match, ending to the match, the 1v3 clutch. Ash, we really got it all.
We really did. And we talked about how it was going to be reliant on YFP trying to figure things out on defense here, especially on Haven. And it just wasn't able to happen for them, despite starting out so strong in the first half, having that 9-3 start. They were only able to get a singular round once we swapped sides. And I think what was really interesting is both these teams played pretty passively, pretty like bunkered in for the most part on defense, instead of going for a little bit of that pressure on the extremities and whatnot. And the attacking side consistently kind of picked apart those holes for both sides.
I was really interested in the way that they were going to be playing here, especially when it came down to, we talked about the defense, we talked about the teams and those sides where they struggle in the most, and it was really impressive to me looking at, I mean, I know that you mentioned they don't always go aggressive, and yeah, for the most part it was very passive on the defense, but those plays in that round 4, round 8 where Welly's going for the Hunter's Fury, that allows the side of Ambrosia to play just a little bit more aggressive towards A. But what was happening right after, it was an immediate rotation towards C. Out of all the 12 rounds that we see on that attacking side for YFP towards the beginning, 9 of those end up towards that C side, and some of them, they're initially planning to do this, sometimes is going through a garage to go for that C hit, and other times is they're trying to go A, but they have this set up plays for Ambrosia that don't let them go through it, whether it's going to be the Hunter's Fury, whether it's going to be the opening for Satellite. There were so many cool ideas to deny that space. Now the problem was that then you only had your Cypher towards C, and even if Glyph was trying to set up the rest of the team as well, try to get an opening, it was oftentimes that one opening coming through for Ambrosia, then having to back up, and then for when that play comes through for YFP, they're still losing it. So it's a back and forth between the two that as we go into that second half, what you see Ambrosia do is a little bit of the same, right? A lot of the C hits, a lot of that understanding on how they want to play it early on, and especially trying to switch it up when you know YFP is constantly forced into these eco rounds where they don't have anything else. Is going to be the mid push that almost found success, or is going to be that A play that they were trying to set up for with the operator for Penny that was just not successful. So really good read for both of them when it came down to how they wanted to play their best side here.
I'm just looking at that on that previous screen, 8 rounds in a row for Ambrosia to be able to close out no matter what was going on. I thought that was fully impressive. And just looking at the performance and the step up across the board from a lot of the players, it was really nice to see for an elimination for this lower round 3, how much work everyone put into this. But a couple of those key little differences here, Ash, to really make the difference. And there was a round that you had pulled up that you wanted to break down a little bit, specifically where we can see a little bit of where Ambrosia could take the lead.
Yeah, looking back over towards round 19, that's the one right after YFP take their time out, the one that they need to win to try and maintain the lead that they had built for themselves earlier on in this map and stave off the comeback from Ambrosia. You saw that space initially being cleared out by the drone, and it's that green light for Stellar to use the Hunter's Fury. Manages to catch Satellite off guard, and now YFP are up in numbers. You think, okay, 5v4, this is where things should start to come together. They should be able to use this advantage. But Ambrosia, with the calling coming out from Glyph, knowing that they were going to pull some of those rotations over towards the B site, expending a lot of utility as well, just to try and buy this fake before actually double pumping back over towards this garage control. And it looks threatening, right? Because YFP, the call does come out from Stellar. They know that this push is coming through, but the response with this paranoia from Glyph to stop and make this backside flood uncomfortable for YFP is what really turns the tide for Ambrosia. They start to kind of scramble a little bit, trying to go and win out those engagements and stop the flood from happening. And it leaves YFP now in this 2v3 scenario where you've got Penny still on that operator, and then things kind of like start to fall apart. It felt like in those fights, even though the paranoia does expire towards the end of that round there on the YFP players, they kind of overextend. Maybe the comms got a little bit chaotic with how they're going for those engagements, but it was great adaptations coming out into that round for Ambrosia that really turned the tide for them to get the opportunity to tie things up 10-10 into the next round.
Some of those little differences, like with that round, some of these clutches, like it really did look like that Ambrosia could do no wrong. And Dan, I know that there was specifically one player on the side of Ambrosia that you wanted to highlight. Someone we got to talk about a little bit yesterday, and also big step up, big impact going into today.
Yeah, I mentioned it before. I really like what Willie was doing on this map. I feel like the impact that he was having on the Sova was really insane. And I mentioned it too. It was round 4 and round 8 when he's able to get that Hunter's Fury activated on the defense. And they were going for this 4-man play on defense on that A side, where Willie and one of those was able to get that opening. Then that forces that full rotation towards C. And yeah, we already talked about the problems that Ambrosia was having towards C when it came down to the defense. But there is nothing to worry about. We switched sides, and he's able to do the exact same thing. They're going for a C hit on attack, and you have a dash coming through for your jet for Satellite, where he gets that info early on that there's 2 players backside ready to take him down. He's trying to buy time by smoking himself off, and in that meantime, you have the Hunter's Fury for Willie coming through, gets the opening into the player's backside, and opens up that round to be won by Ambrosia. This is the little things that he was doing to come back into that second half. It was a 9-3, just to remind everybody, and that little information, those extra Hunter Furies that he was able to get, were absolutely the difference maker into this map of Haven.
I think looking over towards the fact that we're heading into Ascent next, where it's going to be another very Sova comfortable map there for Welly, it just says a lot about what our expectations are from this players and the impact that the Sova is going to be able to bring to the table here for Ambrosia going into YFP's pick.
Yeah, and let's talk about that second pick of the series and going into Ascent now, because first map of the series, it was going to be an Ambrosia pick. Now we get to go over to YFP, and we got to see Ascent coming out from YFP yesterday in their match up against TSM. And the last time we saw Ambrosia here, this is where kind of things went downhill in their match versus Burger Boys. So I'm curious with the Ambrosia that has been constantly leveling up at, how much better this is going to be today, or if this is going to be a YFP that can in fact take this to split.
Well, the thing is, again, you look over at their previous results here on Ascent. They've taken it up against teams like M80, like Hubert Academy, Blue Otter, that matchup up against Burger Boys doesn't go in their favor. But sometimes it's also nice after a string of wins to be faced up against a loss. That way you can see where a lot of the holes are to your approach to the map might be, and then look for that bounce back as an opportunity to learn something from it. But the interesting interaction is definitely going to be seeing how they deal with that YFP comp on Ascent if they continue to carry forward with that double controller, with the Viper that you don't get to see too often. It's a very rare pick that works for some teams, and Jake definitely found a lot of value in his ability to find these lurk opportunities on Ascent last time around.
Yeah, I love YFP's comp for this, and they looked so confident on it yesterday. So I'm really hoping that we do get to see that third map in the series. But real quick, I know I promised you, Dan, because you were like, I got to make sure everyone knows my predictions going into this series. We didn't have time because we wanted to get into the game, but as we wait for our final player to get into the server, we can now have the Dan monologue of her going up against the world with her Ambrosia
I'm feeling
pick.
great. I'm feeling great, everybody. How are we feeling? Can we do a little check? Sierra, feeling great? Ash, feeling great about your prediction?
I'm feeling good. I believe.
Okay.
I'm not a doubter. I'm not changing my mind here, Dan.
No, I mean,
Great.
okay.
You look at Ascent and like YFP looks strong at Ascent. You look at Split as the decider in the series. I don't know. Dan, you know what? You can talk all you want now. This can come to bite you. That's all I'm saying.
But it will not. And it never has, and it never will. So
Do we want to talk about your long walk yesterday after this game?
Stop. We don't bring that one up. No, that didn't happen. I feel pretty good about Ambrosia. I mentioned it on that first map. It was now the fourth time that they changed the composition, but I kind of saw the vision that they had for the map and the way that they wanted to play it on the attacking side. On this map, yeah, you guys are right, actually. I am a little concerned about what YFP is going to be able to do with that Viper that we don't really see very often. And he's actually really good playing this double controller here. It seems like everybody's kind of going through that process of, okay, what are we going to play after Tejo? And some have opted for, you know, what we just saw in Haven, the standard competitions. And others are, okay, let's bring it back a couple years. Let's bring back the Viper on this map and see what we can do. So it is a really strong competition for YFP. I think, you know, in what both of them are playing, I kind of benefit their side a little bit more. But they've also only played it one time for Ambrosia, and I wouldn't mind if they change the composition a little here.
We'll have to see if they do switch it up. It's definitely a little hard for us to be switching things up at this point in the playoffs, but with a not so successful Ascent last time and up one in the series, maybe we'll get to see that. But offhand, no, it looks like they're going to be sticking to that. So I'm curious then, Ash, how this will fare up against Jake on that Viper.
Yeah, I think that's where our eyes lie, right? And what's so funny is that typically you'd be like, okay, YFP, they're running this double controller. They're starting on the attacking side where you would expect this comp to shine a lot more. But no, it's the attack that was so good from YFP in that matchup up against TSM. And it was a threat because you kind of just are able to starve Ambrosia of a lot of that information early on. I'm curious to see how YFP are going to deal with that Sentinel utility to maximize that lurk potential, but you can expect Jake to probably be walking past some of Acrean setups.
I'm excited to see how this one's going to fare. If Ambrosia are going to be sticking to the same composition, I definitely think that maybe as okay, we're still figuring this out. Maybe they're just comfortable having seen what YFP is playing since, of course, they have that opportunity to see that game yesterday. I don't know. I'm excited to see how they switch it up once we get into the server, though, and the match is ready, so we won't have to wait much longer. Time to see if YFP can take their map pick, take us into a game 3, or if it's Ambrosia, a clean 2-0. Let's head to Ascent into your caster's Uber and why to find out.
Yes, Ambrosia still with the homage out to previous player Ada, who I don't think actually played for this team since, well, or rather his last game for this team, I think was in like promo relegation where they had to play Maryville a couple of months ago. I bring that up because, of course, he was on Turtle Trip, the guy that loved to play the deadlock on this map, right? They were all about it last year in Challengers. And that's the direction Ambrosia have sort of opted to go this time around, Wyatt. But I want to say that the last time I saw Viper on this map was like Loud doing some ridiculous stuff in like early 2024 with the Phoenix comp as well. Like, it is kind of crazy to see Double Controller make its comeback on Ascent.
Yeah, you'll see it very, very occasionally. And it can be nice when you're able to take some free space because of the wall. You're able to shut down some of the common sight lines because, of course, the op is so good on this map. And listen, for the Ambrosia comp to get rolling to its fullest extent, you want that op in the hands of your Yoru. You want to control lanes with that and force the attacking team to have to go into the Sentinel setups. So maybe that could come to fruition, help YFP out later. But for now, it's the pistol round and it's a B-side split, getting in through market with the majority of their players.
Pretty nice moves here from YFP. They've already got themselves well and truly into market. So Ambrosia have to play off these traps. Paranoia not affecting Shondex, so he's in position to deal with Jake. I think YFP maybe just banking a little bit too much on that flash, and Shondex has just walked away with the bag, bro. 3 kills in that side. Ambrosia anchoring like gods.
That was clean as hell from Shondex. All of those taps. That stun that came out from the deadlock trip connected onto 3 players, I think. That had everybody's stun getting onto the side. Yeah, I want to see this again just to... Yeah, it's all 3 players on lane got hit by the stun. That's crazy, man.
And nobody got hit by the paranoia, I think, for Ambrosia on the defense side. So a little bit shaky there for YFP. This Viper wall, though, is interesting. You often see it, or at least when we did see it on this map, it will kind of force defenders into retakes on occasion. Just have them sort of play over towards grass, over towards tree entirely. Fully commit to that A side. Can't really do either.
This is
by half measure.
This is YFP pulling a G2. They didn't get the spike down. Did they even kill anyone at all? But they're going for the force with no cash against the double sentinel comp. If they lose this round, you could see a future where Ambrosia just torch them for the rest of this half and run away with the game. This is dangerous. They all have half armor. They're going to be running into this outlaw. They want to use the Viper wall to obscure this sightline, get into the site for free. Satellite wants to play in front of it, but has to teleport away.
They're going to be tucked here. The rest of YFP ambling now into this A site. Sonic sensors are there all over A. YFP have got to be wary of it. They really got wrecked by them last time.
Oh,
Gravnet comes in. They're all lit. This could be devastating. Wedding doesn't fully commit onto it. Ambrosia, though, have done more than enough. Player advantage secured. This Stinger by starting to falter. And no spike plant yet. Thick spotted over towards Jen, and Satellite's easily going to be able to pick him off. Talk about a gamble being made by Stella. And they had all their chips in on him. Glyph is going to bring him down.
That got dangerous for a second because it did not know, or rather did not look like Shondex knew where to look for that last player. Trying to get back in with the outlaw, but Ambrosia win it out, and YFP, time to go back to the well, get the stingers again, because they're going to have the loss bonus, all that, but this is a rough start. Hey, at least they did a lot of damage. If that was cleaner for Ambrosia, then things are looking dangerous for real. But they've kept a lid on the economy, so okay, they're not going to be off to too ridiculous of an advantage.
Even so, not the result that we're looking for with a force up like that. Grab that timings have been just too good for Akri, and he's got a spidey sense about it. Now can fall back behind the barrier. And YFP are not great weapons for breaking through this. But if they don't want to wait 40 seconds, then they're going to have to do something about it or head elsewhere. That seems to be like it might be the plan.
Unfortunately, they have no control of elsewhere. They're going to be walking back towards... Oh my god, Glyph was watching top mid. He just backed up, but now he's going to posture back up onto that angle, taking contact with Satellite tucked, watching tiles.
Okay, there's Satellite playing from mid. That's exactly what you wanted to see, White. Him controlling those lanes with a scoped weapon. They had to fall off the angle for free.
Wait, did he just teleport like 3 inches away from where he was at? Like, wait.
It looks like a chamber TP.
Yeah, I'm like... I feel like my eyes are deceiving me because it's so strange, but that is the truth. That is the reality. I mean, what? He got a bunch of kills. Who cares? But it just confused me. It just confused me. I'm like, wait, what the hell?
Sometimes, like, you think the gate crash goes further than you end up throwing. Like, you don't turn back to look at it. You get sort of busy fighting. Yeah, no, you're right. It was a very short little TP. Hey, break that crosshair placement. I'm fine with it.
Anyhow, YFP will be happy that that outlaw is not being carried over into this round because 4 other players have light armors, not the ideal buys for the attacking side. On a must-win round, this one would be worth 2.
Another,
We put YFP on a really bad half buy.
it's another Speedway Sonic sensor here, which was crippling for YFP on the pistol.
That was a full connection shock dart onto Penny. That did the max damage. She's down to 50.
Now just clone. Obviously, this was previously a great way to deal with the Vice Wall. Now likely really just for information. Satellite obviously unperturbed by it. Might look to tuck here in this corner. A re-clear of B-main will show that YFP have just vacated it. So that's a gate crash. I like this from Satellite. Good response. Gate crash out towards the A side. Ambrosia trying to make sure they've got everyone they need here. Well, he was lit by that dart. And YFP now considering re-hitting this B side. What do they know about the setup for the defenders at A, though?
Left.
Not a whole lot. They just want to try to show some presence. But because that cam isn't going to pick anyone up, trying to get into tree, that trip isn't being broken, Ambrosia feel confident to start rotating over. There's 18 seconds left. The spike is still in B main. They still need to cross to market. Satellite spots them both out. Acreon in a lot of danger backside.
Oh, he got them both. Oh, buddy, that is crazy stuff. Deep though able to find success. Somehow the Sonic sensor on Speedway is gone. Was it destroyed by spam? I doubt it. Either way, wasn't a factor in that fight. Shondex now having to come back through CT a little bit late. YFP pretty pleased, I think, to get something on the board with 3 rifles maintained this early on this attack side. Definitely makes up for the big gamble in round 2, Wyatt, where they just weren't able to turn it into a round win.
Unless Shondex makes something of a miracle happen, but that's not going to be the case. B-Dog just biding his time in B main. YFP with a good last-second pivot and execute to B. Ambrosia, it looked like they were going to beat them to the timing. I mean, hell, Acreon did get back sight, and he did get hit with the grab net, but just did not actually have an opportunity to collect either of those players. And then there was a perfect flash back sight that put Welly in a really tough spot. I mean, he was even lucky to get one with the Guardian there, frankly, after this happened.
Yeah, it really fell apart. I think this hold on the map, and Satellite had the right timing. It was ADS'd in. It just misses the 2 YFP players cross mid. So the intuition still was pretty on point for Ambrosia. Damn, I bet Dryad wishes she predicted Ambrosia to win today. Shame she voted YFP like the rest of this vote.
Yeah, we were trying to tell her that that was a big mistake.
Yeah.
Ash, Sierra, everyone. A weird choice, but all good. Glyph paranoia comes through. Penny's trying to play from switch at the moment. Satellite taking a lot of damage back sight.
Still alive there, Welly. Big investment this round into Odin, and he is stopped in his tracks. Another great grab net. Acreon has got to have at least 100%. At least 100% connection rate on that grenade. Shondex though has been able to move up now, but that Aldron's going to force him off, and it's awkward with that Sheriff. He narrowly avoids being ruined. Speeddog was waiting in the wings for him to cross.
At this point, does Acreon just want to even save in this situation? Doors still up. Shondex going to have to waste some time breaking that. Wants to maybe find one, get away with the rifle. Not even going to happen. Jake is gonna, yeah, he's going to hunt for more. He wants to remove that last rifle from Acreon. Ambrosia were so low on money. This is huge for YFP. They really could have been in a horrific situation had that round 2 force not actually gotten a lot of kills on Ambrosia. It was possible that they'd never be seeing an anti-eco round.
I mean, I guess it was important in that it's really softened up the bonus for Ambrosia, right? Just getting all their, oh god, they got 4 rifles out of them in that second round. So at least they were able to get that much done. Now, these last couple of rounds, these hits over towards the B side have worked really well, but you notice YFP are really playing it patiently. Now, this is not a grav net that Acreon can play into, unfortunately for him. He at least knows that. Having to be pinged out here by this drone. I'm not sure if the drone saw the deadlock, or rather the omen here at the site, but they can probably guess now with that dark cover very quickly blooming in place.
With all this noise being made, Ambrosia feel like it's time to go for a bit of a gamble. Stack up 4 of their players over towards that A side of the map. They just have Shondex watching B, where they, I mean, the intentions of YFP are to actually go. That's where they have the spike. That's where they have that Viper wall that they can try and make some safe passage into sight with. You know, they can take a little bit of B main without having to hard clear, use any util close.
It's just nothing for Shondex to play off here. No traps. Yeah, you've got the cam, of course. He knows that they're headed this way.
Trying to beat them there, but a little too late.
And there's the double cyber cage here over to CT, so it really just isolates Shondex on the B site. Jake's going to play close here, followed up by a smoke. So basically, yeah, Ambrosia realized they've got to surge, but they've got to get onto the side somehow. Satellite upgrades over towards us. Rather, a Phantom is able to find one, but Penny plays close. It's not a time when they can anticipate adequately. And it looks like Welly was affected by something there, maybe nearsighted, unclear. YFP, 3 attack sides in a row. It cannot be overstated how important it is for them to get online so early on in the half.
That was well done from Penny. Savior at the final moment there. Don't know how Satellite was able to jump out. I mean, I guess he just close range got one with the Bucky, insta picks up the rifle, wins a duel in the site. It was pretty crazy. But still, the rest of the Ambrosia players just bad weapons, no armor, spam down. Penny gets himself into a nice little position tucked on stairs, and Ambrosia feel that they must take a timeout here. They're going to have to fully invest. They have a lot of ultimates to play with.
These Viper Walls have been moving across the map, pretty regularly, right? Towards A and B, respectively. See, these early rounds look so good for Ambrosia. They push up mid, was solid for them. It's this round, though, is the inflection point. For whatever reason, that deadlock utils cleared out on Speedway. They're able to make their way in and really just cover this side out. And look at all the util. I mean, this double... there's the double Senti comp, obviously, like, it invests heavily in the, putting all of that Senti util on the one site between the Cypher and the deadlock. And then tries to have the bodies at the other, but it's not played out the way they'd like it to.
No, not so far. All right, Ambrosia are going to invest into the operator here. Like I said right at the beginning of this game, that is one of the critical elements that makes this comp so potent when you're on defense. Using that op to control one part of the map on your own and then forcing the team on attack into the Sentinel utility because they don't want to have to deal with re-clearing you. Right now, that op is postured towards B main.
You see that Viper Wall just shuts down the Omen one way, denying that from Acreon. Well, he's been pretty bloody good with these Hunter's Furies so far, and there it is. There's the op. Satellite finding connection. Forced off the line here by this Owl drone, but that's fine. He got his, and a large concentration of YFP players towards this A side of the map. But just now, mid is starting to be explored a little further. B-Dog also heads over towards the B side of the map, but he still needs to clear B main. There's a cam in there, but it's going to be stall util thrown in that direction to try and prevent Ambrosia from having to actually rotate across the map with everyone.
A Glyph just counter from the shadows gets over to B. It looked like YFP may have wanted to try to accelerate, but they realized that the rotations had just come too quickly. Time to work back towards A, where Stellar has maintained some level of control of main. Acreon, really weak backside. Welly trying to support.
Right here.
30 seconds left. Thrown out there by the Yori just in case YFP had pushed up to grass. They have, but not on the time that it would have otherwise expected. He still checks, though. Diligent play from Satellite. His second in the round. And Jake tucked around the corner with the shorty. Satellite's able to convert. That is 3 kills for him. YFP's going to pop that neural theft, but the spike was knocked to hand, and now they're going to be very short on time. No Viper to operate this wall, so nothing really to work with now as Dimensional Drift is going to be used just to confirm the veracity of these movements now from the attackers. Beast knows Shondex is lurking close by. Glyph is low, but doesn't need to swing alone. Ambrosia have this from 3 different angles now. And they just need to wait out some of these smokes. Satellite sees it all, but Stellaris is too sharp. How he finds success in those situations is beyond me. Now the numbers have been evened up. They're going to have to drop into hell, and it's going to be messy, whichever way you slice it, folks. Glyph knows it. So throws the prescribed smoke at that location to start the defuse now. He's in a safe spot for this. Shocky doesn't quite kill him, and it's going to be an opportunity there for Glyph at 7 to swing out, find the kill, and get the defuse. A much-needed round for Ambrosia.
The two of them play that so well at the end there. Little bait and switch swing from Glyph is perfect, and luckily for him, he also didn't die to that shock dart. Went on such low HP. That almost certainly would have been the round over if that would have actually claimed his life, but it doesn't. Credit to Satellite for getting that 3-piece earlier on. Just able to teleport around the map, posts up in a couple different positions with the operator. And this is the frustrations of playing against it when it is in the hands of the Yoru.
Away we go again. This time the double face over towards the A main position. So Ambrosia very quickly realized that they cannot play off that one-way smoke because the Viper Wall is headed B side. Satellite wants to control this lane. Poison Orb's going to force him off the line. He just doesn't want to waste his time. So this might, in effect, allow Jake to lurk up mid on a timing.
So that deadlock setup from Akron over towards A is really posted up to just deny anyone that's trying to get into tree after Satellite takes contact, but that'll all be irrelevant as YFP just have full intentions of playing off this Viper wall to get into the B side. Recon is going to be broken, not before picking up Shondex, who feels he needs to retreat. Backside double up with Welly. YFP still taking their time at the moment, not rushing things.
They haven't really shown themselves here towards Boathouse, containing YFP pretty effectively. Now they might start and tighten the net a little more. Shondex, great little off angle here, but Penny on the moves able to take him down. That was through smoke, Stella. Annihilation at the ready. Is this one that would make Ada proud? We're going to find out. Stella with the plant, unaffected by the Annihilation. Apparently desperate spray for Penny does not pay off. And that's time for B-Dog. In a 1v2, at least in the post plant, but no util left. It is time, buddy, to pay the piper. Ambrosia have an op in this retake, which is a bit odd. For that reason, exactly. B-Dog handles him. And Akron here now has to kind of go for it. Nothing of his own util-wise to make use of. This is going to be raw sauce, no catch-up, folks. B-Dog's got this off angle, but likely has shown his gun barrel at some point. Akron checking the corners. He knows he's going to be here. It's on pure reaction time. And Akron again comes out on top.
B-Dog getting the dink even through the wall, but not enough damage because of it. That is brutal. Well played from Akron. Catches out Jake lurking out mid earlier on to find that initial advantage. Really well played. Crucial round for Ambrosia, going to retain that op as well. Keep that in the hands of Satellite. Keep applying that pressure to YFP with it on the various extremities of the map.
I just like from Ambrosia, they just don't get ahead of themselves. They play really patient on that A side, by a lot of time for the rest of Ambrosia to head over towards mid, get in there through CT. Got them pretty well surrounded. YFP a little too face up with their movements in that last round. And finally, Ambrosia can start to build this economy. YFP, conversely, well, it's getting a little bit shaky. They do get those crucial 3 attack side rounds, but they've got such a good staging ground that they've got to be asking for more. Cybercage from the attack side denies the defensive one way. And here comes the Hunter's Fury now. Looks like Willie got clipped by that one. He's looking a little bit haggard here.
Yeah, but Shondex is just backside, taking 1v1's Penny. Finally shuts him down, but not before YFP lose 2 players and Satellite picks up that spawn angle. Seller was caught in no man's land, still trying to rotate into the site.
Like the pressure's off the defenders in a big way here. Satellite has got a ton to work with. There's the gate crash. Yeah, okay, clone. Noted by Penny. Okay, smoke clear. Satellite taken down. This gets a bit more interesting now. Thief gets a 1 versus 1 on Speedway, and the Paranoia is a little bit too late. Gate crash for Penny could have been dangerous. He appeared out in the open, but Ambrosia are not ready to capitalize. Welly going down now. Wayward spray. Penny low. 48 to work with, and Glyph will deal with him. These are hard-fought rounds, and Ambrosia can never really get ahead money-wise, but YFP are going to be cobbling together what they can in the next round to break the piggy bank, to try and get a bit more than 3.
A lot of credit has to go the way of Shondex there. He's feeling an immense amount of pressure from the hit coming in. Welly could do nothing to support from Market, smoked off, and having to avoid the Hunter's Fury that was headed his way. So that is just the lone Cypher on site, needing to play around box, you know, isolating 1v1s it seemed like he was able to do, at least, you know, via looking at the mini-map. And then from there, you know, Penny gets the trade, but it's a little too late. YFP have already dropped 2 players. You know, they're hoping to just rush into that site. All right, we go 1 for 1. Cool. We get the plant down. Jake has that Viper's Pit to cover everything up. But it just never came to fruition because the anchoring was too solid.
Shondex has been an issue. Playing inside this round and the previous one just through Boathouse. Got to be a timeout here for for YFP. And they're faced with the perennial conundrum of any attack side team on this Ascent map. It's like, right, now we're pretty money starved. It's going to happen. How do we make this double controller comp work for us? How do we get this sick map control? Because you probably want a little bit more out of your Viper than a mid smoke and a way to counter out a one-way on this A main position.
Our satellite going to post up with the op this time. Tons of options. YFP, they're half buying into this. They have a couple Guardians, a couple Stingers to play with. Still that Viper's Pit in the hands of Jake. So listen, if they get into a situation where the spike goes down and they can play the Stingers inside of the pit, that is definitely one way they could potentially win out this round.
Here.
And he wants to drift across. Okay, crash to the back of the side here. Looks like they might want to be pretty quick about this one. Shondex might be aware of that. Okay, well, Penny out of nowhere tries to fight him. Shondex easily comes out on top. And Glyph gets active. Might have TP'd across the way. YFP right into the pure stopping power of Ambrosia with that op on A Heaven. And Steve says, well, this is a bit of a compromising situation I found myself in. My team can't buy next round. I don't have a Guardian, so it's not particularly convincing. I'm also Cypher, so there's that. Don't really have a way to scoop up this spike. So I think I'm going to spend the next minute checking my cuticles.
That was a little unlucky that Penny teleported in and instantly died. I was trying to be the space creator, but it just yeah, it didn't really go that way.
That, yeah. I guess no one is able to pressure Shondex because he's tucked in hell.
Yeah, and they were just like, getting cooked in the choke trying to entry back in, and well, it didn't take a full minute. A little bit shorter than that. Ambrosia just run thief down. Satellite is on fire. Was definitely the star back on map 1 when Ambrosia took over in the second half and has just carried that really excellent play right on into Ascent.
I mean, unlike Ambrosia, YFP aren't like being forced to play like a really raw contact style. They have like double controller. Historically, pretty good at sort of denying those op lines. Of course, they got the Aldrone as well. But they just get hit with a bunch of stall utils. They try and make their way through A main. The fact that like, you know, Acreon can throw a grab net and fall off that, just buy a bit of time there. Both teams have good stall potential on their defense sides. YFP even more so potentially with the extra smoker, but sometimes that op on defense side is just too good to deny.
So YFP, they try to use that poison cloud that Cellar is throwing down bottom mid to just obscure the view so they can theoretically be rotating anywhere they want back and forth through mid. Dimensional Drift is going to run through tree. Satellite, dangerous, has to back off for a moment. Penny's gone out in hell again.
This time he can see what's in hell before he appears there, which is pretty big difference maker. Set the clone out. Shondex, man, has been very hard to shift no matter where across the map he's been. I feel like our analysts, they really highlighted Shondex coming into this game. Really heads up pick, I think, for a early call of player of the match. He's been so damn good.
Deservedly so. Coming into this game, Shondex was the 3rd highest rated player in the playoffs for average damage per round and the highest non-duelist player. The 2 ahead of him are, you know, Boney and Kane Zera, 2 of the duelists that are just going absolutely crazy.
30 seconds left.
It's really a testament to how good he's been for Ambrosia during this run. YFP's entire plan there with the dimensional drift to try and get a split going into A just goes completely awry. All the timings are amiss. The defensive utility is throwing players off, not allowing them to get in when their teammates need that help. This comp is such a nightmare to play against once it gets rolling.
B-Dog's done a very good job, at least, turning up for work today in that round. Gets around the map, active enough. You notice that Willie's been able to have that Odin in hand for the last couple of rounds now as we head into the last of the first half. A 3 attack side round for YFP would be acceptable. Nothing to get excited about. And they'd probably be pretty nervous, I think, about playing against this double senti comp that makes these retakes borderline impossible once they can get into the sites. We might see a lot of early action, even though YFP, in theory, are playing a double controller comp that wants to sort of choke them out and put them against the clock. Let's see what YFP now can do in this last of the half. They've got Guardian here. Jake's got no armor at all. Oh, the Shockies hit him pretty darn hard.
And Drone coming over the top, spots out everyone. Shondex again in a position to anchor Willie, just spamming through with the Odin as well.
I mean, yeah, no armor to speak of. Spam is just, oh, too easy, Welly. Kills 3 people without seeing a glimpse of them this round. Well, that's an open and shut case for you folks. Time of death, round 12 for YFP.
They'll be thanking their lucky stars that they got 3 on the board early on after losing the pistol. Excuse me, forcing up, losing the force round, but doing enough damage in the first 3 rounds that 1 gun round win broke Ambrosia's economy, so they somehow got an anti-eco in a 3-9 half. I mean, this was absolute dominance from Ambrosia. That stretch of 6 rounds in a row, it felt like none of them were even close. YFP's best laid plans were just completely torn to shreds. You know, all of their A hits, players were just unable to be synced up because that defensive utility is so oppressive at denying players getting into space, getting through chokes when you're dealing with grab nets. Now it's about closing things out on this attack side.
I like the defense side. Viper Ball here is quite elegant. It covers 3 lanes quite adequately.
Why destroyed?
Ambrosia, though, of course, they have a very strong post plant set up with their composition. We talked about it so much last year. Turtle Troop being the biggest offenders on this map with the deadlock. They, you know, a barrier wall over, barrier mesh rather, over towards, you know, CT side on the B side, or to block off tree. Make it virtually impossible, especially on pistol rounds, to get back in. You see, Akrian has invested in that util here, so it's definitely part of the game plan for Ambrosia now on the attack side.
Why destroyed?
Broken that trip up mid. Recon is going to hit tree. Back sight, here comes the split. B-Dog, though, fast. Pacey through mid, is able to catch one in the back before they could even get into market.
Yeah, you look at YFP, they're so active on the map in the market now. And Ambrosia are feeling the pinch. They're not on a clock. Grabnet in the hand, by the looks of things for Akrian. Can he get this deployed adequately? Penny a little low, but still, YFP in general, brimming with confidence in such a round. Michonne next will be surrounded, dragged off his horse, and a very important pistol round seeded over to YFP to get him started on this defense side.
I love the pace that they played with, just getting out of A, right into mid when that B split was actually just trying to go through market. They caught Glyph in the back before he was even able to get in there. And then while the rest of the players are trying to get out of choke, they've already fought right into market, completely surrounding Ambrosia. At least so far this game, in terms of the scoreline, you know, it's the opposite, but the same as Haven. One team down 9-3, the other wins the pistol. On the last map, it was Ambrosia winning in the second half and then going on a massive comeback.
One enemy remaining.
I appreciate this from our players. Really just wanted to get this one out of the way nice and easy. Jake says, oh, it's an ace for free. Okay, well, I'll take it.
Good for
a very
the stats.
quick 9 to 5.
Good for VLR. Good for getting the ult.
I mean,
we'll take it.
Yeah, Jake honestly only was able to get 4 kills out of that first half. So he's the one you want to pad the stats for. Ah, yes. Bit of a bulldog ace for you. And they basically walk straight into those sight lines. Jake takes only a little bit of damage at the end.
That looked like something out of the tutorial, like shooting the little robots when they're right
I think
into
like
sight.
someone hovered the Radianite skin upgrades of the bulldog, and just has someone doing that.
All right, Penny is
now we're going to
pushed.
play the real game in theory. Akrian had armor. Thanking his lucky stars for that. Speaking of, it's Stella. Spotted out in mid, is able to duck away off that angle by taking a minimum amount of damage.
Penny wants to refight. Post back up on this tiles angle. Wants to be proactive, wants to find this opening. He's already done a good job getting the damage, and I love that extra step taken to the left just to throw off Akrian's view, then scope in, find the kill, teleport away. That's beautifully played.
I like there was some risk associated there, but that's the way that Penny wants to play out these early rounds. Really wants to assert himself. Now is his defense side Yoru. Getting a scope weapon in hand early is going to be crucial. It's a big momentum builder. Ambrosia, they've been here before. They know what it's like on Ascent. They're on that first attack side gun round. They lose the first pick.
30 seconds left.
It's also the agent that's supposed to make their post plants that much more potent. But being a very flashlight setup and a very contacty style composition, they need to find a way to get past this op play. And in this case, it's just go to a different site. Stella's going to be bundled back in a boathouse. Satellite trying to chase him down after being hit with the paranoia. And no one thinks to really check that corner. Satellite goes for it, hedges his bets, and is punished for it. Shondex at least able to trade out, but Stella, can he buy some time? Glyph looking the wrong way. Not ideal. Stella should fall here now, being pinched out, but it's, again, all the time he bought for Jake and the rest of the cavalry to arrive, who's more than doubled his kills in the last 2 rounds. YFP get their 6th on the board.
Lovely retake again. This pace that YFP are playing at is really excellent to watch right now. The way that they're all getting in onto that site together at the exact same time. Just running it down lane and stairs. And then, of course, it starts with Penny just finding this really excellent early kill.
Away we go. Stinger and Sheriff by here for Ambrosia. And we're going to start thinking about these ultimates a little more. Akron getting pretty close to annihilation.
Shadows traveling.
Standard play around A main here, YFP.
May even be able to get that this round. That annihilation, if Akron can get an orb, find a kill, maybe if things get scrappy, could pay off in a post plant. It's still a ways away though.
Must be a garden variety fast A split here, Wyatt. Looks like they grabbed netted down. Might have caught B-Dog. Not gonna matter though, Stellar is there. Sprays him down. Penny embedded there over towards Wayne. Swings out and Welly's dealt with. It's a spike loose there from the Sova player. And so Shondex will very little else to look at in such a round. Door shut in his face. Spike virtually in a different postcode. No one to be FedExing that one overnight. And we'll see if there's anybody who's just not particularly being diligent enough in this round. But Jake sees him on the swing. Should be a double swing to end him. Try and deny this Stinger a kill, and so they do. YFP with 4 rifles walk out of the round with heads held high.
We've got into a situation now where YFP are playing rounds in clean enough fashion that they're not losing too many players. Only 1 there. The state of their economy is out of control, and that's going to mean that Ambrosia are going to need to deal with Penny buying ops for multiple rounds, even if YFP are losing them. Now feeling the pressure, they're going to take a timeout. That's a 4-round run for the YFP team, and it really feels like we're just getting a nice little repeat of what happened on Haven, but in the opposite way, where YFP this time are able to win that second half pistol, start stringing together rounds, get their economy rolling, and the team in the lead is the one getting ecoed.
We're going to head over split should we need it. Our 3rd map in this series. One that was already touched on by our desk at the start of the game. Should be a proper spicy one. We're not going to ride off, of course, Ambrosia yet, but they've been pretty unsuccessful on this attack side so far. Partially owing to this from Penny, rather. Just really, proactive through mid. Bordering on aggression, getting scoped weapon in his hands very early on in the half and trying his best to abuse it to put his team back in pole position. Still a 2-round deficit in this game, though, for them. Ambrosia now coming out of this timeout, though. Let's see what kind of plan they're going to be able to enact.
If we head over to split as well, you got to feel like Ambrosia want to close this out here. That's the map where Penny put up 391 ACS the other day, 200 something average damage per round. You don't really want to have to deal with that. Penny is looking pretty solid at the moment, especially when he's had either the AWP or the Outlaw. Wants to get aggro here, press down mid, pick up the angle on tile. Satellite could be in danger.
There's no trade potential there, really. Shondex would have to overswing into a potential.
He didn't even have to. Oh, he's just expired. I was like, wait a second, what? That was dangerous, man. Bro had to take out the gate crash, but he is able to get away. Hunter's Fury gonna go out in B main and just catch Satellite. Stellar has had some great Hunter's Furies in this series. It's just been mid-round, send them out, find a pick.
And Ambrosia are trying to play around those gate crash timings to some degree, right? Wait for them to expire. Try and see a second one drawn out. And they've done their homework, right? They played that early round passively, and then randomly, up in 12-0, Hunter's Fury comes in and claims one of their, crucially, the Duelist with Dimensional Drift. It's about as good as it gets for YFP in terms of what they can collect off that Sova ult. And now Ambrosia probably are looking at plan B. B-Dog's got a good timing, but Willie's actually able to get out of that encounter mostly unscathed, and Akrian deals with Stella. Now it's getting uncomfortable. Mirror theft pop. Ambrosia, they know they're revealed. They know their positions have been noted inside that smoke, but they're going to go for it anyway. And what a place to get a wall here. Now this retake is going to be such a pain.
Oh.
Nah, that's too risky. B-Dog has to try and save him, but that is dirty stuff. Ambrosia lose that player early. Satellite dies to the Hunter's Fury, but the plan they cobbled together in that timeout, why it pays off.
Hackerian has some very smooth aim. Able to, unfortunately, I might have been him or a different player. No, I believe it was him. Caught Stellar in that heaven smoke the moment that he was sending out the recon. And then from there, the players on the site are just exposed to multiple different angles. You know, funny enough, this is another round where Stellar gets a mid-round first kill with the Hunter's Fury, and then YFP lose. The same thing happened on the second half of Haven. Ambrosia are able to, you know, claw back rounds that they have no right winning.
Ambrosia now have an attack side Yoru op in hand. And then taking it over towards this B side of the map. Penny, the counterpart here to Satellite, the same weaponry. Doesn't want to be forced off that line by the drone, but oh, has no choice. That is just straight up fundamentals there from Ambrosia. Clear the angle with the R drone, post up with your own op player, win the fight. Not good for YFP.
You know Penny is not expecting that there's going to be an op posted up on attack on the angle he just got forced off of.
Really uncommon to see that. And if you do see it, it's more like trying to challenge mid.
What?
Okay, well, don't know how Glyph loses that one out. Or rather, how B-Dog's able to win it. Numbers get even up. Welly goes down. This is starting to fall apart a little bit now. Stella does see a player tucked log. Shondex has to know he's been revealed. And so he simply walks away.
Now slowly, Ambrosia
30 seconds left.
walking up lane. Jake is unaware. Noise being made.
Barrier still a factor.
Man,
Still
they're too
trying
scared
clear
to
it.
plant. Too scared to plant just yet. 17 seconds.
Sonic's been cleared.
Yeah, trying to break the trip. Spam goes through, but not enough to kill Hackerian.
Both the sensors are gone. There is a Cypher trap wire here on the side. Could be relevant. Shonix can keep his head down. Hackerian is definitely the one that's expected to take contact here. Boathouse smoked. Doesn't really matter if you've got a trap wire to play with, but you can't cover Hackerian's crossfire unless you move. So Hackerian plays safe. Only be able to be able to be seen from one angle. The timing! Still a down! Tries to whip himself over towards Speedway. Oh, that's not good for YFP at all. That round might have been their Challengers playoffs run right there.
Try the same old tricks.
Absolute disaster, man. 3 versus 2 walking in. They just cannot trade for each other. Too slow on the swing from lane. And the two guys that contact walked into sight. They were shot down with no help. That's crazy from Thief, but look at this. It's just too late from Jake. It's just too late on the swing. He needed to come up with that clutch. Can't do it. YFP are fully forced into this round with a stinger on Jake. Still has that Viper's Pit to play with.
And their stage 2 run really hinging on this round here. YFP barely make it into playoffs. It's a scrape through the Swiss stage. The quality of teams and challenges really has been ratcheted up this phase. Ambrosia are a great example of this, getting into playoffs with a 4-1 record. Looking like YFP might be their next victim. And this is after YFP handled TSM yesterday.
We have a very, very different looking top 4 than we did from stage 1. Both Burger Boys and Ambrosia in there. I mean, and YFP.
Crazy top 4.
Very
it's just
different
ridiculous. Look. Ambrosia, who were in promo relegation and not in the good way after stage 1. Not in the way you want to be there. Still, that Viper's Pit over towards B is enough to force this move up mid.
30 seconds left.
He just wants to stall this out. I like this from Ambrosia. They really try and get forward, play off the paranoia. Counter one comes in from B-Dog. And Ambrosia going to get the game up here over on the mid side of the map. And that's a huge pick. His attack side up.
Oh my God,
he throws out the clone to block the shot. That's dirty. Turn the flash, gate crash out. He's able to get away. Glyph, meanwhile, finds B-Dog. Satellite is just everywhere. He's impossible to track, and he wins down against Penny. That is ridiculous. Penny is like, what is going on? What is this newfangled approach to the hero? And it's up to Jake in a 1 versus 3 to keep YFP's hopes alive. This guy's been around the block. It's definitely not his first rodeo, but eventually those thighs get a little chapped, if you know what I'm saying.
One enemy remaining.
Nicely done. Wins out 2. Still with 30 health to work with. Shondex, though, knows. He knows where he is, and he drops him with the shorty. YFP hanging on by a thread.
That was an unbelievable sequence of plays from Satellite. What the hell, man? What the hell? The teleport away to Jen, dodges the flash that he knows was going to come out of that cloud from Penny, and then gets the op headshot kill. Was so patient in A main, finally gets that opening pick, just waiting for someone to peek into him, and it finally happens. And then off that, Ambrosia make their move, but their move would have failed had Satellite not gotten an unbelievable play.
I can't believe he had the presence of mind to
events was crazy, man.
Throw the clone, block the shot, knows he's going to get pushed by the enemy Yoru, so he gate crashes past him, TPs to site, isn't punished from the player at tree, turns around and shoots Penny when he walks back. I've never seen a moment like that. And it's not just Siption in the night. It feels like that was intentional from Satellite. And that's tough to bounce back from. You are YFP. You are one of the most storied teams in Tier 2. You have such a great run up until this point. You feel like this tournament's yours to lose, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, they've played a couple of their best games, if not their best games of this year in their last 2 wins. The clean 2-0 over TSM, clean 2-0 over Cubert Academy to get into this against Ambrosia, who have just made a few roster moves heading into stage 2 after not getting relegated, and are on pace to make it into the lower bracket final with just 1 more round win, 5 chances to do so. They still have this op in the hand of Satellite. YFP have the judge over on Thief to try and lock down B main close. They've got a bait and switch setup where Penny's going to take contact, teleport away, and then hopefully the attackers run into the judge. But ultimately, it might be irrelevant if Ambrosia don't decide to really go hard into B main. We'll have to see. And they are just gathered up towards A, trying to get early control of main. And then they depart.
They've got ways of getting an early read on this, surely. I'll drone up mid, they cross. Satellite revealed, pinged out. Not quite punished for it though. Stella realizes he can't really take that shot.
Camera taken out.
Penny lying in wait. Gate crash is active, so he can get his one and get out. And he's done so. Beautifully done. Now fall back to a more rear position as Akrian's lit. They try to make the way in through B. This is a little bit ugly for Ambrosia so far, but Satellite on the attack side op still has crept awful far forward in mid.
You're trying to hold the cross when the side exec comes in and someone rotates over from A. There's 30 seconds left. YFP have already got 3 players here. Now Satellite's working his way through market. Clone coming upstairs. Trip is activated. Wall is down. This is mental. I mean, he's stuck. There's 15 seconds. There's still 2 players backside.
It's bizarre. Okay, Penny's about to get busy here. Akrian, because he banked this one off the wall. No, Penny unaffected by it. There it goes.
Damn.
Great spray transfer from Penny, who finds it first kill in B main, falling back to CT, and never letting Ambrosia get into the round.
Their setup actually did end up being used exactly as intended, with Ambrosia starting A early, wanting to get some control of A main, force YFP to re-clear, or just give it up, and then pivot back into that B split, but just does not end up working out. Penny finds that, teleports away, then the hit comes in, and there's Thief with a judge up close. And Penny just hits a sick little snappy shot to end that round. The YP's first round in what feels like ages.
Main control there is there for Ambrosia. Cam in mid looks straight down for Shondex. Notice that gate crash there will allow, of course, Penny to take his pick and fall back, but this is something Ambrosia made great use of on their defense side. Finally, the boogeyman, the attack side op, has been silenced. Satellite is forced to go now just with the hero rifle this round. There's a very cheeky little attack side sonic sensor here in A main. I don't know if it's ever going to see any action, but if it does, you know that Glyph will be there to capitalize, I'm sure.
My camera is destroyed.
1-3-1 right now for Ambrosia, getting some control of mid. Drone spots 3 from Stellar. We'll send out the recon in addition to that drone getting a couple pings. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Ambrosia have a couple options, but they're going to work back towards A, where Glyph has just been passively maintaining control of main. Gonna have to deal with this off for Penny. Flashes off temporarily.
Still 20 seconds left in the round. Eventually, you're going to have to contact here into tree. Penny seems to know it. Yeah, a lot of action there, but Penny's able to take the shot. The important one, at least. Set up inside Hell. He's on the swing, and he's looking good doing it. Akrian was, I mean, it's the sisterhood of the Traveling Vandal here. That hero rifle for Ambrosia gets no purchase. Penny exits around with 4 kills. And again, keeps YFP's head above water.
I am going to go ahead and say that Penny did not kill Shondex on purpose when he was on Catwalk and the Yori was jumping across. I would love to potentially, hopefully we got that on the replay because that was a little ridiculous looking. But what we're going to see in this next round will probably also be equally, if not more ridiculously looking, as Satellite has the judge with the dimensional drift. So you know what time it is, Mitch. It is time to run around, throw a flash, pop out of that, try and shoot someone close and teleport away. The classic. The vintage play.
Shades of 2024 Roxy on Sunset. All right, here we go. Drake looking to back away here. Cybercage thrown midway through on that B side here, and here's Satellite emerging. Nobody there in CT to look at, so he'll go hunting instead. Tucked close to market. Potentially powerful spot, and yet gets his value off the judge. He got 2. That's not right. Still, the players in the back B side have to be dealt with, and Jake's anchoring like an absolute pro right now. Yes, he was. I suppose that makes sense. That's 3 for him on the round. Awkward angle for Satellite. He's brought down. YFP will not give up. And now Ambrosia are truly out of cash.
Jake had some phenomenal anchoring there, but great supportive utility as well. B-Dog connecting with that paranoia to just ensure that Akrian had no hopes of finding that trade and finding a timing window to actually get the spike down. YFP had fully rotated over to that B site, and Ambrosia still committed fully to the game plan. Even though that dimensional drift spotted the multiple rotating players through market, they still went for it. It was a dangerous call and ends up with them losing the round, going back onto an eco.
Gotta say, Jake's had a phenomenal second half. Only found 4 kills in the first, and then aces immediately in this pistol. Good recovery from him there on the site. Really hard to deal with. Ambrosia felt like they were out of gas by the time they got to the B side itself. Big mid presence. Ambrosia have to know this, but nowhere to shut the door. So they're going to have to deal with this push out from market either way. Have to know about logs here, surely. Oh, that's not good. Jake out of nowhere, and then on the move. What? I don't know if he intended to shoot at Satellite, or maybe he got jump scared and shot anyway, was rewarded for it. 3 kills for Jake. Shondex here, realizing that very quickly this round has devolved into utter chaos. It'll be pointless for him to commit any further.
He's either feeling it or his little brother was on his PC for the first half. It's one or the other, man.
He's trying to crank 90s here on Ascent.
Correct. I mean, he's at the top of the board now. What the hell, man? He was like 4-9 or something? Yep. Yeah. That's crazy.
In the last 12 rounds, he's been able to find 17
This
kills.
was sick. What? It looks like he didn't even shoot. Where did the bullets come from? He snapped away before even clicking.
He had a muscle spasm while he was turning to look over towards B main. Damn.
Looks like maybe he wants to go for the instant Viper's Pit. Yeah, he does. Or, allow Penny to take the first shot and then send it out.
What?
Huh? Okay, Shondex down to 48. This is YFP on the cusp of tying this game up after Ambrosia completely took over this half.
And YFP are playing as if this is a 12-0, not a 12-11. Extreme shoulder peek, not punched for it. Barrier mesh set up. I guess I'll at least keep YFP interested in this part of the map for now. Penny is out of gate crashes though, so for all intents and purposes, he's committed here, which does mean that Ambrosia set up top mid to catch a rotate is fair, but Thief sniffs this out already. They kind of intentionally give up mid for just such an occasion, and in comes Penny.
Suddenly teleporting into the spawn. Oh my god, Penny in danger. Actually has to use the dimensional drift just to stay alive, and is now going to additionally get some information from it by running down mid. 35 seconds on the clock. Duel with B-Dog over in main. This could really determine how this round plays out as Ambrosia want to split into A.
Oh, great flash into the game here for Satellite. It hangs in the balance, 4 versus 4. B-Dog earlier on was lit in wine. Now he's going to push up and take the fight. He's punished for it well. He's able to find a headshot. It's just Stella sat here on the site. Hunter's Fury comes out and Stella is cut down. Neural Theft. Everything coming up at the right time here for Ambrosia. But Thief could be an issue. He's lit. Jake explodes there through tree. Akrian gets a plant and then it's decapitated. It's up to Welly with 13 health. No util. He'll have a recon bolt up. And that's all he's going to have to lean on. That and a sliver of health to try and close the game out and avoid overtime. Just how good are you, Ellie? Half defused, and there's Jake. What? A half from Jake, dude. Absolutely disgusting. We're headed to extra innings, folks. YFP staying alive here in playoffs.
Mental from him. He has dragged YFP into overtime and given them a chance to win this map, to get to split and try and win this series, stay alive. If not for him, this game would have been over many rounds ago. This push through door, having to break it, and then max confidence just swings in, finds the first kill while his teammate comes through heaven, snap onto Akrian as well. 20 kills in the second half for Jake. 20.
In fairness, you know, a quarter of those occurred in the first round of the half.
All right, so, but it sounds cooler when you say 20 kills in the half.
Or the second round.
Rather than, you know, he got an ace with a Bulldog, all body shots against classics. Like, we don't have to talk about that part. Just leave it at the cool headline.
Never let the truth
don't read the article.
Story.
Yeah, just read the headline. Don't delve into the details. 20 kills in the second half, Mitch.
Definitely don't mention it's, you know, 1 kill per round over the course of the game. That really makes it seem much less remarkable than it is. And this double controller setup here, very seldom seen. And Jake is having a great time with it. Okay, crash the setup here. Satellite, of course, glass cannon op on this defense side. Feels like it's pretty much a must-have here. And YFP do that little slow attack side default. We see him do this a lot on Haven as well, especially if they were thinking of... Is that a sausage? It's a low poly sausage, though.
It's pretty hard to tell.
That was a real Rivington moment, wasn't it? Just
yeah, poly. Yeah, that really was a Rivington moment.
Just distracted by something on the screen. Let's get back to the game. Glyph TP's out of wine, knows that the pressure is coming his way. And look how quickly YFP are trying to follow up on this. They manually clear wine. Penny gets in there. And then he's able to Jake crash elsewhere because the action's really headed over towards B. Now, there is Cypher util set up here. Welly would like to go to work, but he's uncomfortable. One way going to be played off of, though, by Shondex. Willie gives enough ground here to be able to cover across. Shondex will be under pressure, but Satellite is here as well. Ambrosia have all the pieces they need. Cobbled something together. Thief somehow not hit at all, but we're running out of time. Scant seconds left in the round. The spike is on Speedway. Thief has to face the firing squad. And Stella is too late to have an impact.
No, just not enough time. Round 1 by Ambrosia. It's that setup that was netting them countless round wins back in that first half. Welly playing from spawn, spamming with the Odin. And then you have Shondex, who has just been a superb anchor, playing on the site with all of those kill trips, one-way cages over main. So even though YFP have that Viper's wall to get into the site off of, you're still having to run through the cage, making all that sound very frustrating to deal with. Opportunity for Ambrosia to close it out.
When there was more time, YFP were correctly using their cyber cage to just counter that out, right? When they had a slow push towards B. But when they're all running there with like only a few seconds left in the round, they're going to get absolutely cooked by that one way. So maybe just give themselves a little bit more time. And that's on YFP. They played it so slow, waiting for a push up from Ambrosia that never came.
Penny has not opted to go for the glass cannon. just sticking with the rifle, even though when he picked up the op, that's when YFP, you know, that was at least a part of why YFP were making that comeback happen, forced to teleport away after breaking the clone. A minute left, and Ambrosia have some fair control towards Cat.
Already glacial progress from Ambrosia here as well. Jeez, they don't want to deal with that at all. Snakebite came down, forced them all away from that position. Now back to mid. What are they trying to tease out of YFP here? Okay, there's B-Dog down. That's on the A side. How does Acreon find that? He got into tree and there was no one watching it. Might be time to explode. Satellite can catch the rotate here, but Stella is waiting for it. It's the spray down there that favors the Yoru. There's Thief, stepped up, sat down. Satellite far too good right now. And there's Jake from Hell. Has to drag him down there with him. But it might be a day later, penny short here for YFP, Wyatt. Their last gasp all rests on the Duelist.
And he has to deal with all of that deadlock utility, trying to come back in as well. It's been a great run for YFP in this lower bracket, but surely it ends here. Ambrosia looking so good today. What an impressive squad. You know, just put together with a lot of roster changes before stage 2. They look electric.
There is so much to enjoy about this team. There's already a sound sensor, of course, there to catch Penny. Away he goes. Acreon waits for him, and it's a shot in the back that sends YFP to the Shadow Realm. Ambrosia will advance in this lower bracket of Challenger Stage 2 playoffs. What a team these guys have shown themselves to be. I've got whiplash from seeing these guys in promotion relegation to here now fighting for a lower final. Mind-blowing glow up from this squad. Well-deserved win.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember we watched them back after promotion relegation. We cast their game against M80, Mitch, and they won. And we were like, what the hell? Why did these guys just beat M80, who just signed Victor in the first game? Well, they're no joke. This team is absolutely legit. What a win today. You know, taking away YFP's map pick. You have to give so much credit to Satellite, who has just been an insane duelist. Those Yoru plays, that attack side op was ridiculous. And then on defense, the anchoring from Shondex on that B site on Ascent was superb. This was an amazing showing from Ambrosia, walking away really impressed by these guys. And we're going to see them in that lower bracket final tomorrow up against either Burger Boys or Envy, depending on who wins and loses this next game coming up. But that is a lethal team. I would be very scared to play them in a BO5. They look really fantastic.
Only 6 teams here left in Challengers playoffs now, folks. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, of course, we'll talk that 2-map affair that went down. Bid farewell to YFP and get excited about what more we have to see from Ambrosia here in this playoff run. up the top of B site.
The ace! What they have left? Only 3 of Jets, but Bora makes it happen!
Where the two duelists are waiting. 10's first blind. Good for 3. There's
Ambrosia on to the lower finals here in the Valorant Challengers Stage 2 playoffs after a 2-0 victory over YFP, eliminating them. Going into Ascent, I was a little worried because last time we got to see Ambrosia on Ascent, that's the map that got them sent down into the lowers, but a complete turnaround, a step up. Dan, Ambrosia, looking good. You're right. It's a good day to be Dan Dryad and Ambrosia, I guess.
Yeah, they look really good, and I'm really happy to see the improvement that they continue to make on this map. But I mentioned, honestly, I was a little bit scared about how this Ascent was going to play out with that double controller, with that Viper. And it was a first half that was a bit back and forth, right? They got the pistol, then they win the bonus as well, because you see on the other side YFP forcing. But then they start to come back, and it seems like it's going to be a close game. But there were some great adaptations throughout, though. You see, even when it goes all the way into overtime, even when they're trying to make it to that match point into regular, and you see this happening thanks to Satellite, with the way that he's going for this attack operator, the way that he's initiating a lot of the rounds, and it kind of just went back to everything that we talked about early on before we went into the match today. We talked about that win condition that Satellite can be, and I feel like this time around he kept finding new options, new ways for the rest of the team to find success, whether it was that operator or whether it was some of those plays that we saw with the judge as well, creating that space. Not every single one was working out just because of how annoying that composition on the other side can be, but I think in general, an Ambrosia that knew exactly how to deal with high pressure situations like it was this map.
Not just the high pressure situations, but that double controller composition as well. It really felt like we weren't seeing the same kind of value out of that Viper pick on the attacking side as we saw in the last match that YFP had yesterday up against TSM. And now taking a look also over at the first kills conversion here for both of these teams as well. The fact that it's every single round garnered was a win based off those first kills. And then you take a look at that timeline, the fact that it was such a strong start coming out from the side of Ambrosia, and then gets a little bit dicey. YFP are able to repeat kind of similar results at the beginning of that second half, very momentum based, and Ambrosia had a great plan just to deny all of that pressure from the double controller on that defensive side. And you take a look over at the scoreboard here for both these teams as well. Every player was really stepping up to the plate. That's why it felt like a lot of those rounds ended up being so tight within that back and forth, and even scrappy in a lot of those moments with how both these teams really favored a lot of those fast floods into the retake.
And also how they understood how far back they had to play for this defense as well. We see it for Shondix, we see it for Jake as well. And it's a shame as well because for YFP, it's just one of those teams that we don't really want to say goodbye to, but they make it to the top 4. They get eliminated by Ambrosia, one of the teams that have proven to just have the better improvements compared to all the other teams that we have right now. And a YFP that was really fighting into that second half. It seems like they were going to make that comeback into the overtime happen to close this out, push us to that third map of split, where it would have been a different story. But again, Ambrosia and Satellite were absolutely the difference makers here. A Yoru that was so creative and continues to be highlighted as this incredibly flexible player, not only understanding how to get that advantage with the operator, understand when YFP is going to be swinging those angles to shut them down, but also when he has to switch it up, when he has to give that rifle to somebody else, or that operator to somebody else, go with the rifle, go with the judge, with the ultimate as well. Just so many little things that they have planned out throughout this map, and even on that first map, that are allowing them to move forward and make it to at least that top 3.
This step up from Satellite within this series throughout all of this playoffs has just been so nice to watch. There's a reason that there's this player that's Ash was able to make it into one of the top players that we have in the playoffs. Like, the op was highlighted, everything else, but Satellite continues to be such a bright spot for this team.
He really does, and Dan was touching on it already. Something that we talked about from the very beginning of this series as well is just how dynamic he is with his positioning and his understanding of the flow of the map and where to expect the pushes to be coming from the other side, that being YFP this time around, and taking those opportunities to catch them off guard with that operator. And the way that works too is the dynamic between him and Shondex is the fact that Satellite's going to be playing a little bit more aggressive, put a little bit more of that pressure on YFP. Meanwhile, Shondex plays a lot more bunkered on those sites, and his anchoring was a big part of what made it the Viper toxic screen a little less valuable when we were seeing some of those YFP plays where they're just trying to walk past these setups and onto that site and try and divvy up the space there. And it was just so well done, the synergy between these two players to close out each round and have Ambrosia come out on top when it came down to the reads that Glyph was able to make based off the comms he was getting from both the Duelist and the Sentinel.
It was highlighted at the top of day before going into this. This is the only team that has 2 players within that top 10 of Challengers players here within the playoffs.
Yeah.
And it's just so nice to see these two, what they've been able to accomplish throughout. But honestly, this whole team has been clicking on a different level and a lot of big step up performances across the board. So I'm glad that we have none other than Akrian on the line to chat a little bit more about all of that, everything that we've seen from Ambrosia and thoughts going into this playoffs. Big congratulations on this win. You are now into the lower finals of the playoffs. How's it feel?
Honestly, it feels like pretty good. Like finally, like our hard work is like getting rewarded. Like I know like there's not a single other team that like grinds as much as us, so it feels really good.
The hard work is definitely paying off to see that turnaround from stage 1 and just the level you guys are playing at now. And we've even seen some turnarounds within this playoffs. I want to talk about that Ascent because the last time we saw it was a little bit of a rougher of a game, right? But now you take the win to eliminate YFP 2-0. Like, talk to me about the work and everything else going into it since we didn't see an agent swap.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we just like watched their last map that they played yesterday, and we kind of had like a good feel of like what they were going to do and what we can do against it. So that definitely helped, and we definitely just got like a couple more reps on the map, which definitely helped out as well.
And a lot of like the reps definitely paying off, but the YFP did make this one close. We get to see that smidge of a comeback. We get to see that overtime. So how do you guys then adjust in the moment to be able to close out, considering we could have been talking about a map 3 now?
Yeah, honestly, we just like made adjustments with how we were playing our T side. Like we are kind of struggling to like go into the mains, go into the cat. So we just like started prodding mid 3 more and just like taking those dry duels instead of just like running into their util, which like definitely was not working for us.
That makes a lot of sense. And the glow up that Ambrosia's had throughout the playoffs is really cool. But I want to talk about your performance specifically, because of course, throughout the regular stage, Tejo meta, we get to see a lot of Tejo simulator, right? That's every team has the Tejo, but now you have to be playing all these different agents. I know you tweeted out that it was affecting the frag department for you a little bit, but now how are you feeling now that you got a little bit more time?
Yeah, honestly, feeling like a little more comfortable. Like it was kind of rough for us because we had some things going on. We were like, we couldn't really practice. Like we had people trialing for other teams and stuff like that. So we didn't really get the like reps we wanted to in this meta at the start, but we're kind of just getting them through these matches, which really helps us.
It's fair. And last but not least, you're now in the lower finals. You're looking at either an Envy or Burger Boys. They're about to play next. One of them's going to take that loss, drop down to lowers, and you'll have to face them. Who do you think you're facing, or is there a particular team you're keen to go up against?
I'll play Burger Boys. Last time we played them, like we barely fell short, and we were just making a lot of like individual mistakes and like mistakes of the unit. And I just think we can clean those up, and just excited to play a BO5 with everyone.
Get that little bit of revenge going up against them.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's go. Congrats on this win. This was absolutely amazing to watch. Best of luck going into that lower finals as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. I love to hear the insight from the team, and that work that Ambrosia has been putting in has been paying off. Into the lower finals. Big congratulations to them yet again. And now time to head into the upper finals to find out who from Envy and Burger Boys is going to make their way into the grand finals and who's going to be knocked down to lowers. That in just a minute, so stay tuned. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America. Ambrosia did defeat YFP 2-0, move along into the lower finals. Now a little journey up to the upper bracket into this upper finals going on between Envy and Burger Boy. This, I absolutely cannot wait. These are the two best teams to be able to make their way through this upper bracket. And two very different stories here. Ash, you look at this top tier Envy that's always been top of the list, and a Burger Boys with a complete turnaround, but they look unstoppable.
Yeah, Burger Boys look really good right now heading into this. This is a team that didn't even manage to break through into playoffs during the first stage and just narrowly even missing the being knocked down into that promo relegation slot. And now to head into stage 2 with such a consistent performance that has been coming out from them. And they've kind of been a sleeper pick. It felt like during the Swiss stage, they were still like a solid team, but we were flying under the radar a little bit. But once we headed into playoffs, the amount of power that they brought to the server was undeniable from them. I know that this squad is also very excited to play up against Envy since they had missed each other throughout stage 2 as well and stage 1. And which is kind of crazy. You think about like how many matches we've run through during these two stages already, and the fact that these two teams haven't gone head to head yet is just so fun to have now here for an upper bracket finals where the stakes are even higher. They do have that chance to, live into the lower bracket for whoever does get knocked down, but everyone wants to secure that grand final spot early.
It's really interesting because they have very different stories coming into playoffs. With an Envy that last time came as a favorite from the Swiss stage in stage 1, and they got into that lower bracket right away. It was kind of everybody surprised about it, of where did my favorite team end up going. And now you're going into a stage 2 where they talk about being more prepared, being able to deal with kind of the anxiety of that match as it goes through, and even when they're down for a few rounds, kind of how do you deal with that high pressure situation. But then you go into a Burger Boys that is kind of the opposite. This is a team that had no expectations like Envy had. No expectations on what they were going to be doing and how far they can get, because now they're in the top 4, but this is not only the first time that they make top 4, this is the first time that they make playoffs ever in Challenger. And they've been playing since last year, so they're coming in with a lot more eyes on Envy, and that's something that for Burger Boys that can play in their favor.
I love the different stories for these first two teams, but I want to start narrowing in on these individual teams and talk about their journeys. And first, talk about Envy, because for Envy to go out and how they did from that stage 1 playoffs was frankly a shock, considering the undefeated record they had throughout that stage 1. And that was the question kind of heading into the stage 2 playoffs after yet again another flawless stage. But this Envy, it's an Envy that's turned up. Recently got to see them on LAN really strong. And it's a team that, Ash, with more and more of these reps, just seems to be more and more dominant.
Yeah, the fact that they've really grown, and the conversation of that preparation, how they're kind of changing the approach to how they're looking to get ready for these matches as well. And you're talking about the fact that they just ended up playing on LAN. They qualified to Red Bull home ground this past weekend in Dallas, and now we got word that they're also still boot camping with each other going into today's matchup. And you thought that they could be electric when they were playing remotely as a team. Now think about all 5 of these players who have just so much firepower when you're looking at this squad and this aggressive type of play style, and how they're going to be able to amp each other up even further with that energy, being in the same room. Like, the vibes are going to be immaculate here for Envy, and I'm curious to see what a difference that ends up making for this team, who has now had that opportunity to gel more outside of the server as well.
Something that is working out really well for Envy too is the current meta, right? Everybody kind of had to adapt into this post-Teho nerf as what are we going to be doing? Are we going to be playing the double duelist like we saw TSM, even like we've seen Burger Boys run in ton of those maps? But, for Envy, it's always been the same. It's always been this double duelist. It's always been that Yor that's going to be played. It's always going to be the ISO as well. A lot of times for Kainzer at the Reyna. They're keeping these compositions pretty much the same, and that allows them to just keep building onto the things that they've been working on since the beginning of the year, since they went into the first Swiss stage of stage 1 undefeated.
Yeah, and I love that call out. Everyone having to adjust, and Envy just keep doing what Envy do, and that's helped them so much. And talking about a couple of the players that have really been able to make impact on the team, wanted to first talk about Inspire. Inspire has been somebody on this team that we've talked about a lot when you're looking at that more veterancy to bring more of that experience. And is someone that in the server too, on this NT role, has provided so much. Some of these timings, Dan, like the illing, and just so much insight on the game.
Yeah, honestly, such a smart player, and I think I still remember that one interview that he had recently when he was like, you know, I'm not that immature guy that I used to be, and I feel like, you know, this guy is someone that we know in the scene for quite some time, but something that we can see right now for sure is, you know, how he's grown as a player, how smart he's become as a player, and even smarter than he used to be. You see it on the Sentinel role that he's always going to be playing so passively. A lot of the 4-1s that they like to play where, you know, Kane Zera is going to be running it down, and everybody's going to be having this one player to hold him down backside, make sure that the map control is going to be still on their side, and that's all thanks to Inspire. He's really a really cool player to watch if you play any sort of Cypher. I think it can be boring, but for him, there's always something going on.
Some of the timings, I'm just like, man, how have we not learned that, you know, Inspire always is the time? Why are we not looking out? It drives me nuts sometimes. But I like that you bring up like the not the same immature player. And I think it's been really nice to see that mature attitude, especially too with some really young blood on this team and really being able to be a mentor to them in this way. And I want to talk about one of the players on this team and talk about Kane Zera, because Kane Zera is somebody like, way back, they were like, Inspire was the one who said it, like, we just let Kane do what he wants to do. Like, the talent that he has and being able to go frag, go get these opening kills is so nice. And it's really cool, Ash, in my opinion, to see composition and teams that's built around. And Kane Zera gets to the server and normally doesn't disappoint. Like, the kid's electric.
Yeah, he really is. It feels like one of those win conditions here for Envy is just making sure that Kane Zera is comfortable in the server. And you look at the numbers that he's been able to put up, the fact that it's been so consistent throughout stage 1 and into stage 2 as well, where he's not slowing down whatsoever. And you still see him taking so many risks. And I think that's what works out so well for Envy, is that even though they've brushed up on some of their anti-stratting, a lot of their protocoling and whatnot, they will constantly take you by surprise, and a lot of it has to do with the types of engagements that Kane Zera will go for, because man, he'll just like push out smokes and you won't expect it, look to fight super forward, still somehow manage to get his, and it works so well with that ISO, with that shield refresh, that allows him to have a little bit more forgiveness when he is going for those types of aggressive engagements.
I feel like he just doesn't understand fear whatsoever. Like, I talked to Extra last week and he talked about nerves on the team sometimes still. And when I look at Kane Zera play, I don't see the nerves. It's just, if I can peek, I'm going to peek and I'm going to get the kill or two. And it's just, it is crazy to watch. But we have some really talented players on the other side that might be able to give Envy a taste of their own medicine here, looking at Burger Boys. There is a reason that Burger Boys, even if they're a team that narrowly avoided promo relegation that first stage, have been able to turn up. I think that this team has the most impressive turnaround out of anyone, with players that we never really talked about in the past, Ash, all of a sudden being some of the highlighted top players here in playoffs.
Yeah, something really just felt like it clicked for Burger Boys. I think you look at the fact that they also get so many reps in as well, playing in other tournaments like Fun Havers, like qualifiers for our Rebel Homegrown, like lockdowns as well from YFP too. And just that ability to continue to grind and synergize as a team. And things have looked really good. It felt like they had a newfound confidence going into this playoffs bracket. They had such a clean run to even get here as well. It started off a little bit slower. Granted, they had some really hard matches at the beginning of the Swiss stage, and once they found their footing, taking down teams like TSM twice in a row at that, and even just taking out Ambrosia 2-1, the team that just took out YFP in that lower bracket, you could feel the difference for this team. And it feels like there's just so much talent on this roster as well. Like Practo on that Sova is always one of my favorite Sova players to watch in the server here during stage 2.
And I feel like compared to other teams, you're not experimenting too much. I mean, we've seen some crazy things happen in Challengers. I feel like for the most part, they're going with things that have been working out for the team in the past, plus those new additions of, okay, if we need to replace the Tejo, what are we going to do it in a way that we don't need to change everything else completely, right? So it's just a team that has a really good understanding on how they're going to be playing this meta, and even going some mirror compositions when it comes to phasing Envy, when it comes to phasing this double duelist. So I'm excited to see how they're going to play out. Obviously, as you guys are saying, they are one of the most impressive teams that we have. Even, you know, before coming into this first match of today, you think of Ambrosia and you think of Burger Boys as the teams that nobody was really expecting a lot from, but they continue to prove that the growth and the improvement that they've had is just not something that was a one-time thing, or, oh, I just got lucky in this match. They're actually going to keep moving forward with these playoffs, and that can really mess up the points at the end of the year. So if they are able to keep this going until the end, I mean, they can make it pretty far.
There's even other teams that had highlighted like this glow up from Burger Boys, which is so exciting. So I'm really excited to talk a little bit more about these players and everything else. And let's talk about Nanners first, because Nanners, especially in that last series, big step up. I mean, just the consistency coming out from him. I just get at the servers, you know what you're expecting, Dan. It's always going to be good. To have a controller player like that is just clutch.
Yeah, it was really nice to see when we watched that match between Burger Boys and TSM, the way the Nanners and Alvin were playing together. I was a little worried about how this was going to turn out, because I put TSM as my favorite into that map, specifically with the way that we always mention, the composition, how they like to play together and whatnot. But I think Alvin and Nanners were really good at having that map control throughout, really knowing when to get that for his opening, be able to back up and kind of set up the rest of the team for that retake. And it's just little things like that, you know, they don't sound like they're doing that much, but that is everything that you can ask for your Viper player that is constantly lurking, for your Killjoy as well, that is doing a little bit of the same. If you're able to get one stay alive and wait for the rest of the team to kind of help you out when Bonnie's able to come into the side, then that's more than enough. And I think that's what has been allowing this team to move forward.
Being able to see Nanners' performance specifically against TSM was so clean, but someone who has been popping off all of playoffs and has been even called out by other teams has been Bonnie. Bonnie has, I don't even have words, Ash, honestly. Bonnie's just going crazy right now. Just simple, send it, that's it. Like, Bonnie's been so much fun to watch as of recently. Like, Bonnie seems unstoppable, truly.
He really does. And I think you look at just like the average ACS coming out from him as well throughout playoffs. And those are the numbers that we're usually looking at Kane having. And I'm just really excited to see like this head-to-head here, right? Because you have that double duelist composition for Envy. And then for Burger Boys, it's mostly on Bonnie's shoulders, aside from when we do see Nanners pulling out the occasional ISO, depending on the map pick. But he has been electric in the server. I think the setup for him has been great as well, when you're looking at the support that's being provided to him in the server too, from whether it's from Practo or Retro, with a lot of those setups, like whether the recon, the flashes going out to help him on a lot of those engagements. But another hyper aggressive player, and these styles are going to be interesting when it comes down to how they clash in a lot of these really scrappy fights.
I really like the way that Bonnie has been playing too, and I feel like you watch him and you understand what he's doing so well. Just kind of, he passes the eye test for sure, but when you look at the stats as well, he's the #1 rec player. As you're saying, Ash, you think of Kinsera as always being that #1, but Bunny's actually kind of fighting for that spot in every way possible, right? #1 in ACS, #1 in first kills, #1 in average damage. In every single spot, he's not only winning against Kinsera, but winning against all the other teams that we've had in playoffs so far. So I think it's so fun to see these players that, yeah, we kind of brought up here and there, but we didn't know how far they could really get.
Yeah, and we keep comparing and contrasting this duelist. So let's do it with the actual numbers as well, because it was touched upon that, yeah, Kinsera is within this double duelist role. So some of that pressure is alleviated sometimes by Eggster, whereas Bonnie having to do it all by himself. But Bonnie, having spoken to him earlier, was saying that this new level of step up, Ash, was that new level of consistency. This is what you should expect. And I think that makes for such an exciting prospect in today's match.
And that kind of mentality is exactly what you need when you're going toe-to-toe with Kane as well in the server, right? A team like Envy that was just such a threat at the beginning of stage 1. They're still a threat now, don't get me wrong, but the style that they brought to the server kind of caught a lot of these teams off guard, and now it feels like it's been that catch up, right? Teams are starting to get used to playing against Envy. They're starting to be able to take maps off of them as well. And the question here is, in this head-to-head, with how well Bonnie has been performing, can he keep this consistency now going into this matchup when these two teams have yet to face off against each other until today? And will they be the ones to knock Envy out of the upper bracket?
Such an exciting matchup to figure out who's going to be going on into the grand finals. And let's figure out where the battlegrounds are for today and get the map picks and bans. Of course, it's been a bit now with the Deo patch that we've gotten to know a lot more information about the teams. And we had highlighted that Ambrosia had a rough time on Ascent last time we saw them. That was the loss versus Burger Boys. And Dan, this is where Burger Boys looked very strong. So I'm not surprised to see that up first.
I really love the way that we're starting out here, and I like that teams are actually willing to take that risk and pick Ascent first. You know, for such a long time we were just having it as a decider, or we were just not seeing Ascent at all, just because you don't want to risk going into the attacking side first. But we've seen teams, especially in Challengers, kind of be able to get just enough rounds on the attacking side, turn it around that way. And this is a map of Ascent too, where both of the teams are playing the same composition. They're both playing the double Duelist with the Jet and the Yoru. So I feel like it's the perfect way to start us off for the series.
I think taking a look at the fact that we already know that Pearl is that permaban for Burger Boys, right? And they pick into Ascent mainly because this is the one other map where you're not going to see Kane Zera on that ISO. And it's going to have that opportunity to see Bonnie really come alive, hopefully, when you're looking at those opportunities to pull out like the operator on the side of Burger Boys. And I'm very curious to see how this ends up going for this team, because you also get Retro onto the Yoru on this map here as well, who is now going to have to go head-to-head up against an Exeter that's only been playing this agent. Meanwhile, Retro has been a little bit more of that Swiss Army knife, being a lot more flexible for the side of Burger Boys, and also having to do the calling alongside that some of that entry.
Match is almost ready, but had to make sure we can hit this real quick and talk about the predictions, because yet again, it is going to be one person up against the world here. So I'm just going to right away give the mic to you, Ash.
Yo, okay, listen. I believe in Bonnie supremacy. I think that also you look at Burger Boys. I know that Alvin was having a kind of an inconsistent stage. The last matchup that they had up against Ambrosia looked really good. He had a great performance there as well. It felt like everyone is stepping up, and I've just become a huge Practo fan. I think over the course of playoffs, his Sova has found so much impact on every single map. He pulls out that Hunter's Fury. You're expecting a 2K to come out as a result for him as well, on top of the zoning that he's going to be able to do. I'm excited. I think Burger Boys could be the ones to take it and make this Cinderella run for themselves as the dark horse here in playoffs.
I was kind of in between, and I put Envy because last two times that they've played, I put that they were going to lose, because I kind of thought, you know, what if it happens in the same way that it did in stage 1, where, you know, everybody's like, oh my god, Envy's going to win, and they lose. And you know, so I think it's going to be the same narrative, but they keep winning and winning. So now I guess I vote Envy, and if I get it wrong, then that's on me. That's on me. It's fine.
I just don't think I've ever voted against Envy. I just think Envy is just that team, and I think that they've only leveled. So I'm not going to predict against them anytime soon, no matter how this one shakes up. But it's time to get into the series and the very first map of our upper finals to see how this is going to fare. Ascent first up on the map. Burger Boys pick a strong map for both of the teams, though, and getting into it, we got the double Duelist all around. Ash, I am excited.
I'm super stoked for this. Again, I think it just makes sense that Burger Boys pick into Ascent. They're avoiding that Kane ISO early on, trying to find something a little bit more comfortable, maybe feeling more confident in Bonnie's ability to go toe-to-toe up against him on the Jet mirror here. But overall, both these teams should also have a very good understanding of how they want to run this map, because they are playing that mirror composition. It's pretty standard, taking a look at things overall. And I'm just really excited for this one. Like I feel like things might get a little bit silly here in this best of 3.
They will, and they will. I mean, with Retro and Exer, you can expect things to get silly for sure. You expect a back and forth between Burger Boys and Envy on this map, and this map, because it's a mirror match too, it's only going to be an indication of how back and forth the whole series is going to be. This is a pass to make it to the grand final, to get that advantage with the bans as well. So you want to start strong, and it's 2 really good teams that we have in this situation.
So much on this match. Of course, winner, as you said, into the grand finals. I'm all here for all the duelists, though. I am down for Silly, so I'm excited to get into Ascent. I hope the casters are ready for Silly as well. Let's head over to them, to Uber and Wyatt. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Kang. Yeah, it feels like we're going to enter a different world with this matchup, and I, for one, am here for it. I mean, you might have seen the stat just before we saw Agents. Burger Boys have a 57% attack side win rate on this map, and it's not against dud teams either, Wyatt. They got 8 attack side rounds against TSM and then more recently Ambrosia. This double duelist comp for Burger Boys lets them kind of flip the script on the way Ascent normally goes in terms of who's favored on what side.
This is the exact kind of map that you, as Dan mentioned, would typically see as a float, and especially when you're seeing that both of these teams are running mirror comps. Both of these teams have a 100% win rate on the map this stage, but yet Burger Boys said, "No, we're picking this right into them," and I like it. I like the kind of energy that they're on right now,
bro. You are not picking Haven against Envy. They have almost an 80% win rate on defense-sided rounds on this map. That map, like that is. You are banning that map against them. You do not want to deal with it. The attack side, of course, is what we're going to see Burger Boys start with, which is kind of what we were looking for. Bonnie is really lit up Challengers here in stage 2. Someone well worth keeping an eye on. Of course, it won't be ISO here, but we know Kane is devastating on this Jet 2.
Kane versus Bonnie is actually just going to be a spectacle for the ages. At least should be. The 2 of them are the statistical leaders in the playoffs by an outrageous margin. Exer sends out that gate crash, wants to take one fight and then get out of there. Move up with the rest of his team back on site.
There it is. The spray down through the smoke. Exer's able to find his first. It's Practo out of the game. Ion ready for Retro to try and run at him. Handles the veteran with ease. All of a sudden, Burger Boys, this vaunted attack side, starts to get blunted already in this pistol.
Oh, things going a little bit awry. There was that swing from Exer before the paranoia came out, and Anders collects a couple. But the aforementioned superstar, Bonnie's so low on HP, surely can't get anything done right now. Ion, eyes on that dark cover.
Refreshes it. They know he's there. Swing for Alvin. Geez, Burger Boys stick around like a bad smell. And now they've even up the odds. This is going to draw. Finally popping back across the map. Updraft used, so Bonnie is not seen at all by Inspire, who doesn't really have a way into the site with the door being dropped. And only just now is popping, posting up in heaven.
Does have one shock dart. Could maybe get a kill on Bonnie. Not going to happen. But will damage up Alvin, bring him to about half HP.
Oh, he just saw it just out of the corner of his eye. It's up to Inspire now. Alvin wants to play forward here. Camera popped. Inspire knows where Alvin's playing. And so it's pretty straightforward. In he goes. Important pistol round here for Envy. Given the Burger Boys are so good on this attack side.
100%. Great way to open things up. Got scary in the mid-round. Burger Boys were clawing back in that A main fight, but unfortunately with the dark cover that was placed there, they just really in this moment gave Exer too much of an opportunity to get a free kill. They're making noise and they have 4 players stacked up in the smoke. Someone's getting spammed down. Someone is going to lose their life for no good reason in that situation.
Just saw a glimpse of that jet there. Inspire had the cam. Good start here for Envy. It's what they're looking for. Marshall in the hands of Kane Zero. It's a double mid-face right now for Envy, at least off the rip. Something they must have read into. Ion here's going to get busy, sure enough. Bonnie taken down. Spectre goes to work. He finds a fortunate second. Extra with some free damage on Retro, and here's Kane now getting involved. And that Marshall has plenty of purchase. Clean anti-eco round here from Envy now as Berg kind of serve it up.
They fed a fair amount of kills over to Exer on that side of the map as well, so getting fairly close to an early dimensional drift. But here's going to be the first buy round from the Burger Boys. their economy is in a weird spot. Hold on. I'm going to need to look at that again after we check out these replays. You know, there was an investment into a couple sheriffs. I mean, I'm sorry. We've got our first buy round, and we have 2 glass cannon rifles. That's not ideal, boys. That's not ideal. Okay, never mind. We're good now. We've adjusted. We've adjusted.
Envy, of course. I actually spotted them over the weekend in Dallas. They played the Red Bull Homeground qualifier event in person against Maryville University and made them look like clowns. It was, I think they'd lost 5 rounds over the course of the best of 3, 6 rounds. Pretty disgusting. Kane on land, by the way, is ferocious. So yeah, these guys have gotten that experience under their belt. They're looking very, very good. What do we have here? Bonus round here for Envy. Okay, getting a bit of value out of it now. Poppin's able to deal with Alvin Exeter. Sitting on this stinger. Good flash. God, it's a good one. And he crashes to heaven, to hell rather. They are going to check him. So Bonnie should be able to clean this one up pretty easily. Still a couple of guns out of the hands of Burger Boys here. Inspire and Poppin come back with rifles.
Inspire a fair amount of HP right now with the Guardian engagement against Retro. That's a pure 1v1. Offered himself up. And now his remaining 2 teammates who are tucked away in the site are going to have to play this perfectly spammed through onto Bonnie. Oh my God, unnecessary. How sick that tap was onto a no HP Poppin.
Poppin though, the game sense, he knew there was some free damage to get there. Inspire. Makes sound as he drops. Practo spotted. No. Okay. Surely that wasn't about to happen. Bonnie exits around with 4 kills. Clean tap on the 3rd. And a very important last kill to salvage things, but all things considered, that's a pretty successful bonus.
Maximum overkill on Poppin there swinging through main. Bro could have gone for the ankles, the kneecaps, anything, but just insta taps him on the swing. That looks so sick.
Man, this is the next generation, man.
Oh no, I can't keep up.
Terrifying. I mean, Retro, to be fair, pretty sure Retro started his stint on Renegades back in 2020. So
he's been playing forever. Yeah, I mean, I had to quadruple check. I'm like, that's the same Retro that was playing like Randy Savage.
Randy Savage?
The other player? Yeah, yes. The answer is yes.
I love that. Good to see him still around. He spent a long time fighting in that pre-franchise era. That Renegades team had some moments, but they're having some decent runs. Burger Boys, though, might be one of the most promising rosters Retro's ever been on.
We'll have to see if they can make it go at it on this round where their economy is not too great. However, forcing into this, we do have the technical pause, and it's over. I love that for us. I'm not going to lie.
Quick tech pause.
I'm a huge fan. 3-second tech pause. Love that.
I'm pretty sure. Didn't Retro play with Roy and APOS?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe they were both on that team.
That's crazy. Your boy Strong Legs. That's right. Back in that era. Shout out to my boy. We'll see him over the next couple of days on the show. All right, Burger Boys here. Spend pretty heavily in this round. It's their first gun round. They only exit with 1 singular rifle. Here's Bonnie across the site. Blades at the ready. Kane trying to play around this cage. Spots Bonnie. He goes a little bit low. Still trying to fight. There's just far too much to account for there. Poppin found the sheriff kill. Now it's the neural theft that comes out, but Practo was brought down. Retro can't quite get purchased on Kane. The guy is too slippery, man. The moves are just disgusting. Nanas. Well, that was always going to be a foregone conclusion after that nonsense from the Jet.
He is a maniac. He's still in. He's still fighting. He has no bullets. He has to switch guns. There are 3 people looking at him, and he's still swinging and getting kills, man. It just can't be happening. But yet it just seems to keep happening. Someone makes sense of it, Mitch.
With alarming regularity. At land as well. Doesn't seem to matter. Guy's just an absolute cracked player. Outlaw here for Kane Zero. And obviously Burger Boys now Ascent, languishing back down to a very limited buy. Yes, we do love the double Marshall round 5 buy, the classic. You hear them ringing out. That's Burger Boys believing that they can hit those headshots.
That was Bonnie and Kane going at it, and they both missed. Unfortunate.
Retro looks like a future AeroPress coffee world champion. If you know, you know.
What? I don't. And me doesn't know. He doesn't know. And he's not asking either.
Your next sommelier at the overpriced restaurant, you're trying to impress your missus out. All right, there's Bonnie out of the picture. Now, that's only one of the marshals having the reins of terror brought to him. And Kane Zero. Great correction. Actually takes no damage there. So Retro steps up and says, have you tried the Vermelho? 2012, great year. Long summer. Okay.
Maybe Practo can have a better effort than his 4 teammates who are dead and watching him currently. But something tells me
30
he might just die. Actually, hold on. Inspire's weak. Hold on. Hold on.
There was a moment.
Hold up.
Practo here looking at a plant opportunity. Spotted here by Properton. And yeah, has himself taken pretty low. Envy really shutting the door early rounds here against Burger Boys. A lot rides on this next one, obviously. By this point, normally Burger Boys getting out to a bit of a lead in a couple of their past games. Envy just really hard to deal with. And really effective flooding back into that B side or the anchor play as well from Kane Zero, even without a weapon. Very, very difficult for these challenges to overcome.
We are looking at a little situation where this Envy team has, well, they have a lot of money. And they're going to keep buying, Mitch. And they can buy ops if they want to.
They can buy
rifles. And Exeter's only one away from the dimensional drift. So on this buy round, they're looking pretty good. No ults currently for Burger Boys, but they're a couple orbs away from getting the dimensional drift or Hunter's Fury of their own. We'll have to see if that can actually come into play. But for Envy, the Hunter's Fury just straight up is. Poppin has that ready to go if necessary.
Obviously, there is a tripwire that would need to be cleared. Don't know if that is what this shock is for. There's been an odd spot for it. One-way cage. Inspire instantly swings. Needs zero convincing to step out there and try and take the fight. Nanas and Practo looks like they took glancing hits at least from that Hunter's Fury. Kane Zero, what are you doing, son? I'd maybe even be more sort of freaked out if this was not a regular occurrence from him. Brimming with confidence. Zero self-preservation instinct and 3 kills to his name. Okay, well, there's another gun round.
An average Kane Zero play if I've ever seen one. Pretty average.
Most sane Kane Zero moment.
That was a pretty sick Hunter's Fury from Poppin. That did, I think that got maybe 3 connections, just tagged people up. Had everyone really low as they tried to execute into the site. Could feel that Burger Boys wanted to try and, you know, take that moment to get in, maybe getting a little bit antsy that they were feeling all that pressure from the ultimate, and they were just swatted down because they were just right into Kane, right into the Cypher setup. Exer, right back to 1.
All right, a lot of people facing Exer down there. So the Sheriffs do get some value. Ion though says, no, I'd win.
It's a good trade.
Yeah, attack side happy with that. This Aldrone going to keep Inspire honest. He stays off the angle, but very quickly posts up. And crosses into this rafters corner. Burger Boys have seen enough by the looks of things. At least wanting to cut noise, but more likely looking to test the middle of the map. With all this Cypher util plus Cam, Envy don't have it actually manned by anyone. Well, Zeroy's to Burger Boys, what will it be?
Retro did go ahead and pick up that Vandal that was dropped, so 1 extra weapon here to be used.
So no walk down catwalk spotted. That doesn't mean, of course, the Burger Boys haven't rotated back through spawn. They do have enough time for it, but at least the double face here will be present.
Yeah, I'm liking the setup from Envy. They have 2 players ready here to defend this site. Should be good for it. Ion with the first already.
Oh, and they got crossfires here. Oh, unfortunate for Ion. They're just spotted up by Practo. I think Inspire realized how far out to the left Practo had gotten, so this shot is for free. Still Inspire. Bows out with 1. Our drone here will tell you everything you need to know. And in comes Kane Zero. To collect. Will not allow a round to pass by where he does not draw blood of some sort. And Envy are 5 rounds in the lead. It's gun round after gun round. Shut down for Burger Boys.
I love the way that the defense was set up there in the 4v4. Envy had the mid trip, the cam for anyone watching up, catwalk, and then an info trip on B for Kane to play off of. And then we saw, obviously, there's that double stack then just still over on A with Ion and Inspire. They get 3. Really well done. Love that pivot. Next? Defending the map in that way. Instant dimensional drift from the side of Burger Boys to get into this B side. Hunter's Fury off the information it's getting.
Bonnie in there though, very quickly. Burger Boys finally get up to a good start onto this B site. Full retake protocols here for Envy. Kane having to do it with an op, well, not necessarily. You can always go for the knives. But Bonnie's not going to allow Exeter to get out of market for free. Door shut. Kane maybe a second too late to find that off angle. And surely we don't peek into this. The correction is good. Straight upwards to the heart of the matter, and Bonnie's out of the game. Now with 3. God, that is filth. Just a little jiggle peek there from Kane. Retro and Nanas in the sight. Oh, the latter spotted and dealt with all too easily. Exsanguinated. It's up to Retro. Have you tried the Cabernet? Give him a Napa Valley special. Kane Zero just absolute filth in that round, man.
I can't with the wine references. Your years in wine school have really prepped you for this bit to just carry on. What is it called? Where did you learn about your wine? What is it?
No, I've done a couple of some classes, yeah, but I mean,
yeah, the summer classes. Yeah. Right.
Oh man,
bro couldn't wait to go for this bit. He couldn't wait.
I mean, oh man, that is crazy.
No, this is mental. I mean, right now, this feels like Kane saw that Bonnie is the statistical leader for the playoffs in ACS and ADR and took that personally. He came in ready to just absolutely clown on these guys and retake his position that he's been in all year in Challengers up until this playoffs as the highest leader in basically every single category at all times.
We get this guy for at least another series here in Challengers. That's the beauty of it, folks. Over the next few days, we've got lower finals and then, of course, the big one, grand finals, best of 5. Love to see it. Put on the show for us so far. Envy, though, looks like no one can really touch you at this level of play. Why are you there? Why?
He got another.
Do you have enough time to pull out the outlaw? That doesn't make any sense. Hey, this is amazing. This isn't FPL. What are you doing? Good Lord. I can't believe I've invoked James Bardolph in this moment. It's up to Nanas in 1 versus 3. And Poppin will silence him. It's a 7-round gap for Envy. But it's not just the number of rounds. It's the way in which they're achieving them.
This feels like when you 5-stack in ranked and then you go up against a guy and you realize that he has a low-level account and can only play the original 4 agents. So he's on Jet just smurfing all over you and you can't do a damn thing. It's that kind of energy right now.
I mean, Valorant is a game of conditioning, right? Like, you basically... So much
I would be inspecting this guy's tracker GG, trying to do some sleuthing, figure out who this is. If this was in my 5-stack.
Because like your game sense in Valorant is about having been in the same situation multiple times, right?
Oh my god.
Kane Zero takes that away from you. He kind of denies you game sense by doing the most strange things. So it forces you just to react on pure instinct.
Game sense. I mean, it's true though.
No, like it is.
I know you mean it. Just
yeah.
There's too much going on. There's too much stimuli to react to. New stimulus. You do not know what to do.
Bonnie down to 66.
Trying to take this space up mid that Poppin is passively watching while Inspires the rest to be on lock.
Time is ticking down though. A lot of Cypher util set up over on the B side and a quick swing back for Poppin. If they can isolate Poppin, Bonnie can... Oh, okay. No. Exit caught out. Bonnie with the knives. Poppin can't really pay it any heed right now. Needs to do something about this Pilshin to B. We have Ion TPing in with Inspire. There is enough time in theory for Burger Boys to rotate off this site, especially when they've got a Omen ultimate, but I don't know where Ion is. That's the problem. We cancelled it. All right, Inspire has to stick around here. Bonnie down, 9 bullets left. And they're just magnetic. Neural Theft at least is going to tell Alvin he's got time to plant. But all of a sudden, Burger Boys God, just to say nothing about whether they win this round or not, Wyatt, the economy just keeps getting slapped down by these individual moments from Envy players.
I mean, this is must win for Alvin. Simple as they need this round desperately.
Nicely done. Alvin, no chipmunks to help in this round, but it doesn't seem to matter. Nice little 1v1.
Bro, no.
Burger Boys.
No.
Still getting to work.
No, we can't be doing that. We can't be doing that. We can't be doing that in the Yellow Bracket final. Not the Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Wait. Do we get a best of 5? I'll behave myself in the BO5. This one? This is free money.
Chipmunks right there just did a horrible job scaling it to Inspires what happened, bro. Those three were going slow as hell. Pick up the pace.
Spacing definitely left to be desired.
I feel like they fear a little bit right now. I'm gonna be real. And if I were them, I too would fear because Envy are kind of going crazy at the moment. They're doing whatever they want.
All right, all picked up there by Retro. Still 2 rounds, Burger Boys. Not terrible. Only 2 left in the half, though. If they can find 1 here. Hero in the next. So up the old 9-3, the usual. Show us how good the defense side can be. All right, Bonnie, yes. Great paranoia there. I think forced extra out of position. Still he's able to emerge at some point and get involved in the game again. Low shock dart claims to pop it over the top to straight into Practo, runs him down. There's Kane Zero. Call up to Alva, but he's too far away from the action, and 9-2 the scoreline is. These are, in theory, your 2 best teams right now in Challengers, and Envy are making it look like this is, across tiers, this competition.
I gotta say, it's nice to see, though, that this Envy team were not a flash in the pan, because maybe that's a strong way to put it, but the fact that they went on that massive win streak leading into stage 1, win all the regular season games, and then don't succeed in the playoffs, I think it's fair to say that you could be worried that that was just a moment where they were on a god run and would have fallen off. But they actually took that loss and have gotten better since then, and now look very, very confident, even deeper in this playoffs than they got last time.
Slow wrap around towards mid here. Just messy money for Berg. Have a look at this. Just the one proper rifle to make use of it. It's just that's easy for Kane Zero. When you stand across the map against him, that one, yeah, he snaps those up 10 times out of 10. And now we'll wrap back around, maybe pick up mid, allow Poppin to drone this and then fall off to beat. A lot of agency here for Envy still. Kane Zero steps up. Bonnie's able to deal with him now and gets away from that extra hit of the Hunter's Fury, but elsewhere, Ion's just found some success on that catwalk part of the map, and pound for pound, it's Envy, the stronger team. Double swing here. What? Okay. Sheriff Fernandez rings out. Unfortunately, it's just a small hit of catharsis, enough to keep you coming back for more. It's a 10-round half here for Envy. Dominant defense showing against the team, one of the best attack side Ascent teams in this competition.
Yeah, for good reason. We were hyping up the Burger Boys attack side heading into this. Oops. I mean, whoops. It didn't really come to fruition, but I'm going to be honest, I'm not even going to put that on them. I mean, you're watching these highlights like, all right, I mean, guys, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do?
All right, well, let's get serious. Pistol time now.
It's 19-6. Inspire's 12-6. Poppin's 11-6. Guys,
I mean, Inspires.
I mean, how are you supposed to win? How are you supposed to win?
It is a case of better shooters on many levels here from Envy. A lot of what we're seeing here is less macro-oriented and more astounding fundamentals. Okay, Bonnie, well, enjoy being 13 health for the rest of the round. Well, dead, actually. Inspired, they did not even move. There was not an AD strafe to be seen, Wyatt. Retro, almost implying it was going to fall off for that paranoia. Ends up sticking around and is ruined by Kane Zero.
Well, this round is as good as done. Kane is already running through heaven, just wants to go get another kill, fight Nanners. Great, there it is. Why don't you just dash across and go fight Practo as well? Okay, well, finally someone is able to do the impossible task and beat him in a 1v1.
Doing a quick map here, Wyatt. I'm not gonna lie. And really, the way we set the stage and set the scene for this game was really that we expected a close game. And this Ascent map is one that, you know, Burger Boys choose. I feel like, yeah, they've been astonishingly good here. Bonnie has not been able to smurf in this game at all. And obviously, I think it's been really hard for Retro, I think, to find those opportunities on that attack side with the Yoru. Now it's like, okay, let's try and make some money. Let's try and get a defense side op in play, but this double duelist look here from Envy on this attack side. They make such great use of it.
Why are we lying? And what? And
someone's rage baiting him.
That shock dart went where it was intended for sure.
Yes.
I also would just say that, yeah, I mean, when you're at the point where Inspire is just taking a 1v3 and hits 4 headshots before dying to get 2 kills, just tough to win. just tough to win when you can't beat him. Oh my god. All right, well, I guess Practo's decided to win the game. Or, well, the round. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But that is sick.
The only momentum that's been generated in this game from Berg has been from multiple Sheriff multi-kills. That's the more astonishing part to me. They've had more success with those guns, like patently, than the rifles themselves. Still, important round for Burger Boys here. We have some game now, at least. Envy, of course, economically, this is pretty bad for them.
There are a lot of Guardians over for Berg on this next round. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, I guess, what can you really say about that? Analysis, he killed 3 people with the Sheriff by not missing. Good play, in my opinion.
Thank you, John Madden. Yeah, you know what's crazy? Honestly, if Burger Boys don't win this game, they're going to lose it. Like, that's crazy.
Let me call the experts.
I need a second opinion on that one.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds.
Let me get
it sounds right,
the rules analyst in here just to clarify that one.
Hey, again, hey, there's your Sheriff. They really just. Well, they love getting kills with the Sheriffs. If they could do that with every other gun on other rounds too, maybe they'll get back into this game, and maybe it begins now. Let's find out.
Right, so that Outlaw being maintained here for Bonnie. Tough around for it. Poppin obviously can buy some permutation of like half armor and rifle, I think. Solid round. I mean, Bonnie, to be fair, goes to work with the Outlaw early on. That was Envy just running it down and saying, right, let's just get this round out of the way. Not so easy anymore just to sort of play back in position and wait for Envy to run at you. That had worked, you know, early on this year. Some teams were able to sort of punish rankers as they were back then for that kind of play. Now they feel like they've definitely developed even more. Now, Kane knew you were there, Bonnie. He would come knocking either way. Envy looking to try and get the 12 here, and Kane will not be stopped on this side. Make it 3, and he is still busy.
God.
It's like the plot of Crank. If you stop, you literally die. You cannot stop moving.
How are you supposed to win the game when their entry just runs in and wins all the duels? You just can't. It looks like they are playing with a smart. This is, I'm paying someone to boost my 5-stack type gameplay, man. That just, just go jet, run in, one of the free agents, get all the kills. It's crazy, man. Bonnie is trying so desperately to stay alive, to run away with that Outlaw, and it just doesn't matter.
He plays like he's permanently under Clo Vault, like every single round. Like he has to get a kill within the first 15 seconds or he dies. Which I guess is not a terrible way for Duelist to approach the game, but I cannot wait to hear I cannot wait to hear our desk break down this first map. I am so ready for the hard-hitting insights. I'm so ready, man.
No, I'm so ready for the hard-hitting insights as well. Oh wait, what's that? Dan Drya just typed in the production chat, I am bringing nothing to this analyst desk. Interesting.
Well, that's unfortunate. In comes Kane. Finds purchase with the Blade Storm early. Burger Boys here with a pretty reasonable buy. But Retro's not had a chance to make use of this operator. They are still trying to get in onto the site. Iron eventually deals with Bonnie, but they've definitely done their damage already. Should be enough to keep Burger Boys in the game.
Unless the Inspire flank. I think by this point, they have an idea he could be flanking, I would say.
All right, Mr. Schlein. Thank you, stand and deliver, friend. Got a high-low set up here on the A site for Burger Boys. That's a clone. 34 seconds.
No shot, though.
Yeah, no, great shot to clone. Big fan of that one.
great shot. This is
yeah, clone was on the move as well, you know. Slow as it was. All right. I tell you what, man. Envy coming off that dream hack showing. Looking pretty clean. No one can really stand in their way at this tier. At least it looks like that right now. Remember, and this would be potentially, like, if they take the series, Burger Boys is a wing match against Ambrosia. They gave us a really good series.
Respect that, you know, Bonnie has gotten to the 18 kill mark. I mean, they outright win that round for the team with a 3K there. I mean, production caught it, but that was a really cool little high up flash, dash up draft play to get into the site. Bonnie is putting up some numbers, though, despite the lack of round wins for Burger Boys.
Oh, no one expects to see Bonnie there. His own little crunch. Didn't really need anyone to work it from B main, though. Still, eventually Inspiring came through. They sort of break out of the net that was starting to close in. Retro has a good connection there. I mean, that was well handled by the veteran, I've got to say. Kane, kind of player that really wants to get up in your face. Has to reload there. Bonnie and Clyde or Retro in this situation able to put Envy down. Just as they looked dangerous, 3 players still made it through B main onto the site. Kane Zero wanted to go fight them in market, and it did not end well.
Bonnie would love to win this game, but I think it might be too little too late for all of these 3Ks to end up paying off, which is a little unfortunate, but hey, back to back, they just outright win some rounds for their team. Just, yeah, all right, I'll take a timing and walk down mid and fight in tiles. Oh, free kill. Cool. Oh, win a 1v1 against Ion. Cool.
I am so here for the the rage baiters calling 14-12 Burger Boys in the chat. You guys are so wrong for that. There is, I mean, again, they do seem to have at least adjusted to the pace. I got Retro roll back the years. That's what I'm talking about. It does look like they've adjusted to the pace, and seeing Bonnie being able to push up. He played towards tiles that round, kind of solo. Very much a solo effort. To able to get in there and find that first kill.
It almost feels like it took them to arrive at the precipice of demise on this map to decide, all right, let's just send it at them too, and let's just run around and shoot them and play with some confidence as well, because I don't think they had it to this extent earlier on in the game, and now that they're on death's door, Bonnie's like, all right, well, might as well just go for it, and it's working because Bonnie is still in sick form. This has just been the Kane Zero game up until these last few rounds.
It's worth just like putting on people's radar as well. Lotus has been a very reasonable map for this squad. Actually, Burger Boys on Lotus, really good defense side, sort of round total in general. So it's, I think they played TSM though on their last 2 outings though, and well, I would handle them on both occasions. I didn't feel terrible about them going to that map. Playing from behind, no bit of an issue. Here we go again, folks. It's utter pandemonium out there. Inspired did get pinged out though, extra playing by Logs. Raptor seems like he's happy to thrive in such a scenario, but the Singer of Ion finds purchase. Retro is locked in.
Enemy remaining.
Anderson is able to get in now. It's up to Ion with 34 health. Does have a Phantom. Fake TP. Retro now have to check the corner. It's a bit awkward with the op to try and clear in such a fashion. Shadows. These Omen off angles can be pretty disastrous to try and fight through. And he's gone and smoked the position that Retro is going to push through here.
Here's them both.
Baiting sound. Nanas is the healthy one. Nanas is the one that's supposed to finish. Oh, the off angle! Wait a minute. Okay, Retro had more than just an op. Is able to make use of that shorty here to keep Burger Boys in the game, stringing the rounds together. But this is now where everybody's been able to save a bit of money. Dimensional Drift also on deck.
We have entered a world of silliness. I don't even want to try to analyze what was happening earlier in that round, Mitch. I refuse. I abstain.
Yeah, you know, that's crazy. Because when I get up in the morning and go, I don't want to work today, I still have to. So, chop, chop.
Okay, well, I guess what happened? I don't even know what happened, man. They just, the cloudburst, dash in, what happened? It was a Yoru flash sync with a paranoia.
I mean, that might be play-by-play.
I mean, that's not even play. That's just what happened. They double
exactly
flashed.
my job. That is what I do.
Flashed. Then also, do we just have the same job actually?
Yeah.
Honestly. Are we splitting hairs about what the roles in casting are at the end of the day?
Yeah, low key. I mean, at this point.
Does it make believe? I just let you talk over the clips. Is that the only difference?
Yeah, we're the same guy.
Oh, but the game is on, by the way. The game is on.
I mean, it isn't it? X's been able to break in towards B main, still spray down, deals with Elvin and Practo. Bonnie's the only player anchoring the side here. The spike has been left for now. Ion does have that ult to get back and get it, but here comes Exter. Cutting through. What do you do from here? You just go recover the spike. You just go recover the spike.
It's all right. You get 2 of them. I'll just pop the next one and get it this time.
You recover the spike. Here we go. Awkward though. Dimensional Drift probably sees this. Odd little exchange here for Envy. Gank crashed back into Boathouse now. And here's the plant.
Dark cover down retro. Oh my god. Has the shorty out, takes a hell of a lot of damage.
Cover going out.
Nana's going to try and get it. So just covering up the left-hand side. Paranoia does catch that corner player. Here comes Retro.
Last player standing.
Down. It's up to Nanas here. If you see Nanas, you should be able to shoot him. And there it is, Envy. Get the job done. Force-feeding Retro a cup of Chateau Lafitte. See you in the next map, nerd. Great start. I mean, look, Envy up 10-2 when it came into halftime, and they were eventually able to convert on that.
That second half was just waiting for Envy to win so we can move on to map 2. There ain't no way they were gonna lose that game. Like when you're playing against Envy and you're in that situation, eventually someone's gonna hit a crazy 3K or something and just win the game, surely. It's just inevitable. Bonnie did start to heat up towards the end, so hey, maybe the confidence can be flowing a little bit more when we head on to Lotus.
Yeah, definitely carry that into the next map. I mean, it's just rough. I mean, that's the map pick of Burger Boys. Like you want to be firing. Yeah, it's because honestly, like if they don't win the next map, they're gonna lose the series. Wyatt, that's tough.
And then, little lower bracket final
Yep.
against Ambrosia, who are looking good. So, you know, Envy on the cusp of just absolutely dominating their way into this grand final. If they could just take their map pick Lotus next. Kane is in prime Kane form. Inspire was looking really good too. I mean, he was having some good anchoring rounds, etc. That defense half was, you know, pretty insane. Not going to lie.
Yeah. I mean, I just think Kane is such a hard player to play against because you really have to second guess yourself on how they're going to behave, how they're going to play. Envy just doing a great job of showing us what happens when you don't lose. You win. We'll be back after a break. We'll talk about map 2 coming up, and we'll be Lotus, and there's much to look back on after map 1 as well. We'll see you in a second.
I'd say I'm fortunate in that I don't feel too much like anxiety going into like matches. Something we really implemented that like it felt like it helped a lot was just practicing as close to possible as like a match and making sure everyone's on the same page, like having like the tangible goals and that are measurable that we can follow up with. It's just sort of setting ourselves up for success in that our practice is just as close as possible. We have played the scrims every day. We've put in the work. We know what we're about to get into. So let's just keep playing like it's practice. And, you know, whatever happens, but let's at least play like a match we're proud to have played. Yeah, and I think like a big part of that was also like having Veer as our coach now. He really helped implement that system coming into the relegation matches and helping us like get that victory.
The best way to deal with the pressure is just to have fun, not think too much about the game. Just try to be in the present, not think too much about the result.
For me, the best way to deal with the pressure, being prepared, like feeling you're prepared, feeling like you've done enough for this match. Like for me, it's the routine, the practice that we put in before the match. For me, my routine is simple. It's like I wake up, I walk the dog, I take a cold shower right before the match, and that's it. I mean, I've done this for the last like 3 years at least. So yeah, being prepared is the best way to deal with pressure. So at the end of the day, like when you're in the server, there's not that much pressure if you know you're prepared. You know?
I feel like early on in Challengers, like last year, we definitely felt more pressure, a lot more nerves. Now being our fourth, maybe even fifth split, I feel like we don't have much pressure anymore. A lot of teams do doubt us. A lot of the casters doubt us still. So there's no pressure. I mean, we just have to go out there, have fun, and regardless what will happen, you know, just my main thing is always having fun, you know, win or lose, have fun. So there's really no pressure.
The best way to deal with pressure, drink water, like drink lots of water and just breathe. That usually helps. Water's a key one though.
Up the top of B site. Oh, the ace! What they have left? Only 3 but Bora makes it happen!
Where the two duelists are waiting. Ted's first blind, good for 3! There's...
Upper finals between two very different but very dominant teams, but getting into the server, it was an Envy that looked like they could not be stopped. Or running it down, they look like they're having fun, and they're going to take the victory 13-7 to start off the series. Ash, this one as well was Burger Boy's map pick, but it's comfortable for Envy, and we got to see that plain as day.
Guys, I'm still holding on to a little bit of copium, at least a little bit of copium with my prediction. But yeah, that 10-2 start coming out from Envy. Burger Boys just really didn't have an opportunity to get started. That defensive side was so strong coming out from them. And they were talking about it on the cast as well. Like, it's just so hard when Envy are going to be extremely scrappy going into a lot of those engagements. You really don't know always what to expect with that positioning, the types of fights that they're taking. And I am kind of at a loss for words. Like, Envy really looked like they're having a good time on this map. Everything was going right for them. And you go into that second half, and sure, Burger Boys, they managed to pick up 5 rounds. But let's be honest, Envy were doing a little bit of trolling. I'm going to say it on the desk. They were doing a little bit of trolling, getting a little bit silly goofy, feeling very confident once they did hit that match point, but ended up bringing it back at the end of the day.
Just thinking back, I mean, this is 13-7. You're just tuning in. You're like, oh, I guess it was kind of close. It was an Ascent that was a little bit close, but it was a 10-2 half for Envy. So we really thought it was going to be, and we hyped up this match saying this is going to be a back and forth. This is going to be really close. And we see the 10-2 half, and we're like, wait a second. Do we know what we're talking about? I don't know. Sometimes it feels like we don't. But you start to see a little bit of trolling, a little bit of back and forth coming into the second half. A very aggressive play that we were seeing constantly towards that B side. And of course, I mean, the man of the hour, Kainzera, that man just could not end the round without at least getting 1 kill. And I think Wyatt brought it up in the cast. It feels like he saw the stats. He saw that he was in second place after Bonnie, and he just cannot accept that. He has to be the #1, and that is exactly what he was doing throughout this whole map of Ascent. Going in, running it down, he ends up with 28 kills, and Bonnie's kind of following. Even if it's a 10-2 half, it's Bonnie's still trying to keep it competitive, at least for this duel with the 2 Jets. But Kainzera just insane once again, and I feel like we talk about it every single time that he's facing one of these challenger teams. The way that he plays with confidence no matter what is so impressive. He just plays with no fear. He's going into these entries with no fear. He is so also relying on his team if things start to go wrong, but it really felt like nothing could go wrong for this side of Envy.
It's so fun, but so infuriating to watch sometimes. Like, how is he getting away with this? This should not be allowed at any point. So absolutely crazy. But he was someone that we highlighted going into this. He's been able to be one of the top of the leagues for the reason. But Ash wanted to compare and contrast because Inspire 2 has always been able to be a pillar, including on this map.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? Is okay, Keenzer had all of the flashy moments in this map, but Inspire was so reliable still, looking to cut off a lot of those flanks, even just being that lurking presence, getting his ones, getting his twos, and poking holes in the defense. And it made that aggressive, scrappy, and like high octane playstyle work so well for Envy on that attacking side as well, because he was drawing a lot of attention away from those rotations. And then you also think about how well he was anchoring down that site when the rest of Envy were playing that push and pull across the map, whether it was mid or towards A main, and fighting a bit more aggressively and forcing the Burger Boys players into Inspire setups where he's just able to lock things down and buy enough time for the rest of his team to get that rotation over. It was really nicely done. This is a pairing that I think that we've talked about consistently for Envy whenever we see them, is just that difference in playstyle, right? Like Keenzera in your face and Inspire, the rat that is sometimes just nowhere to be seen until he's clicking your head.
And with a duo like this, it's hard pressed to see where Burger Boys are going to stop Envy in the series, especially now looking at the next map within the series and the fact that we are going into Envy's pick, looking at this Lotus next. I definitely don't think Burger Boys are bad at this map by any means, do not get me wrong, but Envy have been really strong here. But it'll be interesting to see that different little bit of ideology here too, since of course Envy will see the double duelist, yeah, we already know this, but this is where we do get to see that it's going to be, well, Dan Bonnie against the world, being the only duelist typically on this map for Burger Boys.
And not only the only duelist, but it's actually going to be a neon, so that changes a little bit of what we saw in that map 1, right? Where it was actually a Burger Boys kind of mirroring this composition that we saw first for MB and that they've been playing for quite some time. So now they're kind of running their playstyle, the things that they want to run. So, but it's a tough position. Again, like you said, this map isn't bad at all for the set of Burger Boys. They recently won it 13-6 against TSM, winning an insane amount of momentum into that. I mean, it was a 10-2 against TSM when they were going on defense first. But I'm still really concerned because that map of Ascent, that was supposed to be a good start for this set of Burger Boys, and it was quite the opposite. Even if you're able to get some rounds at the end, you just kind of know that that map is over with that 10-2, even with the 5 rounds that you're able to win kind of here and there with the anti-eco. I don't really see that comeback happening for Burger Boys. We definitely want to see the map of Sunset, especially just with the way that the teams like to play, but I think it's a 2-0 for Envy.
We also have to keep in mind that for Burger Boys, they get to pick the side, right? And they are one of the few teams who are going to opt to start on defense first here on Lotus. And that means I think there's that additional pressure on Alvin as well to be this player on that Vice that we're expecting him to pull out here for Lotus, to be able to slow down that high octane gameplay that we saw on Ascent. It's not going to be that opportunity with the dive comp, since there won't be that jet. It'll be back on that ISO. And I do think that he has a lot on his shoulders to be able to slow down these pushes that we're going to expect out from Envy.
It's definitely a tough one for Burger Boys as we head into the agent select, but I think a little breath of copium for you, Ash, and the Burger Boys out there is last time we saw Envy here, it was a loss up against Winthrop. So Burger Boys done their homework. How do things switch up going into this, and how does Envy respond? But getting into the agent select, I think a lot of what we expected, Ash. We get the Kane on the ISO this time, and then Bonnie solo duelist on this Neon.
Yeah, I think my eyes are just going to be drawn over towards how Burger Boys are going to look to contest over towards Mound, and especially over at Rubble. When you look at the utility, in theory, their util should be better for a lot of that crowd control, that zoning, and just being able to generally take over that space. But we know that Envy is also very good at responding with util of their own, being very reactive to what's being thrown out and finding ways to come out on top in those scraps.
This is just the Envy way, and I know that you mentioned this here last time that they played this map against Winthrop. It was actually a loss for this set of Envy, but they are constantly playing this map. They're constantly playing this composition. They win it against YFP. They win it against TSM. They win it when they're playing that their Red Bull qualifier as well. It's a map where, I mean, if you're scared about Envy having and being comfortable in a map, this is the map that you need to be the most concerned about. And it's not the best point for Burger Boys. This is, once again, that spot in the grand final, and it can just be that 2-0 for Envy to make it happen.
It's definitely a tough road, but maybe a pop-off performance from Bonnie, someone we've highlighted so much. I don't know. It's definitely a tough road ahead for Burger Boys, but it's time to see going into Lotus that they have what it takes to take us into a map 3 into Sunset, or if Envy are going to use Lotus to stamp their ticket into the grand finals. Let's head into the game and find out, and back over to your casters, the silliest, Uber and Wyatt.
I resent that comment. We are extremely above
We were
board
very
at all times,
serious, very analytical of the last game, and I'd like that to be pointed out.
Yes, I want the record to show that we definitely attempted to decipher whatever nonsense was going on Ascent. Lotus may end up looking similar, right? We get to see the, Kane ISO. You can only ban out or avoid so many of those maps before you have to face the dread from it, run for it. It'll still come for you anyway. On the side of like Burger Boys, right? Again, we're continuing to see the results of just some tweaking down in the power of, Tejo and such, right? Still getting to see the Vice here. I think it's really potent on this kind of map. It can really exercise a lot of great control over towards the tree side of the map, or solo over, on that A side. But Burger Boys here need to get off to a hot start. Why? They can't be stressed enough. Envy just brutalized them in the first half of that Ascent map.
I got my eyes on the KO here and immediately accidentally zero-pointed himself and then died. All right, well, I don't have my eyes on the KO anymore. I guess I'll watch Eggster or someone else.
Yeah, I mean, you won't be seeing much anyway. Here's Kane. Just domes Bonnie. Happy to now just to take point and hit this A side. Undercut available. We are just doing the run and gun thing. Now this is a dirty little off bad. Never mind. Off angle. No problem. Doesn't really matter. He could honestly have been playing from the skybox and he still would have found him. Kane here sees Alvin coming. Stunned up, but the damage is, well, it's more than already been done, folks. Envy looking to ease now into this post plant. They're still pushing up. They're still trying to fight the Envy way.
These guys have absolutely no HP, and they're being flanked, and they're dead, and Envy have won another pistol round. I honestly, maybe we'll see this on the replay, but as far as caster curses go, I think I just hit one of the all-time devious licks. Like, me saying, I want to keep my eyes on the KO, throws the 0 point into the wall in front of him and dies. Yeah, right? It's like, nice. Great shout from me. But playing, all right, now I'm going to rein it back in. Playing KO on this map, pretty crazy, I'm not going to lie. I don't know if I've ever watched, I'm sure I have at some point, I've just forgotten because it's one of 2,000 games that I've actually seen a pro team run a KO on this map. It is very, very, very rare.
Yeah, we did see it, of course, last time from Burger Boys here, but before that, yes, really not been a thing. Retro's dead, chain 0. Whoa, double tap, pretty good. He's able to stave off that damage enough to allow him to get a second. So this will be a pretty quick anti-eco round. And honestly, it should be a Vandal here, easily carried alongside this Guardian into the first bonus.
Spike planted.
Practo and Bonnie probably just want to get this one over with. So then we'll wait it out. Try and get some value, get a quicker overdrive here for Bonnie. Maybe Practo can do something with an L command, but it's not really been util driven, these pushes from Envy. They just kind of go at you. And there it is, 2 rounds already in the books.
When you're on the attack side with this comp, winning the pistol, when you get those ults from your Duelist starting to cycle, that is when you are in take over the game mode. Kane Zero is now swapped over to the Vandal and is 1 away from the kill contract already. Should be easy enough to go and fight for this orb over towards Mound. Collect that, hit the site with the kill contract. I'm gonna just favor Kane to win that, like against every single player. I mean, also he has a shield, so that kind of helps, no? But
I mean, he's 1 away from that kill contract, right? Built towards it very quickly. And when your ISO really gets rolling on these maps, if Kane was able to have the same output of kills as he did on Ascent, well, you're guaranteeing yourself like an instant kill, like 1 every 3 rounds, like a first pick straight off the bat. And Envy been very good at converting those. Inspire was that solo player over towards the B side there. It looks like it was just Retro who took a look and was able to quickly neutralize him.
Yeah,
Alva just trying to set up behind this Razorvine.
He was holding a pretty common line to try and catch someone rotating, so Retro was able to read him on that. Alvin going to be pressured.
Can't quite get through the double tap. That's going to be the problem. Kane gets himself yet another one. Horn has to be dealt with. Swing on Practo now. Oh, nicely done. Beautiful from Practo. This time without a Sheriff, by the way. Gets it done. Even with a Prowler sent at him, he's able to take 3 players down. Very clean.
Those were some sick taps at the end there. Well, had like 3 or 2 bullets left and was forced to just tap that last player. I think that was popping on the swing. Really well played. Kane not able to use that kill contract. No decent situation for it. To carry that over. Yeah, this is that moment where that's just a super common angle to be playing when you're that lurking sentinel on attack, hoping to cut off or rotate from the B to A side, and Retro was all too aware of it.
Like you said, though, really nice taps. Okay, not quite the aggressive push to rubber you'd expect here from an attack side. David Inspire, hello! He's on his own! He is on his own! Just him against 3. Now, I think if we realize, wait a minute, there is actually some players here. They're surprised because Inspire's able to just set up in that position, peek and find a first kill. Nanas won't be allowed to get away. Ankle's broken there by that Stinger, so it's down to Alvin. And the shoulder pick here from Iron is good. Wide swing from Kane. And
what is that, man? He's not the one who's supposed to get the kill. It's the other guy that's supposed to get the kill.
Nope.
He's just jumping and distracting. That is so mental.
And again. So there was a kill contract used in that round by the looks of things. I don't think there was any catch from it.
I see. Yeah. All good.
Inspire is not supposed to get that kill, apparently.
Kane just heard the teleport, spams through. And Burger Boys are right back onto the eco. Kane already has 7 kills. Things going as you'd imagined. Maybe not in that moment, but Envy are so fast, swinging past Rubble together.
Some magnificent highs from Kane, but got some spectacular lows as well. He's flashed in that situation. Full flash just goes for the sprays on the move, so that's why we end up getting that result. Still Envy. Again, this is relevant. The fact that 3 guns have been stripped away from the attackers. And you notice that Poppin, Ion, Kane been rebuying a fair bit here. So Burger Boy's going to come back around to a buy round where Envy are, in theory, looking a little bit more submissive, susceptible. They're going to have a Nightfall, though, available. Dimensional Drift also is going to be there. They're about to crest on some big ultimates.
Even though Kane goes down early in this situation because of the gun advantage, etc., and because Envy have 2 players that can easily cross over to back Rubble in the Yoru or the Omen, they're just scaling so fast. It doesn't even matter that Kane dies. They're fighting together after the fact so well.
Cage triggered.
All right, Bonnie again wants to take point in these early rounds. Credit to Inspire, like he is turning up in his early fights over towards Rubble. In that case, it looks like the relay bolt actually cut off any trade from Kane. And it's an easy enough job to break that.
He is just playing that with such unbelievable confidence. Inspire crossing there amidst all of the util. Pop and trying to get into sight. Has to go just in front of the aftershock, so it does take a little bit of damage in the Thorns. Ion with that teleport across to get the spike planted.
Okay, here's that defense side null command now. Oh, and up with the rolling thunder. This could be dangerous now for the attackers. They're entrenched. They're in the side, but Practo brought down. Pop and handles him comfortably. Kane, though, a little bit maladroit there. Looks like a fault line came through at that moment. Exit, though, great positioning here. Oh, my goodness. He and Poppin combine. And now it's Bonnie v Poppin. Okay. Turns out sometimes we just jump in, pop the ultimate. What an important round to win back here for Burger Boys. But good Lord, did they have to spend for it.
And Bonnie is just able to go for that long slide with the ult popped. Poppin can't adjust the aim, even with the Nightfall. Turning off the audio, getting some effective damage onto the Neon. I think that was the first time we've been on Kane's point of view and haven't seen him get a kill. I'm gonna be honest. I think that might be the first time. Well, okay, there was the other time actually on the last round where we ran out and immediately died, but I don't even think he shot his gun, so that doesn't count.
Okay, sure. So if he doesn't fire?
That's the first time he's missed, I think, that we've been on his point. Someone was really excited. It wasn't Bonnie, but I'm glad someone's hyping up their king. You know, he's playing pretty well.
I bet it's Nanas. Just looks the type.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been. Maybe Alvin? You think Alvin's the hype guy?
Maybe. He seems more like a soprano, though.
Who's next?
Here we go. Nanas here going to be hit by that undercut. Bonnie slides on him, trying to take this fight. It's tough. The double tap there shields a lot of it. And Extra was able to get all the way up to rubble there. Of course, Dimensional Drift helps in a big way for him to turn that judge into gold. The Midas touch on the Yoru. And Envy now ready to hit this A site. Great little C's up towards top side, and Extra now has upgraded his weapon and has immediately put it to good use. Practo has to shoot a haunt with his Outlaw, and so a flawless round here comes up for Envy.
They're everywhere. They're in the defender's spawn. They're everywhere in sight. Eggster's teleporting through. It's just too much. It's too overwhelming. And 2 times, well, look at the timeline on the screen. Burger Boy went around, and they get ecoed. They went around, and they get ecoed. IMB are just maintaining control of this game entirely.
All things considered, right? It's a weird buy. It's like Judge, Guardian, mix, hot and heavy fighting. It's a great way to use the ultimates just to smooth out some of those economy issues. Poppin keeps a Guardian here too. Why not? He knows he's going into a sort of an anti-eco round.
You know, frankly, I'm a little surprised. We got an entire map of Ascent, and I don't think we saw Eggster buy the judge once. I don't think he bought it one time. That might be the first time I've ever seen him not buy the judge in a map.
He didn't let the intrusive force win, which in my opinion is pretty remarkable. Okay, Dinked was Practo. Nice little flick, good adjustment from Ion. As you'd expect, for a team that chooses to hit the B side on an anti-eco round, it can be a little bit messy. I know there's going to be some form of shenanigans here with Sherrison sliding, but Envy taking 3 rifles out of it seems good enough, I think.
You can tell that Retro's locked in because on the cam before, you could see his entire face. Now you can only see his eyes and forehead. He's adjusted even closer to his monitor to be the most locked in possible. He's mere centimeters away from his screen.
It's quite remarkable, actually. Like, players must have very good peripheral awareness that they can be so close to a monitor and still see everything that's happening. I've seen some pretty absurd. Actually, there's a player in a game I used to cast who actually would turn his monitor perpendicular to him, almost. And that's how he would play. Like, it would be a really sharp angle away from him. Not really sure. I think he had like an eye condition, but yeah.
Who was the craziest one? It was Redgar in Valorant. He would have it like above him. Anyway, Bonnie's pushed out and just kills Inspire. Cool. And gonna run away. Cool. That's a great way to get an opening.
I mean, I like the idea of having the monitor, like looking up at the monitor, because it's like you're facing your school bully again. But this time you've come back and you can frag and you're in Radiant.
You're going to stuff him in the locker this time.
Yeah, exactly. So you're still looking up at him, but you know you got hands this time.
Oh, that's a great flash from Eggster. That is so sick.
Kill contract though. No escape for Retro. The breach already plucked out of the mix. It's up to Nanas. Oh my goodness, Nanas. And of course, Kane is going to waste no time in trying to get there. The thing is, Kane needs info. The Kane go kill strat requires him to be pointed in the correct direction. Just wheeled out like Hannibal and just told to go nuts. Oh, we love that. Stunning stuff from Nanas. Great clutch. Legitimately, such an important stop of momentum against Envy.
That was insane. Also, we discovered that Nanners don't think he's the hype guy. He had no reaction to that. He had absolutely no reaction.
I got my hand up. You're right. You're right.
No, but that was a very sick 3K. Respect. I was ready to go off about how cool that flash was from Eggster. Like, popped in front of Alvin, like went behind him, bounced in front of a player playing Ben there. That was really cool, but yeah, no, Nanners, he clutched up when the Burger Boys needed him most.
Alvin here, tucked close. Money's still not great for Burger Boys. Here's the shield wall. It does get, of course, drawn out by the clone. It's the best way to deal with that in most cases. So a belated play for Rubble. Nanas was getting ready for it. You're right, not Vi's Merchant. That's fine. He's got like a very laid back vibe.
Sends out that paranoia off the wall being procced. Oh my god, this timing is crazy.
I like that. Like he's going for it. Bonnie here out in the open. Delivers at least one on towards Ion. However, the trades do not favor the defenders whatsoever. Spike is definitely headed over towards A. Haunt checks Baby Door, sees nothing. So you can kind of guess where these defenders are playing from. Stairs-wise or towards the upper side of A. So, advantaged post-plant for the attackers now.
Here comes that Steel Garden. It is going to connect onto the two players from Envy on site, but Inspire still far away to assist. Oh my god, how is he getting away with that, man? How is he getting away with that?
Now it's on Retro in 1 versus 2, but goodness. Some pretty standard post-plant positions taken up. 1 in 3. 1 out towards Baby Door. Retro knows he's going to be fighting on 2 separate fronts and has to try and turn these into 1v1s. Wins it against Poppin. It is possible. It's all on the table. The Retro pinged out by Big Brother. And Hunter Schlein gets the job done.
He was absolutely chilling over towards Rubble. Just biding his time, ready to win out the round for his team. Has been super consistent today with the Envy side. This was a great fight off the Nightfall. All of Envy were just posted up on the proper angles for that refight that was coming in from Burger Boys. They had multiple players towards door, site, etc. Off that paranoia that was sent out from Nanners, that tree, but Envy were very ready for all that, nullified all of that defensive aggression. And yet again, put the Burger Boys onto an eco.
His game's getting a little bit tighter now as Nanners just dealt with. Swift kick to the guts for him, and look at that behind the Prowler. God, Envy turning these little pops on a dime. And then there's no escape. Look at how they ratchet up the tempo. Retro can't believe what's going on. See almost manic look on his eyes now as he's like, all right, boys, well, shoulder that pickaxe. We're headed over to feed ourselves to the beast that is Envy. Apparently their main job in this game is to provide sustenance to these cracked Zoomers, and so they do. 4 for Envy, Kane 0 on the round. 8 on his attack side.
Like you mentioned it, but the way that they refight into Rubble there, Kane takes the first peek, has the shield up, gets the 1 kill, great. Backs off, that baits Bonnie into trying to go forward to fight, eats the Prowler. Kane re-swings next, right on this moment. Then pushes forward. Practo's caught trying to escape because that pace is just increased instantly. Of course, it is just an anti-eco, but just tiny little plays that make it so consistent.
Any other solo player, I mean, there's nothing worse as the solo player trying to anchor a side than getting kill contracted.
Oh, for sure. And what you absolutely can do here is this. Dimensional Drift, find Alvin. Oh, well, you're not going to be kill contracting him now. Oh, my God. At least they get the trade.
So nice from Alvin. So many players in that position will just fall back to halls and then invariably get hit with the kill contract and die. Stand and fight. Gives his team a chance in this round. A Retro delivering a beautiful little 2-piece. That's going to help a lot as well. Let's get those ultimates out as we're at the end of the half. Bonnie gets there, but Retro has a sick round on the breach. Little 3-piece coming out of Waterfall, and all right, only 4 rounds in it. Not too shabby from Burger Boys, considering how things started.
I mean, respect to Alvin. He had a pretty quiet half. Unfortunately, his site was getting bombarded much of the time, and/or he just had to go retake A while at a massive disadvantage. But genuinely, that 1 kill, just going 1 for 1 here was massive. That's a situation where he's going to be getting kill contracted the massive majority of the time. Fighting Kane, who has the shield up, you're probably going to lose that, but just going 1 for 1 and allowing the rest of his team to get in flood, you know, a few seconds later, Retro gets this couple great kills, super high impact.
We'd like to see Burger Boys make Envy work for rounds like that. A little bit of free damage there for Inspire. He unscathed. Oh, able to play away from the flash as well. It's carnage, folks. Burger Boys down at just 2. Retro can feel it in his bones, folks. Not in a good way either. Oh, we love double tap on a pistol round. All too easy for Envy. That's got to be all the pistols won in this series so far, no?
Well, let me call someone.
All right, yeah. Get on the blower. We got Gene Steratore in here. At least 3.
It's true.
It's true.
I just got off the phone. It's true.
Man, that was a quick call.
It's just that in the second half, they got eco'd after, so it was hard to remember.
That is true.
But they did technically win the pistol, so yeah, that is all of them.
That's a 2 for 1.
That is all of them.
That was real nice from Inspire there. Envy, proactive as always. Bam! Bam!
Oh,
buddy!
Oh, God.
Well,
Oh,
yeah, just
no.
give him the 5th and be on with it, I think. All right. Who was that? I'm turning to that CS caster that used to be like, ba-bam, every time someone got a kill.
Bam Bam?
We gotta bring that back, honestly. No, that was honestly, he was ahead of his time.
No, he really was. That was, man, you have to be genuinely old to remember that.
That's true. I could have just passed it off as my own, like, ingenious commentary. But I'm not, I'm
trying to bring it back a decade later. I think more than like 11 years later, maybe.
All right. Envy this time. Do not get ecoed. Kill contract up here for Kane 0, but an outlaw in hand might make that less of an attractive proposition. Exeter will tuck with a Spectre. No early fight, of course, for Envy. They know they're going to be a little outgunned. There's always ways to get those edges back.
Yeah, if there's one ISO who would kill contract someone with an outlaw, it would be Kane.
I mean, he'd do it with a Stinger.
He's definitely done it with an Odin. Well, he's not going to do it this round because the Envy players are just facing and losing and not escaping. And so it seems like lest for something crazy happening, this should be a fairly clean Burger Boys anti-bonus.
Yeah, they are just. I would find it very curious if they opted for B in this situation. And Inspire is basically dripping in kill trips here. Probably a phrase no one's ever uttered, no one ever will again.
Cage trigger.
There is potential.
There
is potential. Oh, great time for the 0 point to come in and turn off those trips.
They might have come to the wrong side anyway, though. Prowler got in there. Paranoia. Ion getting just tagged up in the middle of the site. Some damage to Nanas, but nothing to write home about. Here comes Poppin, though, with the Ares. I got hyped up for it. Definitely looked a little bit scary, but great 0 point. And this is something we never really say on this map. So uncommon to see the KO here at all. Being able to turn off that util, hitting the Sentinel site. It's pretty handy there.
Yeah, that is a rare time where you're happy to have the KO. It really is. You know, maybe also looking for moments, I don't think it's come up, where you can, you know, re-clear part of the map and catch Exeter with the knife so he can't teleport away, something like that.
Do we get an Alvin Pie? I think he just missed it. It's 4 and 14.
And you know what? For his sake, we didn't catch it.
All right.
You know what I mean?
We'll let it go.
He gets away this time. This is a push all the way through A from Envy. The map is just going to be completely flipped right now.
Yeah,
Kane still has that kill contract, and he's still just determined to use it with the Stinger. Ain't no way.
The GOAT! Yes! That's what I'm talking about, baby! Oh, man, that is dirty. Body taken down inside a kill contract, and Kane 0 got himself a weapon upgrade. Still more to do for Envy, though. All of the players are out of the sight for Burger Boys. They are lit. Kane's able to find himself 3. Retro Bananas now with it all to do. Kane's still trying to go to work. Ion takes the fight and finds himself in a 1 versus 1. Retro's without util. And so Ion now is going to try and tease some action out. Fault line back up. Ion going for a Retro, for the love of God. Surely. He stretched the timeout enough and he gets it done. God, he's been important in quite a few of these rounds, Wyatt. That one especially. What a ridiculous outing that was.
He's had some really high impact moments. Has straight up won Burger Boys a couple rounds, or at the very least been the highest point of impact in winning them. I'm about to try that in some ranked games with the Stinger, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that is kind of annoying. Having the ISO with a Stinger and a shield running at you in the kill contract, that's a scary sight. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm about to run it down later. I'm running it down
don't feel like you're
later,
favored,
man.
Okay, back to business. Here's Alvin. Quite a game for him so far, but the Outlaw is extremely timely in a round like this. Envy, obviously, as was mentioned in the pre-show, they're boot camping. What they don't mention, I think, is that they're in Hasbro's living room at the moment. I think he had the Rivals team in the living room earlier as well. Everybody will sleep over at the Envy Mansion. And there is Kane getting caught out inside that fragment. Exeter, though, will, of course...
Do they know? Well, it doesn't matter at this point because they've slowed things down. And I like that from them. There's no need to rush.
Extra.
Just let Extra stand there and
fighting
smoke.
the second wolf inside of him, you know.
they're clashing right now.
Every man's got two wolves, you know. I don't know if the Shoulder Devil won out there or not. Ion here suppressed, flashed fully, and awaiting judgment.
Spike down, C.
They're shooting at him through the wall. He doesn't seem to care. Tries a right click with the Bucky, and Retro will take him down. So, Burger Boys clambering, back into the game. Couple of these rounds now getting strung together. The economy of Envy severely disrupted. It's 3 in a row for the attack side.
And Burger Boys are starting to get theirs rolling. Envy, is this the first time they're taking a timeout in this series? It may be. I can't remember them taking one on Ascent. But here we go. They're feeling like they need it. And I can't blame them. This is certainly an inflection round. If Burger Boys are able to take it here, breaks the economy of Envy, then theoretically they're up to 9. They're not going to be on an eco anytime soon. So this definitely feels like a must-win.
In maps where Envy have lost, they tend to suffer like just from really choppy economy or sort of getting snowballed out of the game, because you'll often see them pretty aggressively buy back into some of these rounds and try and assert themselves. But like, oh, that flash, okay. Yeah, this is a bit nasty. This was, of course, the eco buy, so. All right, we'll honestly, comms are pretty calm, pretty collected there. What's the buy looking like? Decent here for Envy.
Yeah, it's good. They have the full, and Kane is getting close to the kill contract again, of course, because he basically always has one. But I think more importantly is the fact that Retro can get his Rolling Thunder this round, and they've already got the null commands. So things are looking good for Burger Boys to take this. Just if you're looking strictly in regard to the ult status. Alvin trying to absorb the aggression again. 1 for 1. Burger Boys will happily take that. They're ready to just get into this A site now off the null command, knowing that there are multiple players towards B.
Wow. Oh, God, he's lucky to be able to get away. Extra, no, not nearly no so fortunate. That was English, I'm sure of it. Door going to be talking here over towards Tree. Nanas will be tempted out. This is the backup of the KO inside there and has a timing. Coppin is brought down. Inspire finally has the use of his utility. And can't resist. Has to swing out into that fight. 2 guns are trained at him, though. Now it's going to be up to Ion. Hoping to make use of the information the Neural Theft gave him. And again, stacks up here for Burger Boys, and they close the game to within 2 rounds with a Rolling Thunder to spend.
And there it is, Envy. Economy broken again. Burger Boys pretty out of control now. And like you mentioned, they have ultimates to cycle into the next buy round, which should be fairly explosive. Kane and Extra will get there no matter what on their deaths this round. So you're looking at Steel Garden plus Rolling Thunder for one side on the Burger Boys, the dual assaults for the other. I'm going to imagine, since we're watching Envy, that they're going to want to do something proactive here on this half buy.
I, for one, think another kill contract with Stinger might be the order of the day. Guy was moving so fast that he actually recovered his opponent's gun inside the Shadow Realm, which is rare. That is a legitimate strategy, though. Bonnie sees the edge of the clone. Enough to confirm at least that you're always close by. Undercut comes through. Bonnie doesn't really seem to care. Suppressed as he was, he wants to take the fight. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. Envy have to save on a round like this, so a flawless for Burger Boys. Really important to find this what string of 4-5 rounds now. Get the money flowing, get the economy really built up nicely. And they're going to need it in a round like this coming up.
Now they're on a 5-round run at the moment. There are all those ults up that I was just talking about. Burger Boys on that, they keep it simple. I mean, Envy didn't even have a chance to really do much of anything. They just slam into this B site, have a great util combo with that relay bolt to fight into Baby Door, where Eggster is just caught. Now attention is fully focused on A from both teams to start.
Pretty hot and heavy fighting now. The kill contract actually comes in amidst this early rubble fight. This time Eggster's going to play a little bit safer. Rather, Kane Zero loses out. Again, it's Retro standing up. Decent bit of damage to Ron Prack, though, but Berg have got to be feeling good about the fact that Kane Zero Probably was handed his 3rd consecutive fragless round. What's Nana's going? Just to check back towards spawn. Probably heard the footsteps of Exeter. Iron wants to stick around. Playing back off this now sees Nanas, who's been sharp. And Exeter doesn't really have a use case for dimensional drift here. Not in a 2 versus 4, so stand and fight seems to be the order of the day. He gets one, he gets out for free. Astonishing enough in itself. But Inspire's a long way away from being able to help. He's going to reinforce now towards stairs, but he's being watched for. Burger Boys might just pull out of here.
They have the time to play with, certainly. Still 35 seconds. Easy to pivot to B from this point if they want to, but they are worried about Inspire swinging from stairs. He could be there, so they're waiting for the dark cover, and here comes a Rolling Thunder. Doesn't connect onto Exeter.
For the timing, there it is! Inspire through the smoke out of stairs. Absolutely centimeter perfect stuff, folks. Envy finally put a stop to that streak of Burger Boys rounds. 5 in a row for the attackers. Now they've established themselves, and honestly, it was looking like it would go terribly. Kane Zero opens up with a kill contract, and he loses out in that fight. They're down a player. Exeter gets a kill, falls back off the line, back to the A side, and Inspire comes to the rescue.
How did Bonnie get that? That's a mental kill off the slide. But, I mean, respect to Retro. He is holding his nerve in all of these high-pressure situations. Coming up again to win the kill contract against Kane with the shield. All right, they're back to the well. It's the all-out A fight again.
He wants to fly into the smoke. That was a double tap shield getting taken off, but Kane gets himself yet another one at a point blank. It's going to be Nanas falling. That's it. Utter ferocity for Envy. Get themselves to series points. And a win here will guarantee their spot in the best of 5 grand final, banishing Burger Boys to the lower bracket.
The utility from Envy can be so oppressive when you're trying to get out of that door on A. When Kane is hitting you with the suppress and then just running forward with the shield. You have to deal with the fade util as well. That time they absolutely run it down, no fear. Now, learning from the prior round where they played it slightly more passive. No, this one we're just going straight at them, and they're doing it again on this round over on A. Burger Boys want absolutely none of that. All of their presence towards Mount. Inspire's playing there very passively. Envy would be content to play this for a flood or a retake, given they have that Nightfall and the Dimensional Drift.
Happy to bide their time. Here it comes, though. Steel Garden used. Poppin midway through his attempt to find a kill as his primary jammed up. Kane doesn't seem to care. It does not matter what you give this guy. A couple of sticks to make it in the nature. He'll turn it into a frag. Bam! It's too easy for him. It's not reasonable either. Ion posted up on the side. At this point, Burger Boys have a minute. But pulling out of this area can expose them to the players on the site, so they need to put this together. Smoke off the side, make it so Iron can't see. And now they decide if they pump fake this or not. It looks like Nanas wants to stay at C.
Slowing things down, just cutting noise right now. Inspired has worked his way all the way towards A. They still have these backside trips to play with, which are really nice for Ion. It doesn't have to be concerned that anyone is going to be walking up on him. And if you have all their bases covered right now, the question is, do Ion and Exeter try to make something happen while the spike is going down right now, or do they just fully wait for Inspire? No, they want to creep in. There are only 15 seconds at the moment to plant. Ion is so close. You can see the temptation.
Oh, the flash! Oh, Nanas can't do anything about it. He cannot see into the sights. Praktos had such a good game, but here's Nanas now stepping up. 4 seconds left. There's no way Exeter's going to let him have this. Look at him dodge and duck, and Nanas realizes with this, mate, there's no time left, folks. Team Envy have dealt comfortably with Burger Boys in 2 straight maps. An explosive series, an exciting one, and sometimes just downright ridiculous. It's great entertainment, good bang for your buck as Envy advance to our Challenger Stage 2 final.
If you're watching an Envy game, no matter what, you're guaranteed to get entertainment every single time, because you're going to get Kane putting up whatever was 375 ACS on map 1, something obscene like that, and just tears them apart on the ice. Especially that second to last round, that fight towards Rubble was so nice. They're just, it's like when you're watching them play, there's just this inevitability that if you're trying to make a comeback, you just know Envy are going to win, because at some point, someone on their team is just going to pull a 3K out of thin air. It just always happens. The player talent that they have is really insane. And for them to be in this spot compared to where they were when they were so hyped up in the stage 1 playoffs, when they faltered there, but coming back, looking better than ever. I think the team play looking better than it did by a pretty significant margin then, but still having that individual firepower on display. Burger Boys have been no joke, and that was a dominant win from Envy. Super impressive. And now we're set up for a pretty sick lower bracket final tomorrow. We have Burger Boys going up against Ambrosia, who won their game earlier today. That should be an absolute banger for that last spot in the Grands.
And it's a rematch of earlier on here in the Challengers playoffs, which is even more exciting. Of course, the winner will have a chance to take on this Envy team yet again. Great to have you with us so far today, folks. We're going to cut to a quick break, and then we're going to wrap up the match that was. And it was electric. Don't miss any of our breakdown right after this.
Dă-mi fugă, vai!
Only 3 of just cuts before makes it happen.
Where the 2 duelists are waiting. Ted's first blind, good for 3.
Congratulations to Envy, the first team here in Stage 2 playoffs to make their way into the grand finals. A 2-0 victory over Burger Boys as well. Burger Boys have had such a great run through the playoffs so far, but I mean, Dan, going into today, Envy, they looked unstoppable.
And we didn't really know exactly what we were going to see for this match. We didn't know if it was going to be the Envy that continues to be undefeated and unstoppable through these series. It was going to be a Burger Boys kind of showing the improvement that they've had throughout the stage and throughout the playoffs to make this a little bit closer. But it was an Envy that came into this match so strong. I mean, we talked about the map of Ascent, but even for this one, the lead in 8-4, it didn't even sound that much. But when you look at the performance that Burger Boys were having on their first side, it was not great. You kind of knew that the Envy, with just a couple more rounds, they were gonna be able to close it out. And it was the exact same thing. A little bit of momentum, a little bit of fake momentum here the Burger Boys is able to get, wins 4 rounds in a row, but it's ultimately closed down by Envy that, as you mentioned, advanced to the grand finals and continue to show us the growth that the team has since that stage 1, since they went undefeated on the 2 stage and then kind of fumbled when they went into the first playoffs. This time around being that not only the favorite team, but the team that is actually matching with those results.
It was just crazy to see too, because I feel like too, when we look at this Envy and what they were doing throughout the match, there was such a high level of skill, but it looked like a team that was genuinely having fun and still being able to pop off throughout all of that, Ash, which I think is just so important. So for Burger Boys to be able to make this a bit closer, definitely good on them. Being up on first kill is actually a bit surprising considering the momentum that Envy have, but it's just Envy too strong in the end.
You've got to be kicking yourselves for not being able to convert those rounds where they did have that advantage with 3 rounds that should have, in theory, gone their way with numbers. But you even look at Inspire having 2 successful 1v1s on both halves of this map to close that out there for the likes of Envy. But Burger Boys, yeah, like you were talking about, the fake comeback afterwards, the fact that they can find that momentum into the second half, but had very slow starts to both maps that we saw here for today's series. And man, I gotta say though, like Nanners really tried to keep Burger Boys in the game. Retro Fracto also had huge moments there as well, but the consistency coming out from Envy, the energy that they were injecting into the server was unreal.
It really was. And Envy now moving on into the grand finals. We got the interview lined up right away and being able to go over to that and hear from Poffin about the team and the boot camp, everything else going on. So let's head over to the post-match interview. Poffin, congratulations on the win. You're into the grand finals now, stage 2. How does it feel?
Feels very good. You know, our team, we put in a lot of time, a lot of effort for these past few months. And I think that it really shows. Like, it really shows. Last playoffs, we kind of were falling off a little bit. Nobody was putting as much effort as they were putting before. We got a little bit rusty, and now after that loss, it just like rejuiced us and ready to dominate.
I'm so glad to hear. I love this glow up and everything else, and we get to see more adaptations from the team. Obviously, you guys got to play in a tournament outside of Challengers. We got to see the Red Bull qualification on land, and that going well. You're also boot camping right now. How has the vibes been actually being able to be with the team in person?
It's been great. You know, a lot of team bonding. We're having a lot of fun playing some board games, some Catan, and I think that's like the funnest part about this whole thing. It's like we've all been online for so long, now meeting each other in person. It's a great experience.
There's always one person in a Catan game that's like, ooh, they're so annoying sometimes. Who is that within the Envy team? The one that's just like, man.
Annoying? I don't know.
It won't trade the resources. Like, they're stealing your spots.
I can't think of anyone specifically, but you know, we have a lot of fun. Like, a lot of trolling happening. It's a lot of fun.
It's good to hear, because there's always somebody flipping the board over my Catan games, I swear. But talking about the team vibes, Eggster talked about that after the last time. Talked about even some trolling in the game, these fake comps. I want to know then in today's game, like how the vibe and the energy were, because you guys look like you're having a lot of fun in the server.
We're definitely having fun. We got these guys here too, just having a blast. But yeah, I think today there was less trolling, obviously, more of a serious match, getting closer to the grand finals. I think it definitely always will come out from us. Like, we got some 16-year-olds, we got Kane Zura and Ion. And when the game gets like way too close to a victory, when we're like 12-2, you cannot stop them for throwing some rounds. It's gonna happen. But hey, you know, Kane Zura's gonna drop 50 kills and he's gonna secure the victory for us.
Gotta have a little balance, right? For all the domination, you gotta have a couple of lost rounds. Now, in the grand finals, the vibes are high. I want to know how you're feeling about the grand finals ahead. If you're still going to be boot camping for the grand finals, and how you feel at the best of 5.
Yeah, we're gonna be boot camping until we're done with the BO5, and yeah, nothing's really gonna change. We're just gonna get in there and just 3-0.
The confidence, I love it from the team, Popping. Congrats on the win. Enjoy the vibes with the team. Enjoy the board games, everything else.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
You as well. You as well. Back over to the desk for us. Is this maybe just only my Catan games? I just gotta know, like, if you guys played Catan with your friends, is someone like? No,
Know what that
Ash,
is?
like,
I played like once. I feel like I think I am guilty actually. Maybe I'm the guilty player who does the little bit of the trolling, to be honest. I like to make everyone's lives a little bit harder, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do for the W.
I just know, like, every single time we play Catan, like, there is a little fight that's broken out at some point. But I'm glad to see that the team, it's only great vibes over there. The little trolling in the background, and yeah, Envy, they're looking strong. Pulling up the bracket now into the grand finals there. And I mean, this is the team that was the favorites in stage 1 playoffs, that it didn't necessarily go their way. Now to be the favorites going into the stage 2 playoffs and be able to stamp their way into the grand finals the way they have, Dan. Yeah, I don't blame Poppin when he's talking about that confidence, the 3-0 and the best of 5 ahead.
And the thing is that, you know, you watch the way that they've been playing in this upper bracket. You watch the fact that they've been undefeated since the Swiss stage, since they won that 4-0 and now undefeated in the upper bracket. And it just kind of makes sense. You kind of start to believe it. Whether it's going to be Burger Boys and Ambrosia, we know that it's not going to be an easy fight. And one thing that I wanted to mention as well for Envy, we mentioned Keen's era, we mentioned the stats as well. He was 2nd place after Bonnie. But of course, after today, he was looking for some revenge. And now he's back to number 1 in all of those stats. So it don't make sense for a number 1 team, for that team that's going to be waiting that extra day and waiting to see who they're going to be facing for that final of stage 2.
Yeah, the ones that this is the run that we kind of expected to see from them, from the results from stage 1 right now, being able to make that come to fruition. And then your eyes get drawn to that lower bracket final that we're going to be seeing tomorrow between Burger Boys and Ambrosia. The rematch coming in as well. Everything is kind of coming full circle to cap off this playoffs here for stage 2, since Burger Boys were the ones to originally knock Ambrosia down to that lower bracket run. So it's going to be an intense next 2 days with the best of 5s incoming here. And my big thing is my eyes are on Burger Boys to see how they're going to be able to bounce back from today's loss with how dominant it was there for Envy.
I cannot wait for that rematch, because it was something that Akrian even called out in interview earlier that, yeah, he'd like to play up against Burger Boys again. So an exciting best of 5 in that lower finals. I cannot wait. I think it's time to load up some Catan ourselves. So we're going to wrap this one up. But thank you all so much for... Dan, we will introduce you into this wonderful world, all right? And you have 2 obnoxious people to play with, because I know I'm the annoying one in my group. So it's gonna be a bad time ahead. But thank you all so much for tuning in. Do not miss the lower finals tomorrow to find out who's going to make their way into the grand finals to face Envy. Thank you all so much for being here. We'll see you tomorrow.
So the money there for Ambrosia is fine. They're going to plan in this round. They're still looking okay for the next. It's YFP need to hold on with everything they've got. Akrian wants to make this costly for them. If the defenders are going to have a defuse, but even that's not guaranteed. It could be the map here and now. It's up to Penny. They've already lost all but one of their rifles. Still disastrous for YFP. Akrian mows them down for 4. I have to know about locks here, surely. Oh, that's not good. Jake, out of nowhere, and they're on the move. What? I don't know if he intended to shoot at satellite. Or maybe he got jump scared and shot anyway, was rewarded for it. 3 kills for Jake. Shundex here. Realizing that very quickly this round has devolved into utter chaos. It'll be pointless for him to commit any further.
He's either feeling it, just put together with a lot of roster changes before stage 2. They look electric.
There is so much to enjoy about this team. There's already a sound sensor, of course, there to catch Penny. Away he goes. Akrian waits for him, and it's a shot in the back that sends YFP. And here's the plant.
Comes down retro. Oh my god! As the shorty up takes a hell of a lot of damage.
Now he's going to try and get into this. Covering up the left-hand side. Paranoia does catch that corner player. Here comes Retro. Down. It's up to Nanas here. If you see Nanas, you should be able to shoot him.
They have all their bases covered right now. The question is, do Iron and Extra try to make something happen while the spike is going down right now, or do they just fully wait for Inspire? No, they want to creep in. There are only 15 seconds at the moment to plant. Ion is so close. You can see the temptation.
Oh, the flash. Oh, Nanas can't do anything about it. He cannot see into the sights. Procto's had such a good game, but here's Nanas now stepping up. 4 seconds left. There's no way X is going to let him have this. Look at him dodge and duck, and Nanas realizes with this, mate, there's no time left, folks.